of hell, but I won't back down. No, I stand my ground, won't be turned around. And I keep this world from dragging me down. Gonna stand my ground, and I won't back down. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everyone doing? Happy Monday. Hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. The weather cooled down a little bit and then it skyrocketed to unbearable again. I do apologize for moving my schedule around yesterday. I was ready to go live earlier, but then I had to help a friend move, so I do apologize. Top of the morning to you, Straight Talker. How's everybody doing? We'll be here late. Oh, Daddy's baby girl, I hope you feel better. Yeah, we still have a few more things to do. Oh, because it doesn't update if you all hit at the same time. May. I'm a very friend. Good morning. It's tough out here on these corporate streets this Monday morning. Pretty good, Brian. Pretty good. Thank you for asking. Hey, Cambry. Yeah, Ellie. I wasn't expecting it to go as long as it did, but that's okay. It happens. Let me remove this. What did I just say? Oh, what are you baking? That sounds good. All right, let me move this forward. Good afternoon, just my opinion. I know, I'm so sorry, Salem. I'm so sorry. We are, Charles, thank you. So as we all know, these frivolous Scriveners were planning, some sly ways to try to just postpone court, just tie it up longer, such as stating that the judge has to recuse herself, which is absolutely ridiculous. I'm sure they'll try to file that at some point, and I'm sure it'll be denied, but, that's one of the games they're going to play. And because these guys like to play games, we like to play by rules. And unlike some out there who have quote-unquote free attorneys, I have an absolutely fantastic attorney who's very competent, who takes his license to be an attorney very serious, who is well more educated and versed in law than these wannabe attorneys out here. And I'm fortunate to have a great attorney. There's no other way to say it. So, Feisty Nana needs more coffee. Sweet Faces with the 178. Hello, Jackie. Hold on, I'm sitting on something. What the hell is this? Okay, got it. Good morning, Jay. It is ridiculous. You think the anti-SLAPP would not be able to get held up by the plaintiffs. I know. But I also know this one at first, everyone is making sure everything is done to perfection. Well, what it is unfortunately everybody has a right to an appeal. And they clearly need to, given how new this SLAPP is and that this is the first SLAPP used in PA, they need to come up with some type of rules committee that where it needs to be written out a little more clear. It needs to, it's kind of like, it's counterproductive to allow these guys to do what they're doing when that's the whole point of the SLAPP. But what are you going to do, right? Hey, Cheesy. I'm glad you have a good attorney. Lasniak is snaky. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. Hey, Chatty Jen. Sim with the 200. Thank you, my friend. Sluice Investigates. Good morning. Miss Liverbird. Candy Wrapper. Anyway, so I saw some of you went ahead and showed Britney the part where she keeps saying no punitive damages. And of course, she responded to it and said, see, I know what the judge said, but you guys are denying there's an appeal. And it's like, no, nobody's denying there's an appeal. Like, she just always moves the goalpost because that is what Britney does. If there was no chance of punitives, the judge simply would have denied the request. She wouldn't have said, make me aware when you come back to lower court. She would have just simply said denied, but it's not denied. And the more they pull us through this frivolous litigation, the more likely the punitive damages will be granted and higher. Now, of course, it's not the goal for me, right? The goal is to have all of this stop. It should have never begun to begin with. The main reason this is happening is because Britney was insecure that Nick would come on my panel. And she is the reason I am in this. And everything shows that. It shows that up until the date that she reached out to them, I was not even on their radar. I wasn't even a forethought. They had a list of people and I was not on that list because I don't belong on that list. But the moment Britney made them aware of where I lived, they realized I was an easy pick because they had jurisdiction over me. That's it. That's all. It had nothing to do with anything else. I didn't do the things they accused me of. There's nothing that they could legally be successful against me in a courtroom. Nothing. A lot of confidence BJ and Craig have as her lawyer fees continue to rack up because that night is playing games, right? It's unbelievable to me. And, right now it might feel good to them because it's quote unquote free, but I can promise you nothing in life is free, especially frivolous litigation. And I have a feeling a lot of these people are going to lose a lot more than they realize. It matters to her. She won't understand your anger. No, I know. I know she won't get a straight talker because she's incapable. You know why? Because she's a covert narcissist. They're incapable of feeling for other people. It has to be her that experiences this for her to even understand it. And that's what's sick. And that's the difference between us and them. I know they call us the dark side and, the evil side or whatever it may be. But in all actuality, we're the side with compassion, with empathy. Hell, look at the way everybody over here handled Nana compared to her quote unquote friends. It's such a difference. It's convinced Greg that she won't have to pay much because of At Night and all the others. Well, and I heard him say that. He said, isn't there like 9 other plaintiffs they have to collect from? No. See, that's what happens, Craig, when you don't read what you're speaking about. We have the choice to either go after all of them together or go after one separately. And if I decide that I'm going to go after Britney then has to turn around and go after her co-plaintiffs for their portion of it. That's the way that works. Now, if you consulted an actual attorney, you would know that. Or hell, if you just read the damn document, you would know that. So, yeah, no, the choice is completely, I can go after 5 of them. I can go after 1 of them. I can go after none of them, but you have bigger things to worry about than that. You should just prepare yourself. And I don't want it to be a surprise when it comes either, because the amount of times I've warned that there is a countersuit in the future, it should be no surprise. I know she did this, you didn't, but she cries about it. I can't take it anymore, Salem, because that's exactly what Britney has done for years. For years. She'll poke. And then when somebody finally responds, she's the victim. It's always been like that. But now everybody, all of Britney's co-plaintiffs are victims of Britney's big mouth. And we'll get right into it in just a second. Yeah, they kept saying that, Chai. They kept saying, oh, y'all, don't worry, though. We got a plan. And Steph said, if you take away one of my voices, I'm going to take away one of yours. Yeah. This was built out of revenge. This was a tit for tat between the Proudfoots and the Rogers. And we all got thrown in the middle of it because we tried to bring awareness to a missing child's case. True love has 4 paws, my friend. I was looking for you the other day in hopes that you were able to keep your name with your @ So good to see you. Thank you so much for the super sticker and for showing some love. Thank you. Well, and that's what I think, Mike. That's the whole point, right? The point of punitive damages isn't to reward the defendants, is to punish the plaintiffs. Is to say that you don't get to abuse the court system. Is to teach them a lesson, so they, in hopes they don't do this again. Michaela, save a fox for next Grifton. It makes me sick, May. She has no business comparing herself. And you know what? Mm. Well, I know why they've been quiet, Mom of a Swiftie, and you all will in just a moment as well. Oh, Ellie, I'm glad you did as well because, woo, this heat. But yeah, this is just the and I can't believe that she still sits over there with all the confidence in the world and pretends that she's never gone real life. Not just that, not only did she go real life on myself and Barbecue, a woman she's never met, but she went real life on every single one of you that were named in that litigation, threatened to be named in that litigation. And most importantly, she went real life every time she shared these links to these websites or these docs and pages and all of that. People don't just share a channel that they're not aware of, especially somebody like her who's greedy with their subscribers. You don't just share stuff without looking. Proud Mimi, thank you so much for being with me for 7 months. I've really enjoyed having you in chat. Thank you. Hey, T. Adams. It is doxing. True love, it is doxing. Oh, you changed your name a while ago. Well, that was smart of you. Pretty in Pink with the 10 months. Right is right and wrong is wrong. FUBJ. Absolutely. One more month until 3 years, One Red Rose. Oh my goodness, 3 years. That's insane. Thank you so much. We've been through everything. I just called it a case. It's not a case. My bad. If she covers that story, she'll get dragged by more corners of the internet than this one. Yeah, well, she should. Because she's not covering it to show respect or bring awareness. She's doing it to compare herself. And that's exactly what you can expect from a narcissist. Thank you, Ellie. I know you all do, and it means the world to me. Thank you. Got my baby oil. Hell yeah. My favorite bee. Did you see they sell these really cool blow up tannin beds? So you blow them up and put a little bit of water in them. Now mine popped, so I need a new one. But if you don't have one and you like to lay out and soak up the sun, you need one of these. She doesn't understand you could have sought after her kids and her medical records for therapy, etc. And you had the mother nurturing gene to not of that to her kids. Well, of course. She involved them in several ways in the declaration. So yeah, we could have done that. But I'll be honest with you, May. Even if there was like some petty, revengeful side of me that wanted to do that, my attorney has integrity, and he would never drag somebody's child through something so stupid as this. And he would never use a missing child either. So again, the difference between them and I, right? They ain't like us. Clues Pitbull being here for a month. Thank you so much. Love being here. You, Clue, and Jay are the best. I have to agree with you. Snazzy Trinkets with the 10 months. We got a membership milestone train going on. Baby is still not sleeping through the night. Well, Snazzy, I told you. I just give you the money, honey. Awkward Nerd with the 6 months. Good morning. Listening while I work. You know what you got to do every now and then, Awkward Nerd? As you're working, just stop and twerk. That's it. Just stop and twerk and remind yourself of your worth. Duchess, thank you so much. I stand with you, Granny. Thank you. Duchess got the watermelon bust there. We may be busting it out today. And Ellie Webby with the super chat train. Get on board. Choo choo. You guys are the best. Thank you. There's my hello, Winnie. How are you today? It has definitely been longer than 13 months, but 13 is my favorite number. Seriously, you guys are the best. And I would have never made it through this without the support of all of you. These type of people are energy vampires. These type of people are so detached from reality that they want to detach you from yours. These are the type of people that try to fuck with you in such a way and such a mental place, and it works. And without all of you here and all of, my creator friends that have stood by me, I would have I don't think I would have made it through this one. I would have ran. You know what I mean? Like, oh, thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate you so much. Why does she think everything in court is her starting fresh and making a whole new complaint? No one has explained to her how this will work. Does she think that, May? I don't know. I'm surprised that girl knows how to think at all. 16 months and not going anywhere. Revival. My favorite poet. Thank you. We're doing Melon Baby next month. I will get ready and tell all the Melon Baby siblings that their new sibling is coming. Thank you. Thank you, Incognito. I think she lies about believing her part is only you and her. She does lie. She's not, there's no way. So she does have to admit she used the missed child to seek revenge, but she did, and everybody knows that. Put a 1 in the chat if you know that. If you are fully aware that Britney is intentionally pretending she still thinks this litigation is between her and I. It is so aggravatingly stupid to even continue to say that when you signed the dotted line next to 9 other people. You fucking moron. And if that is what you're going with, then you should be simply embarrassed. You should be embarrassed of yourself that you would retain a lawyer who wouldn't even teach you the basics. You fucking idiot. Unbelievable. I can't believe she still says that. It's just between me and Granny. Oh, is it? Then how come they used your part of it to say, and Jessica's behaviors towards Britney further prove the existence of a Rico? But you still don't, I mean, shut up. Shut up. We ain't even telling her no more. Be stupid, you dumbass. See if that works out in the judge. Ignorance is not an excuse to the law, and as a supposed true crime creator, you should know that. Shameful, shameful. Oh, is my friend Taco in here? Taco TX, you took me by surprise when you sent me a PayPal yesterday. I couldn't believe it. Thank you so much. If that pig can lie to the idiot she professes to love, right, remember, they're her family and her friends. We're not her fans. We're family and friends. Okay. Shelby with the 7 months and the FUBJ trending on the top 100. She's trying to reinvent her channel. She needs to reinvent her life. Your channel will never get it together if your life ain't together. Now, where does it say BJ? It's only you and GW. I mean, she can't be that fucking stupid. Literally at the top, it says Dwayne Dog Chapman, Nick Hasafrasu, aka Nick the Hat, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, Brittany Jackson, blah, 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 blah. And she's in the middle of all these names. She can't be that stupid. Shut up. She can't even finish a whole sentence without him and hold on. Not sure her channel means anything but gossip. Right, Cindy? I mean, that channel should be played after school for after school awareness. You guys remember those videos? Remember those? I remember those. They showed the kid like sitting flat as a pancake on the couch because he smoked a little bit of reefer. My longest membership on YouTube. Well, aren't I flattered, Happy Beach? No shit. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hags. Yeah, Hags. Her stupid partner believes her, even with hundreds of people saying different. Well, he don't believe her. He just don't care. He don't care. That's it. That's all. He don't care. He has to have faith. He has to live in that Delulu land that she lives in. Because listen, let's be honest. No man sits there and watches their quote unquote woman dwindle away due to YouTube and then ends up cheering it on. Right? Like your health has gotten so bad you can't complete a sentence without grasping for air. You're falling asleep at night. Our kids are up all night. CPS is knocking on our door. You've gained over 200 pounds. No man is saying, yeah, carry on. Carry on, my friend. Nobody. A real man would be getting his woman and getting her back in shape and health, getting her family life back together. But not him, not for that almighty dollar. Oh, and filth. Don't forget the filth. Oh, but then again, what kind of man says, yeah, leave those 3, come be with me, and calls them extended family? Okay. Craig doesn't give a shit until his jobless ass sees his money maker. BJ isn't making money. Well, you know. Yeah, I know. Isn't that funny, Meg? It's like, consult with an attorney before you keep making an ass out of yourself. By the way, love your photo. He said that. I don't care what he said. That man says a whole lot of nothing. Actually, I'll tell you what, Craig's actually kind of funny because he really does. Like, he's so blunt and honest, unlike Britney, that he just puts her in her place, and I fucking love it. Good morning, Chaos. So you guys ready for this update? He was downright gross last night. Well, that's him. He's always downright gross. Maybe since Kim and Crafton have walked away from BJ, maybe they can now unprivate the stream they did on Craig years ago, and we can all see exactly who and what he is. Now, I can just go ahead and pull up the old tweets. I forgot that I do have them and show you all myself. He doesn't give a shit because he's not included, but he's not excluded from the countersuit. What about her Rico song? Whose Rico song? What I find hilarious is she thinks it's just between you and her. She completely forgets what she signed is also against barbecue. She doesn't forget, Shelby Lynn. She plays stupid. Everything about Britney is an exterior image to fool everybody from what is inside, which is pure evil, right? It's all an act. Her channel is a wilted salad shooter of racism, gaslight, misogynistic rhetoric. Sure is. Shifty things about women. It sounds like he aims it at BJ. I'm sure he does. He seems like the type to thinks he deserves like a trad wife, right? Like a wife that stays in the kitchen, does all the cooking, cleaning, but he don't do his part. What is the Rico song? Where can I hear this aside from her stupid channel? No, Kim has walked away from Britney. Yeah, she knows better than to mention her. Lacey Parrott, the 2 months. Thank you so much. Sending you positive vibes every day. Thank you. Thank you. I remember 3 of the mage channels on the dark side. Thank you, Look. Thank you. We made it to a year, Jay. We made it to a year. You don't know the Rico song Kelsey made? No, I don't. Do I even want to hear it? Yeah, she doesn't like BJ anymore. I don't think she's smart enough to act dumb. No, that is part of her act, is acting dumb. So that, honest to God, most respect, Angel, so that people like you think that. That's part of her image. That's part of her act. Oh, was she? Huh, well, I got some inside intel that says otherwise, but whatever. Whatever. That's how those people do it. Hey, Michael. Oh, they might be moving on to that level, Gertie, where they pretend to support, but they're actually like inside damaging your channel. That's what they do. I would find that to be hysterical. They all want everyone to feel sorry for BJ, but screw Nana. Right, Salem. She's like to think. Yep, butter. I just want to know, like, what are some of the lyrics of this dumb song? I'm not going to play it, but I would like a copy of it because I would like the courts to hear that Britney thinks throwing somebody into frivolous litigation on the back of a missing child is AI song worthy. BJ then contact Kim, yell at her for not coming in because she popped in last night. Anytime we know this person leaving, BJ sends out an SOS, come onto their channel. Yeah, she doesn't like BJ very much. And that's what I'm saying, Shauna. That's the type of people they are, and I can see that happening. And yeah, good luck. BJ didn't drop a link. Yeah. Her hate for Granny outweighs. Right, exactly, Brandy. But again, I know things you guys don't know, like the fact that they're not happy with the hoe. Good morning, Billy Sunday with the 37 months. Holy shit, girl. Time does fly. Wow, that is amazing. Thank you so much. Hey, no to Lisa, who props his girlfriend up on the internet every night to beg for their livelihood, has the audacity to speak on what women deserve. BJ's man is disgusting. Yeah. Too funny. No, I don't think so. I heard Kim got NC a strike on her channel. I don't even know what I sang. All right. Oh, exactly, Terrily. We can see who blocks people. She knows who is blocking people. Yeah, yeah, Britney plays stupid like that. I saw she had to make channel. So NC's channel got a strike, so she had to make a new channel, and in between that time, Kim was over at BJ's, got it. Lots of projection. I don't think I want to hear it, but I would like a copy of it. One of those things. Like, I don't want to listen to her stupid ass bullshit song, but I do think it's funny that she has the audacity to make a song off of a frivolous litigation when she claims to be terrified of the people she filed against. I mean, who does that? People don't do that. What's the username, Jay? Do you know? Yeah, we can see who blocks people. Absolutely, we can. Mischief dipped out. Good. Congratulations, Mischief. Can we get a round of applause for Mischief, Nana, Sarah, and who else recently left? Whoever you are, congratulations to all of you. You all deserve better than you were getting. I'll never forget. Sarah came up on my channel months back, her and Ben George, and they were simply asking that all the crap stop. And I'm like, you got to ask your friend to stop it. She blamed Irony Rose always being blocked on Sarah. She's the one blocking her because Irony started to make comments in chat that go against her and her panel Paris. Well, Britney would always do that. She would have a moderator that would do one the dirty work of Britney's, and then she could turn around and ask her Muz. This is true. She would have somebody do her dirty work, and then she would turn around and say, I didn't even know that was happening. I'm so sorry. Guys, not any ex-mod in here? Look at all the rounds of applause for all of you. Can we have an ex-mod in here that can confirm that's exactly what she does? She will have somebody do their dirty work and then blame it on that moderator and act like she didn't ask them to do it. Well, to be fair, Penny, she did try like walking that back and apologizing a bit. Hey, Susan. I hope you have a great day with the grandkids. Enjoy. If I show in chat, I hope so. As always, watch replay. Oh, yeah, I see you. Look. Yep, there's PJ's second chance. There's on Cork with Brandy. Both of them telling you yes. That's exactly what she would do. Yep. Anyway, you guys ready to read? Let me see that you're all awake. What number of thumbs up are we at? We got almost 800 in here with a last minute stream. That's not so bad. I appreciate all of you. Let's go ahead and take a look at the number of thumbs up. Let's be at least at 500. And then let's make a mockery out of these morons. You guys ready? I'm ready. It doesn't take much, but we can do it. So we're at 402, Angelina. All right, 407 note. Let's get up to 500, and then we're going to go ahead and show everybody how moronic these people are. Deanna with the 404. But it's everyone else's fault. It's always been that, Salem, hasn't it? Hey, Dazed. Hey, Kelly. Let's drive the bus, motherfuckers. I almost said choo-choo. You know, like Britney does every night on the mic. Chew. Yeah. Yep, we got proof of that too. Dula and Arnold, Miss Arnold, we got proof of that. Just like when they blocked out, what's that nasty one's name? Now she's one I would never get behind. What is her name again? She likes to go around and make comments about my children, and oddly enough, my vagina, which has always made me very uncomfortable. But that one's a rotten, evil little bitch. But when she got blocked, because Sassy, she got blocked because she went through like a tornado or something. And in the Discord, some of the other members were offering to help her out financially. So Britney got all insecure and worried she was going to lose out on money herself. So she had Miss Arnold take Sassy and block her from the Discord. And then when Britney went live, Sassy was no longer a mod. And Sassy was like, oh my God, this is the worst time for that. And Britney was like, oh my God, Sassy. Like, oh, you couldn't be bothered. J-Dub with the 5 super chat. No notification, so I'm late. No notification? Here are my late dues. Well, thank you very much for the late dues. But what is going on with the notifications? 41 months. Holy crap. No account. Who dis? 41 months. You see all these, look at all these milestones. Can we revisit these for a moment while we get the thumbs up? We got 7. We got 10. We got 35. We got 6. We got 1. We got 10. We got 6. We got 5. We got 13. We got 6. We got 16. 8. 7. 12. 4. 2. 12. 11. 37. 41. Holy shit. And we got a new member. Welcome, Look. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate you becoming a member. And KTO. What? Stop it. Welcome. Thank you so much. We got Lurker with the 2. We got Cambry with the 6. I am her, the money, and BJ had melted down. Mods left. Probably, right? Lucky with the 6. I'm new here. I am AK Lucky. I know you, Lucky. Cat with the 17 months. Miss Liverbird with the 30. Zero with the 5. Jill with the 35. Don't play with it. The other day, Britney got one that was like above 12. And she's like, oh, like, see? Wow, thank you. Huffy with the 3. Cheers to 3. Good things happen in 3. Tara Lee with the 5. Thank you so much, my friends. Holy, I'm still amazed. This is like years. Years. See? And that's what makes us actual friends and family. Beachy Keen with the 16 months, and me and Shaggy just had a baby. We got Shaggy, friends. Broke and Bougie with the 14. How are we going? How are we going down? 494. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up. Peachy Keen, 16 months. That's crazy. I meant gave her money. BJ Mel. Oh, yeah. I initiated the gift. Was that you, Elizabeth? Are you also the person that emailed me? Because I never gave out the name. Tinkerbug with the 7 months. Candle Lee with the 3. Kelly, I wouldn't want to be stuck anywhere else. Mrs. W with the 6 months. Been here. You sure have. Tiffany with the 3. Jennifer with the 17. I remember when Jennifer came over from BJ's. Remember that, Jennifer? I remember that. We're at 503. We're ready to roll. Holy shit. 41 months. See that? See that? You all see that? My moderators have been with me since day motherfucking 1. How many channels do you know have had moderators stay with them for 4 fucking years? You know why? Because we don't pretend to be friends and or family. We actually are. We are. Two-sided, real actual relations, unlike some of those over there. Tribal Gale, but here years lurking. You have been. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. Turner Lee's with the 8. We are 1 month away from a YouTube baby. Made me LOL to stop into our comment. I think you all should do that. Make you feel good. Look at my friends. Look at them. Beautiful, beautiful people. I begin a no contact order or protection order unless it's through a lawyer. Well, Kate, I'll tell you what. It's not a bad idea. Stone Fox with the 6 months. You have great mods. I do. I'm very blessed to have found my people here. Really, truly. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing them. They, mods don't get enough appreciation, especially my mods, because they're in a really tough place where they're individual people, right? They've been with me for years, but they're still their own people and they still do their own thing. But no matter what they do, they always get labeled as simply Granny's mods, and they have to walk on eggshells to prevent certain things from happening. They don't get to say the things they want to say, and they do it, and they do it for me, and it means a lot to me, but it's kind of unfair. It's the way it is, and I hate it. Kim, love you too. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Sarasar's Rex with the 18 months and the hashtag FUBJ Melons Rock. 8 months have flown by. It sure has. Oh, thank you, Honey Pots. I really appreciate that. I only have 13 months of my membership, but it's going up from here. Sure is. You've been here. Listeners, we're on my way back home for holidays. Oh, been traveling since 3:30 this morning. 2 hours away from my house. I hope you get in safely and quickly and can kick your feet up and enjoy being back home. Where is hung? Hopefully far, far away from us. 500 super chat, and one of the first things she said was they're going to be so mad. What? No, BJ, we don't all care. We think it's more money for Granny. Please, people, send more. I would never be mad about that. I want Britney to do well so I could get what's, eventually owed to me, but bless it. That's such a manipulative way of people to get people to continue donating, is to say things like that. Because here's my thing. If somebody went out of their way to send me a super chat for $500, the last thing I would do is turn around and think of the haters, right? Like $500 is such a large amount. I would be so overwhelmed with the actual support behind that $500 that the last thing I'm thinking of is the quote unquote haters. But that's her problem, isn't it? That's always been her problem. She's not grateful for anything. It is absolutely expected. It is never appreciated. And she immediately wants to turn it into a haha gotcha moment instead of appreciating that subscriber who supports her enough to even send $500. A greedy, drama-filled asshole. Ah, so pathetic. Yeah, you know what I mean? Instead of turning that into like a, wow, look how much this person supports me, she turns it into, see, take that, haters. It's just bizarre. I am for the long haul. My friend Lori with the 41 months. Holy shit. But yet to hear her tell it, she doesn't pocket watch over here, right? Granny's watching? Of course she pocket watches. Thank you, Gary. That is the truth too, because it's a very generous donation, but 50, almost less than 50%, but a good chunk, like 40% goes to YouTube. So it kind of does suck. About a phone call you received. Oh yeah. Not yet, Shauna, but I will. 500 is so much money. No one is giving you that much of their money. I can't believe her first thought isn't huge appreciation. No, it's the haters. The haters. And honestly, it was probably her under an awe if I had to think, but whatever. He really is straight talker. He really is. Remember, like BJ tried to troll herself before to like praise herself that her numbers were supposedly higher than mine, but she forgot to switch to her alt account. She does. I think she does too, Oki. It kind of freaks me out. But thanks to Britney and her weird obsession with me and her need to lie to her partner, Craig, we have, not her husband, let's make that very clear. We have an update and the whole quote unquote Rico. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. Being a gremlin so well, past dark, she's running around causing trouble. They would like to believe it, wouldn't they? But if the 500 had gone through some like PayPal, would BJ have found out the name of the person who donated? Yeah, red flags. Yeah, she would have. But listen, if somebody's donating you 500, that's so much money that, why? I don't know. I get what you're saying, but she probably donated to herself. A lot of people actually do that. She paid herself her window money and will now not have enough to fix them. Shows it was her under an alt. Probably, right? That's what I'm thinking. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, honestly, I don't give a shit, though. I just saw her interview where she said she had 3 kids. That number changes all the time, Shaggy. It was 2, and then it was 3 because she accidentally mentioned her daughter. And then during Sebastian, she accidentally mentioned her teenager son, that's Sebastian's age. So then it became 4. The truth is, it's 5. Now, I'd be completely mortified as a mother to ever deny the existence of one of my kids. But, we're the quote-unquote dark side. Of course she listened. Why does she send her memberships as such? Because she doesn't get it all back. She's so stupid. Oh, that's right. I get free memberships. Hold on. Y'all, now, I don't really have the money to do this, but I'm going to, okay. Hold on. Because y'all deserve it. So I'm going to go ahead and send 5 fantastic memberships to Granny's watching. You know what? Because y'all so special, I'm going to go ahead and send 5 more. Oh, can I do it? Let me check my bank. I really can't afford it, but I'm going to do it anyway. You all deserve it. Thank you very much. And if you got a free a fantastic expensive membership from Granny's watching, make sure you thank her. Why do people always have to tell people to thank people, though? You know what I mean? Like, not for nothing. We're all adults, right? Real life asshole. How about the other night? Her 5 purchase memberships were denied. I cracked up. She does that shit on purpose. Like, why would you tell anybody it was denied? If not for sympathy. Because listen, here's the truth. I'm over here right now and I'm looking at memberships and all that. If I push membership gift in and it tells me my 5 are already expired, I don't have to tell anybody that I was unable to gift the memberships. Like, oh, it was denied. She's doing that so people feel bad and send her money. I mean, come on. Hopefully they go to our people. Right. Well, what does that mean, you bigoted busters? Right, Hazel Eye? Thank you for recognizing that. Thank you for recognizing that. Do you know one time when they were demonetized because Craig used a homophobic slur? He turned around and was like, "You're taking food out of my autistic child's mouth." Oh, I'd be embarrassed. Pines coming through with the 5 gifted. Now, Pines, I'm sorry that it declined the first time. But come on. Can someone do a 5 super? Yeah, of course you can. I don't think that would I don't think there would be a good reason to do that. But seriously, in the Pines, thank you so much. That's all that is. Right, Mike. It was manipulation. Like, oh, y'all, I tried to send 5 memberships, but it was declined. You just got paid. You just bought Craig a new bench and weights and a new weed whacker and all these other things. And yet you're, I mean, come on. Come on. Right. That's what it is, because she wants other people to send them to either act like it's not working on YouTube's end, or so people perceive her as not having the money and then they feel bad and they super chat her. And the God's honest truth is, if you're struggling to the point where you can't pay to replace your windows, but you're sure capable of going and getting microblading done, which is a couple $100, maybe you shouldn't be sending gifted memberships to yourself. I mean, that's exactly what I was saying the other day. This woman just doesn't know how to be an adult. Like, she wants to spend money on fun things, never the things that matter. I mean, come on now. Akira, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. I think people just learn about the algorithm now. She kicked herself out of it. It's going to be she didn't kick her. Well, maybe, whatever. I know I feel like I'm not an algorithm as much because I haven't been going live, but I've been out here living real life and having a grand old time. And you know what? YouTube isn't going anywhere, but family and friends are, and I'd rather spend the time wonderfully. Pay court costs. Did she really say that? There's something wrong with her, dear Abby. There's something wrong with her, but let's get into it. All right. So as we all know, Britney was over there saying dumb shit like, oh, we're going to have the judge has to recuse herself and blah, blah, blah. And I told you all, we don't like playing games. We're not in the business of wasting court's time. We understand and appreciate our judicial system and the amount of things they go through on a daily basis, the amount of cases they have, and the severity behind some of these cases. Well, Cheesy, if you recall, when Britney's sons uploaded a butt naked twerking video, Britney came back and expressed to the interwebs how spoiled her kids were, how they each had their own iPhone and their own PlayStations, and how her kids want for nothing. And I thought at that time that was really eye-opening, because she was always asking people for gas money. But yet you're under the age of 10 at the time. Kids each have their own iPhones. I don't know about all of you, but my kids ain't getting no damn iPhones at such young ages. Yeah, May, and it was squalor as you expect. Squalor as you expect. Kids have Switch, computers, right. Priorities. And I bet you it was the best damn sandbox you've ever played in. Hey, Bodie, it's good to see you. I know that, Michonne. She's still lying about the videos that were on her one son's channel as if others don't have it. But if we debunk it, then she says we're stalking the kids. So whatever. Keep fucking lying. Welcome, Damama. I appreciate you being here. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get into it. Oh, let me check right now, Hannah. I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh, Hannah, can you remind me in like 5 minutes? I don't, just Linda. I don't. But they're playing games and they're going to say the judge has to recuse herself. So we went ahead and we filed. Okay. We filed to quash their appeal. Why? Well, let my attorney tell you why. An actual competent, well educated attorney will tell you why. I love mowing the grass. All right. So a motion to quash. The reason we filed this motion to quash against, you'll see here, it doesn't just say Britney Jackson. No. It says At Night Media, Dwayne, Dog Chapman, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, Andrea Griffin, Brittany Nicole Jackson, Christina O'Donnell, Julie Valenti, Hong Si, and Nick the Hat Hasafrasu, herein collectively appellants. This matter is brought before this court by appellants wherein they appealed a lower court ruling dated April 17th. 2025. That was great. And myself and Barbecue's motion to dismiss under the slap. Okay. It should be noted the appeal being posited before this court is as baseless and nonsensical as the filing which brought about my and Barbecue's motions to dismiss. To be clear, the appellants levied their action in a lower court without basis in law or a speck of evidence to support their poorly drafted vapid claims. Hold on one second. Hold on. Okay. Tellingly of incompetence, appellants asserted causes of action under criminal statutes and a civil action, while also asserting a cause of action claiming a predicate act, defamation for instance, of Rico, when no such predicate act exists under the federal or state Rico statutes. That's right, folks. They said that defamation was a predicate act. Now, I told you all before, I believe there's 35 predicate acts, none of which are defamation and or bullying and or harassment. Number 5, it is clear the appellants have little to no grasp of the law, or for that matter, the procedural rules of any court. I also hear she's now denying ever stating that I was looking at jail time. And I quote, it was no other than Clutch Thy Balls on panel who said they're looking at 20 years in jail. It was Britney who turned around later and said, and if anybody says a bad thing about me, they could go to jail, y'all. I quote. I unfortunately quote. Okay, moving on. Number 5, it is clear the appellants have little to no grasp of the law, or for that matter, the procedural rules for any court. Number 6, for example, the appellants believe and assert they needed leave of the lower court to amend their initial filing. Amazingly, after preliminary objections were filed by appellee Stephanie and then joined by Jessica. With the footnote of number 1, we'll get there. The lower court painstakingly had to address what was found to be anemic, untimely responses to the motions to dismiss under Pennsylvania's anti-SLAPP statute, and a verbose complaint, which resonates their lack of the minimum legal competence to support claims, which were without a doubt wrongfully levied in the lower court, now wasting the time of this court. Even more distressing, number 8, is the fact that appellants could not follow the local rules of court and simple requests from the lower court. See Exhibit 1. Amazingly, number 9, the appellants submitted to the lower court a concise statement of matters complained of on appeal, which was not requested of them. It is not for the undersigned to educate appellants as to why seeking leave to amend was unnecessary. 2, see lower court's opinion, page 13. Number 10, make no mistake, the lower court did not request appellants to file a concise statement of matters of complaint. Number 11, now these appellants continue their rogue, do as they well please conduct, snubbing their distorted appendages at this court. Oh, but hold on to your seats. Hey, Polish. 12. In that regard, what the hell is going on? In that regard, on or about May 21st of 2025, this court exited a document statement. See Exhibit 2. 13. The appellants were given until June 4th, 2025 to file their document statement. Who wants to take a wild guess? Who wants to take a wild guess? As of this filing on, Monday, June 30th, appellant's document statement has not been filed with this court 26 days after the document was due to file. Everybody say hi to BJ. Hi, BJ. Stop poking at sleeping bears. 26 days after the due date, they still did not file it. That's right, folks. The incompetent. Right. And then, no good cause exists for their extreme tardiness. Moreover, the appellants have not requested an extension of time to file the document statement or provided a legitimate excuse as to why their document statement or an application for extension of time to file a doc statement has not been forthcoming. The failure to file a timely completed document statement may result in dismissal of an appeal. Amended June 5th, 2001, effective September 1st, 2001. I respectfully request this honorable court to grant. Now, here's the thing. Do I expect them to grant this? Not necessarily, but I'll get into that in just a moment. Let me get down here to Exhibit 1. This is Exhibit 1 from the lower court. You will notice here, this is about our petition for attorney fees. You'll notice what the judge wrote here. Plaintiff's notice of appeal is found at docket number 60. This court notes that while the court did not request a concise statement of matters complained of on appeal, plaintiffs nevertheless chose to file such a statement on June 5th, the deadline for the response to the fee petition, rather than responding to the motion at issue in this order. So guess what? They never filed in time to the fee petition. You know what that means? You can't argue against it. That's right. That's right, folks. The court notes further that the undersigned only learned of the now pending appeal when the court checked the docket for plaintiff's responses, if any, because don't forget, this judge has pointed out before that these silly little rabbits over here never responded to any filings up until the date of the slap hearing. Yes, D Mama, we'll get to that in just a moment. So the motions for punitive damages, which were due to the court's chambers on May 13th. Contrary to both the Delaware County local rules of civil procedure and the court's prior direction to all parties, the court was not provided with a courtesy hard copy of the answer to the motions for punitive damages, nor was the court provided a copy of, nor made aware of the now pending appeal. You know what that means right there, Britney? You know what that means? That the courts did not receive a hard copy to the answer for punitive? That means you all fucked around and found out. Keep screaming over there that there are no punitive damages. You just keep screaming it, toots. Because I can't wait till that gavel comes down. They sure didn't. Let's move on to the next exhibit. I also want to point out, after the issued ruling has now been appealed as such, of course, where is it? Hold on. So this is from Superior Court. Now, Superior Court is a very, very serious court. It's a very serious system. They don't take well. The Superior Court, you have to follow all their guidelines or you get dismissed. You want to know how I know? Ask the appeal I just won. But let's go ahead and go through it. And let's see what Superior Court said. So this was back on May 21st. May 21st, dear Attorney Lesniak, pursuant to Pennsylvania Rule of Appellate Procedure 3517, a Superior Court document statement is enclosed. Please confirm that the document statement you received corresponds with the type of case from which the appeal has been taken. Examples, civil, criminal, or family, and that the pre-printed information is correct. If the enclosed document statement does not correspond with your case type or the information is incorrect, please contact this office before the document statement due date, and a new document statement will be sent to you. If the document statement is incorrect, complete the document statement and return it to this office by June 4th. If the document statement is correct, complete the document statement and return it to this office by June 4th. Failure to file a timely completed document statement may result in dismissal of the appeal. That's right, folks. That's right, folks. Well, okay, I imagine because of his odd connection to Nick and Hong, he would never do that. But this is what we're looking at. Tiffany B. Timson, I love the high key diss of Lasniak's competence in this motion. Yeah, my attorney is not a back alley attorney. He takes his job very seriously and upholds what he raised his hand to, if you will. So there you have it, Beige. As you're sitting over there making statements like the judge has to recuse herself, we're over here doing God's work. So let me finish what I was saying about that. There may be a chance that the Superior Court does not grant this, right? Matter of fact, I'll say this. Superior courts usually like to hear this stuff through because they like to uphold the lower court's decisions, so there are no games being played, so there's no misunderstanding, so that is very clearly written in law why they lost. The fact of the matter is, this was due by June 5th. Wait, is it June 5th? Hold on. This was due by June 4th. We are now at June 30th, and they still have not filed it. They're over there instead playing games of why Dog the Bounty Hunter is no longer talking about Sebastian. They're over there playing games of private PIs and websites being broken into. And they're over there talking about making a judge recuse herself to the point where they're not even following up with the suit that they filed 26 days late. Now let me read this. When you look at the judge's order that's attached, she can't wait to grant fees. Everything this judge has said, that's why they want her gone, because they see right through them. Either these guys are that incompetent or they just continue to give the middle finger to the courts. Either which way, it's not good for them. What do you all think? You think it's incompetence? Put a 1. You think it's a middle finger to the courts? Put a 2. They haven't responded to barely any of them, Ellie. No, they haven't. If we go all the way back to when the judge set the hearing for the slap motion, she even says there that there's been no responses. There's been no responses. They thought that they were going to file this, drag it out by leaving it to die on the vine. You got the stupidity of Lasniak saying there was no proof of service when he had me privately served by the sheriff. Obviously, they're used to tying up litigation. And actually, Nick said it himself. He's used to people settling with him. They have never had to go through and fight out one of their frivolous lawsuits until us. Until us. They picked the right one. They picked the right one. They thought they were going to watch into our community, tell us what we're going to do and say, and that we were all going to bow the fuck down. They never expected us to fight all the way through this, which is why they have no idea what they're doing. It reeks of incompetence. It reeks of Scriveners. It reeks of Joseph Lasniak not deserving to have a license. That's what it reeks of. And that's not what's going to happen because we're fighting it through. Hence why we went ahead and filed this. A quash to dismiss. A motion to quash. That means dismiss their claims. 26 days after the due date, and they still have not filed a document statement. 26 days. You tell me what competent attorney ignores the court's request. And this isn't the first time they've done it. That's why my attorney quoted it in here. The lower court showed the same thing, that these guys just don't care to follow procedural rules or court's guidelines. They're just out here snubbing their noses up. What was the statement my attorney wrote here? Make sure y'all hit that thumbs up. Where's that statement? Even more distressing is the fact that appellants could not follow the local rules of court and simple requests from the lower court, hence why there's proof of that. Where did that go? About them, they're snubbing their noses at the court. Now these appellants continue their rogue, do as they well please conduct, snubbing their distorted appendages at this court. That's right. That's right. Again, maybe this does nothing. Maybe they hold on to this until the end of us getting through the proceedings, and they then quote it. That's what happened in my last appeal. It went all the way through, and then it was finally stated that they missed a step in the appellate court process, therefore it was dismissed. Maybe we'll still have to fight this through. Maybe Superior Court will say, you know what? We don't have time for people to play with our courtrooms. This is already a slap hearing. They're not following the local rules of procedure. We're not playing their little games, and they'll go ahead and quash it. We don't know which one will happen yet, but we're ready for either which. The appeal is Akira, that comes in further into it when we actually get to the appellate process. Oh, give a second. I thought it was funny when BJ went off about the lawsuit. She said, oh, I hope I don't get in trouble for talking about this. No, you're not going to get in trouble. You're going to get countersued. Not trouble, countersued. Okay? Your incompetence, your ignorance, your blatant disrespect for the courts, your act of stupidity is all being duly noted. It is being time-stamped. It is being date marked, and it is being put in a pretty little file with a pretty little bow, and we're going to find out at the end. She can't stand it. She can't. I could call my attorney right now. I'll pick up the damn phone, and she can't stand it. That's why she tries to insult my attorney all the time, because she wishes she had an attorney like mine. She wishes. Financial troubles, you name it. And no, you don't just get to go file bankruptcy, all QC and everything be done. Nope. Well, do you think this explained it well enough? Up to good? I think it did. Make no mistake, the lower court did not request appellants to file a concise statement of matters complained of on appeal. They, instead of responding to our request for punitive damages, they responded and gave a concise statement of matters complained of, which the attorney said, no, we don't. I never asked for that. You missed a deadline for punitive damages. You know what that means? It means they don't have an argument against punitive damages, which is why the judge said, inform me when all is said and done, instead of saying denied, Britney. You keep sitting over there thinking there's no punitive damages because you want to remain ignorant to the facts before you, but it's not going to change what is in front of your face. Your attorney, your team of legal beagles did not file a timely response to our request for punitive damages, therefore making their response mute. That's it. That's all. Also, now these appellants continue their rogue. Yeah, do it as they please. Yeah, right, because they work for the elite, motherfuckers. They're worth $1 million retainer. Is an attorney willing to sue for their friends for free and others? You don't know. Isn't that a Rico? I would say it is. We'll have to find out what the federal officers of Pennsylvania think it is. If anybody would like to come up, I've dropped the link in the chat, which is why the ones with something to lose move their assets. But we got that too, and that can be reversed with a judge's order. They sure were. They sure were, One Red Rose. She thinks by saying it's not true, she can make it not true, right? Just like, oh, I didn't fall asleep. Oh, I didn't drive up to the clinic. Oh, I didn't. eat on a live stream. Oh, I wasn't cooking chicken at 3 a.m. Oh, I shower twice a day. Oh, I shower once a day. She thinks if she lies enough, people will buy her lies. And you know what? Some of them do. But when this is all done and said, and it is staggeringly obvious that the judge's gavel went down in our favor, you can't deny it anymore. I mean, they deny it now. They deny it now. We won. And Brittany's like, let's just say, if I lost. No, you did. You did lose. Let's let her know, chat. You lost. You lost. There's no ifs about it. You lost. And then until and unless the Superior Court overrides that decision, you lost. It doesn't change because you filed an appeal. The ruling remains the same until and unless the Superior Court states otherwise, which is very unlikely. Craig thinks if she drops, she can't drop out. She can't drop out. And no, I was never on Steph's radar. I was never on Steph's radar. Ever. Yeah. They need to be stopped from instigating lawfare again. I agree. You lost, Beige. You lost. Let me pin this. Oh, let me get this out of the way. Hold on. Pin message to the top. Let's say if I did lose. Oh, you did. And we saw all the proof of that up to good, and we can and will argue in front of a judge. I got it, Jay. Thank you. As to why the punitive damages deserve to be granted. And it will be because up until that date, I was never on their radar. It wasn't until Britney reached out to them and admitted she did so that I then became a target of theirs. Breaking news, BJ, you lost. Thank you, Candy Wrapper. She doesn't seem to get it. Nope, I wasn't Deanna Weeks, and that was beyond obvious. You know what, Mike? We've been telling her that for a year now. She thinks she knows better, so I hope she does. I hope she does continue this route. Up on her channel with her, but he doesn't have a mic. Isn't that pathetic? It's very apparent that BJ and Craig are highly ignorant of legal proceedings. I hope it's not much longer, GW. You can get the compensation filings put into motion. Yeah, let's see what happens with this filing with the Superior Court. Again, they may not acknowledge this until all the way at the end. Or they may simply say, you know what, you're right, and grant it. I don't know which. And we are okay with whatever way it goes because we know at the end of it where we stand. When would an appeal occur? Only when you lose, BJ. Right. She doesn't think that crimes and consequences. She wants to say that. How's the financial audits of people's money hiding? How is the financial audits of people's money hiding? These people aren't hiding money, and if they think they are, they're not doing very well. He said none of us belong to true crime because we are court stupid. Yeah, okay. Okay. Matter of fact, I knew so much about the law. Brittany thought I was studying fucking law, like legal courtroom proceedings on YouTube. Who do free constellations in 10 minutes. Right, she's an idiot. Hey, Jay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm loving this new filing.
Yeah, well deserved, isn't it?
Absolutely. I love your lawyer.
We don't take kindly to people thinking they got one up on us. You know what I mean?
For sure.
The whole thing's frivolous, and then to top it off, you're going to come out here and make some claim like, oh, the judge has to recuse herself. Yeah, bullshit.
Stupid.
It is stupid. It is so stupid. But it shows a pattern of these guys thinking they can do whatever they want and not have to follow the court procedures. And it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that they think this.
It really is. I hope this is wrapped up before a year mark hits. You know what I mean?
Oh, me too, man.
Such a fucking joke.
It's
a joke, but it's not, you know?
Right. It's like it's a joke of a filing, but it has real life impacts.
Right. It's effed up.
And some of these idiots just want to remain ignorant. Go ahead. Remain ignorant. Ignorance isn't going to stop what's eventually to come. I mean, can you imagine, Jay, any other attorney ignoring a deadline for a crucial step in an appeal process for 26 days?
No, I have no words. I don't. I don't know. It's weird. It's very, very weird.
It is. I mean, even
Like, why would
says,
Lesniak put his name on something and then not follow through?
I guess he trusts his Scrivener Nick to be able to do it, but
Oh,
clearly he can't. And if we go down here to Exhibit 2, is from the Superior Court, and it even
God.
tells them failure to file a timely completed docket and statement may result in dismissal of the appeal. They never filed it.
So let me get this straight. So they wanted an appeal. They said they were filing an appeal, but they never completed it.
They never, all they did was basically notify the lower courts that they were filing one. They never followed through
Ah,
on any other steps of it.
okay. So
So
they just
basically,
said, hey, we're going to be appealing, but never did it.
right. So what they did was they tried to stop us from getting our attorney fees and punitive damages by responding with, "Oh no, we're appealing," instead of responding to our requests. So they thought they thought they were being slick and basically throwing a stop sign out in the middle of the road.
Uh-huh.
But then they forgot to finish up with the construction of the road.
Right.
So
So they
basically,
just
we're
bought
just
themselves a little bit of time
a
is what they
little bit
did.
of time, and then we sat on this for a little bit of time, like 26 days. But now we're going to drive our vehicles around them because we're not playing their fucking games anymore.
It seems like they do this kind of shit. You know, they do stuff so that there's one little delay with each step.
That's exactly right. Like playing ignorance to the fact if I
Mm-hmm.
was ever served or not. So
Mm-hmm.
seeking the court's approval to appeal, I'm sorry, to amend their complaint by stating that they were unaware if I was served or not, despite the fact that they had me served by a sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're the type of little games that they're
They
playing.
they take every little step extra to like F up without it being
Right.
dismissed to give them more time and to just drag it out.
Right. And that's been duly noted.
Yeah, I don't think the judge is going to like that, considering, you know, you've been granted the anti-slap and they're still playing these court games, legal
Right.
games.
And
You know,
it's
because that's
free.
the anti-slap, right, is about not abusing the court system with
Yeah,
frivolous lawsuits.
exactly. And
And
that's
here
what it
they
is.
are being frivolous at every freaking turn.
Right. They're proving every day that this is a malicious filing. That is simply to waste our time and our money and keep us tied up in litigation, like Nick stated it was. Came right out of Nick's mouth himself. He stated that. Love your avatar, Kenneth. And then here we are. Again, this is a procedural misstep, right? But it's one that even states that it can lead to dismissal of your appeal. We want
So
it. Go ahead.
I have a question. All right. So since Lesniak is the attorney that's signing all of these papers,
Hmm.
he's ultimately held responsible for what's done, what's filed, when it's filed, how it, all of that, correct?
Right. Yes.
Right? Him and him alone. So what bothers me about this is
Well,
like,
and still Castor, to be fair, because Castor has still never properly excused himself from this filing. So Castor as well, but yes. Robat, thank you so much for becoming a member. Regina, I'll tell you in just one moment.
so my question kind of is, where does this go for him playing these legal games? And is he being set up to look like an idiot? Because, I mean, what could happen to him
He
for
can lose his
doing
license.
this? He could lose his entire career.
He can lose his entire career. He can end up in front of a Pennsylvania bar.
And the question is why?
Well, you have to
Why
wonder.
would he put his career on the line for this?
Well, it's not just for this because he has been he has been tied in with Nick and Hong and their fuckery for years now.
Right.
So
Right.
he's not just an attorney, he's a
He's
fellow
integrated with them. Yes.
Right. And they've done a lot of, in my opinion, shady things throughout the years. And I think he has gotten comfortable with allowing Nick and Hong to abuse his license and his signature to put a ton of people, not just myself and barbecue, into frivolous litigation.
It's just mind blowing. I get that. I get the history, and I guess it makes me wonder what's really in that history and what is their exact relationship. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I think
It's
many of us are wondering that, to be
it's
honest.
yeah, it's
Has to be
really
something.
bizarre. It's I mean, for someone to put their career on the line,
Hmm.
something's there.
Well, I think that and all the other times that Nick has done this using Lasniak's signature, Nick himself has stated people like to settle. They have been able to strong arm and intimidate many people into settling with them out of fear of being drugged through what Nick stated himself 10 years of litigation and
So
being
you
bankrupt.
so
So
you think this is finally catching up with them?
yes, because thank God Pennsylvania adapted the slap law. And I think it has all just caught up to them. I think they've gotten away with their sleazy little Rico operation long enough. And now I think they're caught up. I think they chose the wrong people. They didn't expect us to fight back. Nick himself said, unless you have 1 million subscribers, you can never afford to fight us in court. I think they literally thought that we would fucking settle and this would be another W on their belt and they would move along and go fucking fuck with the next person.
It's just crazy that a lawyer that came from working for the Department of Justice would end up like this. It's just so wild to me.
Yep.
It's like corruption at its finest.
That's exactly what I perceive it to
God,
be. And it
yeah.
goes all the way back to when they were going after Bill Cosby. These
God,
same
it's
characters were
weird,
involved with
man.
all that dirty dealings.
Right. I
So,
mean, we've got celebrities and celebrity lawyers. It's weird, man.
yep. So we got Regina saying, what does Dog the Bounty Hunter have to do with this? Sorry, I'm just learning about it all. No apology at all needed. So Dog the Bounty Hunter works with these convicts. One is definitely a convict on parole in Pennsylvania. And they go chasing headlines, trying to be, their own little news organization. They use Dog to get on national television, all that. Well, they inserted themselves into this missing child's case, which they wanted to monopolize on, saying things like they were going to truth serum suspects and all that. And of course, we came out and said, you can't do those type of things. That eventually led to them throwing us into frivolous litigation, where they're trying to take away our freedom of speech, which the Pennsylvania courts agreed. It was a simple attempt to take away our freedom of speech. So we won, and now they appealed it. Oh, he
Yeah,
worked for
that's
the
a good question.
office.
Someone said, I want to know how Nick didn't violate his parole with all of this.
That's a good question. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It just seems to me that there's a huge chunk of something between Nick, Hong, Lesniak that we're missing. And I'm not quite sure I want to know. Like there's just something there. This isn't normal, it's so extreme and wild.
Well, and that's why I think it's a great story for Pennsylvania's legislators to look into. The FBI, the Pennsylvania courts, the bar should all be looking into this and asking what is going on, that this guy who's supposed to be an established attorney is abusing his license with the likes of these guys. Hong and Nick should not have access to Joseph Lasniak's office, especially after hours. Imagine if you were a client of his
Oh my
and
God,
you
your
got this.
files are in there?
Right, your files are in there, your credit card numbers, all of that, and you got these guys having access to all of that.
Weird. They're all sitting in his room in the dark and shit. Weird.
I just don't think we've made enough noise, if I'm being honest. And I think I'm ready to make noise.
It hasn't gotten the attention that it deserves, that's for sure.
Yeah. And to be honest, I haven't really sought it. Like we haven't sought the attention that it deserves, but it does. It deserves it.
Like the local kind of got, blended in with Bullhorn Betty, which was, like the local coverage in Tennessee. So
and
it
that's
kind of
because
lost its kind of luster by being blended in with that.
Well, and what happens is when they have somebody like Dog on their side, they're automatically given a little bit of credibility.
Yes.
Right. And they use that to their advantage. But as everybody has noticed, nobody of value has spoken about Sebastian after they filed this frivolous litigation. So what they did is they're the ones that harmed it. They're the ones that interfered in the investigation. They're the ones that stopped the public awareness of Sebastian. They did all of that.
And I think Bob H is right. I think when this is all concluded is when you'll get that's when the coverage will happen, because right now it's up in the air. I think if we're confused, imagine the media. How are they going to make ends of this? They've got dog, but he lost, but now it's appealed, but the appeal's not, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's hard for people to report on something that's done
So in the
so
air.
poorly. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, when all's done and said, maybe we'll have a press conference on the court steps.
Right.
Maybe
Right.
we'll full circle it back to where they started it.
Right.
Unbelievable.
I don't even think it would do any good to email Caitlin Quisenberry, because I don't think anybody understands exactly what's going on right now.
Well, I don't trust her anyhow. I
No.
don't trust her much anyhow. I want local. I want Pennsylvania to report on this.
Mm-hmm.
I want where Joseph Lasniak's office is to be made aware. Matter of fact, maybe I'll go up to the store today and buy myself a bunch of posters and flyers and go post them around the neighborhood. I don't know. I think I have a right to do that. I'll have to check with my attorney, but I want local awareness. They've kept this from where they sleep and eat.
I mean, I can almost picture in my head like you and your attorney on a show being asked about this when it's over.
Oh,
you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think you need like finalization for the media to really run with anything.
Right, because they filed the appeal.
Especially with dog's name in there and shit. They don't, you know what I mean? They don't want to touch that because of that. And that's what they use him for. And, it makes me wonder. Dog seems like he's just this persona that's up for sale for whatever your needs may be.
He is.
Literally.
You can hire him on Cameo. I could hire Dog right now on Cameo to say, hey, Nick, hey, Hung, you lost the Rico.
Yeah.
Give that man a couple dollars and he'll say what you want.
Yeah. I mean, I could get a Cameo right now that says J is for Justice is my true crime go-to.
Right.
Doesn't mean he watches me. It's crazy to me. He's literally a persona. I don't know. This whole thing has just made me see things so much different. So I'm sorry if I'm a little shell-shocked by a lot of things.
No, it's crazy.
I never saw things the way that I see them now, and it's just fucking weird, man.
Huge corruption. Hey, Small Town, are you there?
Yes. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Good. A couple of things. So I think, and this is just all of my opinion, the local media, I think this whole thing going to appeals, I think might have thrown a lot of them off, and that's why it's not as big. Like there hasn't been as much noise made because, there is this appeal, and so they don't want to like run this story that possibly could be affected by an appeal. Does that make sense?
Yeah. They don't want to put the cart before the horse, right? And then have to come back and do cleanup. That's what I'm saying. Like with dog involved, they don't want to risk, any kind of lawsuit for saying he lost something and he didn't. You know what I mean? Time is important. Timing is important.
Actually, local places already ran the story that they lost, to be honest. It was in a few local little papers.
Was it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. But their day will come.
Like how much Nick and them have, like, what is the word? Like hyped people up to make them think that they're like really big, important people.
Yeah, what a joke.
I mean, because just the other day, like Betty was on her way to North Carolina and was talking about that PA case and saying that she needed to get a hold of at night for protection while she was out in the woods searching. And I was like,
what a joke.
Are you kidding me?
First off, has nobody watched Nick and Hung out in the woods? They couldn't even protect themselves when they were looking for Danilo Cavalcante. Oh my God, it was like they were weeble wobbling around the woods. They could barely breathe.
Well, and from what I remember, they weren't even really in the woods, right? Like
at one part they were.
It was like, huh?
Only at one part they were. When they took everybody to see where Danilo was captured, and they actually gave the wrong location.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
But I mean, like during the search, most of that was just driving around in their SUV and parking it on the side of the road and posting up cameras everywhere. And Nick in the car saying, we've got we've got inside, communication with police on this, like we know what's going on. We just can't say it till it's announced, yada, yada, like a complete joke.
Yeah, he drove around the perimeter. Like they were only allowed so far in. So he would like drive around that perimeter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did follow him when he did that. That was how I knew of Nick.
Yeah, that's how I found out about him too. And
Mhm.
then, of course, with the Sebastian case and stuff. And I think it's quite interesting too that, Dog came out as this supposedly the green team's like big, celebrity, blah, blah, blah. And then now he's not speaking of Sebastian. Like, why is that? What happened?
Because he's at a car show. I'm assuming.
Because he hasn't been paid to, I think.
I think Dog just realized what they got him into in PA. And I think he's basically saying to them, get me the fuck out of it.
Probably.
Oh, really?
Because that's what's going to sell. When I'm able to say I won a lawsuit against Dog the bounty hunter who put me in frivolous litigation, that's the headliner. Nobody cares a fuck about little Nick the Hat. Nobody cares about Hong. Nobody cares about creepy Joseph Lasniak. They're going to care about the bounty hunter. Dwayne Chapman sues two single mothers out of Pennsylvania in a frivolous litigation. Pennsylvania's first successful anti-slap is against Dog Dwayne Chapman. That's the headliner.
Mm-hmm.
And regarding a case that he doesn't even hardly know anything about, in my opinion.
No, he called him Nicholas and Sean.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think Dog is paid to say things, and when he's not paid, he's quiet. But then again, Castor probably told him, this is what's going on, and he's shutting the fuck up.
Right. Because Castor even said that all night media, they're weird. All those guys are weird. He doesn't even like them. He thinks Nick and Hong are weird. All night media, he called them.
Ugh,
well, I mean, think about the people, like some of the characters that are in this lawsuit. You got Nick, who's been convicted and on parole for fraud. You've got Dog, who we won't even go there. You've got Seth, who has come out and made his missing son's case, in my opinion, a shit show. You've got Tony, it's come out that he's been a fraud for many, many years. You've got Betty, who has 4 orders of protection on her by the parents of a missing child, who just drove to North Carolina to do a protest for a case that went to court today, that she skipped out on the court to go cover a case in Pennsylvania where the missing has been found deceased, unfortunately, and the husband has already been arrested, but she's driving 8 to 10 hours to make a complete shit show and stalk this family, just like she does all the other cases. Like,
wait, she's going where?
To Pennsylvania.
Oh.
For that Caitlin Harper, whatever, they found her yesterday. And her husband has been arrested. And so she was supposed to go to court today with that Daniello, whatever's family, because the guy that hit their daughter and killed her is, like, evidently he's accepting a plea deal today. So she drove to North Carolina to do this protest and go to court with them today, and now skipped the court hearing with the family today so she could go to Pennsylvania to cover the case of Caitlin Harp, who was found deceased yesterday, and her husband's already arrested.
Oh my God.
And she's going out there and she even asked if anybody has any addresses of specific family members and stuff, please reach out to me.
God, you're kidding me.
No, so it's like, look at these characters that are in on this lawsuit that are just continuing to make shit shows of these missing kid cases. That is horribly sad, in my opinion.
She makes me sick.
I mean, what does she have to go to Pennsylvania for? Like, what?
She doesn't.
Right.
She should have saved that for when she has to come to face the courts for the frivolous litigation she filed.
She's such a dick. She really is.
But then, and I mean, and this should tell everybody how much she cares about these cases. Because, like I said, she drove all the way to North Carolina to protest all weekend, which I barely saw her hold up a sign. And telling everybody that the court case or the court hearing was today to find out what plea deal he was facing, and then does a live this morning saying she's sending Olivia to the court hearing today so she could get to PA, like she's a big somebody. And it's
Right.
like, there's nothing in PA to cover. The guy's in jail. They found, her
Yeah, there's no
parents,
mystery, Betty. Go home.
right? Her parents found her body last night.
God. She needs to leave them people the fuck alone.
Right. And it's just like, so you've got all these people, that are in this lawsuit. And it's like, so all these people are out here doing all this, but they can't file the necessary court papers they need to continue on with their court hearing?
Of course not. They're busy playing games. They're busy, filing recusals for judges, which they never filed. But yeah, this is what they do. They abandon their lawsuit. That's what they've done before, and they're doing it now.
Yeah, I mean, it's bizarre to me, and like the same, in Queen's case and stuff, like she's pushed out, asked for continuance after continuance after continuance while she's out here creating,
More
shit shows,
filings. Mm-hmm.
on these, like, I'm too important to attend court cases or make filings in my court cases because I have to go advocate for this child who this family is, or not child, she's an adult, for this family that this lady is, they're grieving. They just found her like 12 hours ago. Like,
Yeah, leave
leave
them
them
the fuck
alone.
alone, man.
Yes.
God, I can't stand her.
And then, you've got BJ over there like, we have an appeal. We have an appeal. It's like, nobody knows, like none of them know what's going on with this case. They're all making a shit show. You got At Night posting something about this poor girl in Pennsylvania now, all because Betty's going there. And it's like, my God, you are a bunch of frauds, in my opinion.
But it proves the point that these guys just do what they do, which is chase the next big headline, right? Look how quickly they all drop Sebastian. Look how quickly none of them are speaking about him or posting about him. And that's what I told Seth. There will come a day when, because of you and your actions, your son's name will no longer be trending, and all your little buddies you thought actually cared about you and your son will see you as nothing more than another chatter in the chat box. You're not going to be special Seth Rogers came in. That's no longer going to happen. And that's the place we're at. Drop them like a hot potato.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's definitely not getting the attention, that he got in the beginning. But again, it's all because, I mean, before this lawsuit, he sent out C&Ds and then he joined this lawsuit. It's like, why would anyone want to talk about your child or do anything because they're scared to death they'll be thrown in a lawsuit or have C&D sent to them,
Right, exactly. You guys, Betty's nowhere near me. It's like over 2.5 hours away. I'm not worried about Bester, I'll tell you that. I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
worried about Betty.
No, she lives 25 minutes from me. She ain't gonna do shit.
Sweaty
Yeah, she's
Betty
not
ain't
going to
nothing to
do
worry
anything.
about.
She's going out there to get content to
Harass
Be a
try to make
families.
money
menace.
off of this
Right.
now deceased person, which is disgusting.
And actually, the other day, her and Olivia were both live about it, and both of them had like under. When I saw, they had under 100 people interested.
Wait,
so.
she's still with Olivia?
No, Olivia was doing her
Yeah.
own live stream.
Oh.
Betty was doing one as well.
Oh.
Olivia
But
had like
her-
52 watchers.
But her and Olivia were together all weekend in North Carolina doing the protest.
Oh, you're kidding. So they are still together.
Yes, they are.
I
What
didn't
an
realize that.
embarrassment.
God,
And
you ain't
she
kidding.
said that, because her and Olivia were supposed to attend that court hearing this morning for the plea deal for the family that they were out helping protest this weekend. And she said she sent Olivia to the courthouse today so she could get on the road to Pennsylvania.
What a joke. What a joke they all are. Oh, I sent Olivia to the courthouse. Like, yeah, you didn't send Olivia anywhere. Shut up. They're all just such a joke.
Yeah,
Look, dog moved to my state and town. So if I see him, I'll ask what he thinks of losing the slap. I bet you he has no idea about it.
Mm-mm.
I don't think he really knows.
And I just don't understand. Like, and I've never understood it. Like, even with the um Cavalcante, or however you say it, case, like how Nick continues to get away with everything that he gets away with. Because right after he was found and all that, like for months, he kept saying he was filing papers or, court documents.
He did. He
Right.
sued
But
the
so it's
PA
like,
police.
but he didn't win, right?
No, it's still ongoing.
Right. So it's like, how in the world, like, is he still getting away with all of this? Like he might not get away with it, but it's still court filings and stuff. So like how
Well,
I
it
don't
all
know.
caught up to him now because PA adapted the anti-slap. So now he's no longer able. That's what we were saying right before you came up. Is it all caught up to them? They were used to throwing people into frivolous litigation and having them settle. Nick's own words. We're used to people wanting to settle with us, and now they can no longer do that. And when all's done and said, they're going to be held accountable for all of it, every last bit of it.
But I mean, like, what is he actually suing the state police for? Like,
Because they wouldn't recognize him and Hung as news reporters. They wouldn't let him into court hearing for Danilo's arrest date.
oh my
So then he tries
Jesus.
starting all this local trouble by saying stuff about, oh, they're covering up for them, and Longwood Gardens is corrupt, and he tries starting all this trouble in PA over it because his little feelings were hurt that they wouldn't recognize them as news reporters.
Oh, I remember that now because he went on about Longwood Gardens for a long time.
Yep,
Yeah.
and his views were going lower and lower, and then he became a nothing.
Yeah.
I know, and now he tries to say he found Danilo Cavalcante. No, he didn't.
Oh my
He didn't
gosh,
find him.
really?
Yeah, they literally said that. They aided in finding Danilo Cavalcante. Yes, that's one of their
Aided
claims.
in finding. Give me
Right.
a break.
They did none of that. None of that.
I was gonna say it was a canine. I mean, they had like the heat sensor. Um,
Yeah, the heat radar. And then
That's
they
what they
sent in,
do, though. They're all embellishment. I mean, their
right.
online presence is supposed to look legit. It's all just a big facade.
Exactly. I was there too, Crimes.
It's
I
disgusting.
remember like they were holding a press conference or something. It might have been after he was captured. And I believe I remember seeing like Nick out there. He was trying to get in and they told him he couldn't.
That's exactly what happened. It wasn't a press conference. They had Danilo going before the judge. And Nick and Hong tried to
Oh,
get in there and they wouldn't let them in.
okay. I thought it was the press conference where they announced that he had been captured. But okay, I see.
Exactly, Chucho. They're big.
Didn't you attend some kind of a meeting during that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
About how the jail was going to do better because they
Oh,
had
yeah.
two criminals escape within 2 weeks. It wasn't just Danilo.
But the other one was found pretty quick, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and then Danilo copied the way that guy got out, and he actually got away for a couple weeks.
Yeah. I can't remember that dog's name that found him.
Yoda.
Yeah. Gosh, that was a while. Seems like a while ago now, but
yeah, that's when Nick started his YouTube. Because I remember people were like, Nick the Hat's there, Nick the Hat's there. I'm like, who the fuck is Nick the Hat? And then I seen the little dweeb hiding under a tree recording. And honestly, they were very polite. Like, Hong was really nice to me. They were actually decent people. I would have never suspected we'd end up here. Fucking shameful.
Yeah.
I don't know what. I think they're moving to Texas to try to fight whatever Texana's doing to them. What do you think their idea behind this move to Texas is? I honestly, I don't know. I think they're going to try some shady shit, obviously, but I don't know.
I think there's no telling with them whatsoever. Like,
I
I
agree.
don't think you can predict anything that they say or do because it's just so bizarre and off the wall that you wouldn't expect it, But then it's like, bam, here they go. Like, I mean, they've got people so hyped up. Like I said, I mean, look, you got Betty going to North Carolina or Pennsylvania who says she's going to call at night for protection. Like, what? Nick ain't no more taller than Betty.
Right.
Like, what? Nick can't
And
hold a
neither is
firearm.
Hong.
Like, what are they going to do?
Right. He filed a right to know at the Chester County Regional Police Department, was denied it. And yeah, he kept poking at the higher ups here because his feelings were so hurt that they wouldn't acknowledge him and hung. And all those connections he talked about having, all that, he had none of them. None of them.
Yeah, because he kept saying like he had like an inside source or an inside lead, with the
Yeah.
police department, and he had buddies that were police officers, and they were giving him inside information before it ever went public. And
Right. He's
I
a
mean, it
fucking
was
liar.
bizarre.
He's not even allowed to have contact with the police. So it's kind of funny he claims all those things.
Yeah, yeah, and it's just like I don't know. I mean, like, what mentally makes someone feel like they are that superior above anyone, like I don't, it's bizarre to me.
They're fucking imposters. They're weirdos.
And you would think somebody who has been to prison for fraud would like come out and like chill the F out. But no, not with these people. It's just crazy. And I didn't even know all that stuff was going on with your case until you just talked about them not filing paperwork within the deadlines and stuff. Like, that's weird to me. Like, you're supposed to be out here, you put this persona on that you're just the best of the best, but yet you
Well, they
can't file
never
court
had to,
documents.
they never expected to have to prove it. Like, you know what I mean? Granny said
Right.
people always settle out. So they never expected to have to go this far into it, is my guess.
Exactly. They thought it would just like they would just file it and we would settle. That's why they were panicking that they filed it on a Friday,
Like
left
a quick
us on a
500.
weekend. Right. Left us on a weekend to panic and then offer a settlement on Monday. And if not, they were going to have a press conference on my local court steps that involved Dog the Bounty Hunter by Wednesday. They tried every early on intimidation tactic to get us to settle. Kenna, thank you so much. We had a YouTube baby. That's all it was. It was extortion.
Hey,
It
what's
was
up?
fucking extortion. Hey, BT.
Sick.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
didn't think we would fight it.
I think that's the case. They really said like, oh, we'll do this until 2029 or some shit like that, and that was the whole idea.
Yeah,
of the
10
plan.
years. You'll be in and out of courtroom for 10 years. You'll be going live just to make gas money. It'll be a whole new world, a whole new president, blah, blah, blah. All the shit they said.
Yeah, it just shows you that their malicious intent was to just drag you on, and that became their undoing. The more they talk, the more evidence you had for your anti-slap.
Exactly.
And that's the whole thing, and that these guys got too comfortable, and that's
Right.
the situation. And unfortunately, pride before the fall, and they were very prideful, and they fell pretty hard. I
And
think
they're
that,
still going to fall. They got a harder fall coming.
yeah, I mean, now, like Joseph, like Mr. Castor was sitting there and he's like, I had nothing to do with it. Meanwhile, your son's defending one of these two guys in a separate order of protection action. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay, sir. I honestly think, like, because unfortunately, a lot of these guys, they're sleazy. Like, a lot of these guys that come out of like public office, they come into the private practice, they become very sleazy. You see it all the time. They're willing to bend the rules as much as possible because the reason why is because, that's what they've been doing while in office, and they kind of do it this way. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion on that.
Yeah, that's
I
why
was it-
Castor's not getting away with it. He's not getting away with it at all. Everybody's staying on top of him. We're going to see him through to the end too. Nobody's forgotten about him. Like he stated to the subscriber who called him, "Oh, that's over with. That's over with. Everybody's moved on from that." No, we haven't.
No.
Nope.
So was it his son that Tony had in Oklahoma?
No. In Pennsylvania with Barbecue Lady.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Castor
wait a minute.
Jr.
Okay, I missed that part. Okay.
I wouldn't doubt that they hired him without him even realizing what they were trying to do with that. But who knows? That's still something Castor will have to answer to, not just to the PA bar, but to the eventual knock on his door that he's going to get.
Yeah, I think he's just a very foolish individual, and he's gonna be in big trouble. I mean, like I think honestly, it should they should just dismiss that appeal attempt and just go forward because it's just a waste of fucking time. It just seems like court likes wasting people's time when it's just like logical that these people have no argument, they have no appealable issues, and they should just pay the fucking money and move on with their lives.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like that's what it feels like. But it seems like the court like lives for dragging things out to be stupidly long. You know what I mean?
Yep. And and a lot of times in Superior Court, they want these appeals to go through so that these guys don't have that excuse at the end. So they can't be like, oh, well,
Well, if they want to pay for it, if they want to pay for it, you know what I mean? Like that's what I feel like a lot of times the courts have forgotten about the average person who doesn't make like fucking thousands of dollars a day just simply to pay for lawyers. It's just a very unfortunate situation that courts are more concerned with like looking neutral or the rights of murderers or stuff like that than actually doing the right thing. And it just seems like that's how you see it with these types of situations. You got your case, which honestly should have been in the damages phases by now. You should have gotten something to get back your money because of all this bullshit that you put through and all this stress. And then these guys just play games and they're just not even following the damn rules. And the court system's so ass backwards, they don't even want to say anything and say, hey, we need to, stop this ass backwards behavior. It just seems like if you break the rules, they just don't care. They don't care.
Well, that's why we brought it to their attention because we weren't going to, because quite frankly, my attorney wants us to go through because he knows they'll never win it. And this way they can't pull any games like, or whatever it may be. But they're playing fucking games. They had a deadline of 26 days ago. And they've ignored that. They fucking ignored it, just like they ignored everything up until the judge filed the slap hearing. Then all of a sudden, and the judge even states that no responses from the plaintiffs to this date. And then, so that's all documented throughout all of this. And I'm sure the Superior Court will say it. I have no doubt that they'll say it. But what I want people to really see at the end of all of this is how much Joseph Lasniak allows these guys to abuse his license. And Bruce Castor. I want the little corruption of scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. We have the power to put you in the Me Too movement. We have the power to take you out. I want all of that unfolded.
Well, I mean, you brought up a good point. I think it was actually, I think Jay brought up that you have these guys who are in the office after hours, the law office after hours, where there's other people's, private information. You have people's files that have social security numbers, dates of birth, mother's maiden names, credit card information. You have a lot of information that's available to these guys who honestly are just very, very sketchy individuals. Let's just say that much to save,
And there is how you can call local news organizations to look into like fraud taking place and all.
Mm-hmm.
You might have to do one of those.
I just think it's like a lot of ridiculousness. It's like the same thing with Queen's case. It's bullshit that they pull. Like she breaks every single goddamn rule, and the court's like, "Oh, we'll give her a little more time." Right. I was like, "Fuck off, lady." But it's interesting that she tried to go to Pennsylvania and they caught the guy. So I guess she'll have to waddle back to Florida. She did the same thing with. Yeah, she did the same thing with the Sebastian Rogers case. She's like, I'm going there or I'm going broke. And it's the same thing. Whenever she's running out of money and views, she tries to run to a state to cause problems. And she probably thought she was going to go to that state and knock on the door of that guy and confront him and have like a trending moment. And guess what? The cops were fast and knew. But yeah, it's interesting. Did you see Betty basically state like, I had nothing to do with that? First, she's like bragging about the injunction, and then like now she's like, that's not between me. That's between BJ and those people, not me. It's like, yeah, ma'am.
Does she not realize her name's on it?
Yeah, she does not. Well, she was bragging about it. Yeah, she was bragging that she was on that. She was like literally bragging about that. And
I do think, though, when it came to the appeal, I don't think any of these plaintiffs wanted to go through with the appeal. I think Nick gave them no choice.
Yeah, I don't think they have any control over what Mr. Joseph Lasniak is doing or Nick.
Right.
I think.
Well, they signed NDAs with them, giving them power over court proceedings.
Well, NDAs don't necessarily do that.
I know, but that's what theirs said. That's literally what it said, and they signed it. So, in their stupid minds, they probably think they're stuck to those contracts.
I mean, if I was in their position, I'm going to give them helpful advice. Maybe they should get lawyers, their own lawyers, to basically try to see if they can get out of, or maybe just fucking think of suing Joseph Wozniak for being incompetent counsel or something. I don't know.
I think we've been screaming that since back in October, but these people are so arrogant and prideful that they'll take down themselves.
Yeah, they're not very smart, and they think they're just going to ignore it and it'll eventually go away. No, what's going to happen is that you're going to get hit. When that judge hears that, they're going to, I'm pretty confident that she's going to hit with triple damages.
Well, not only that, but they all think that it's going to be as simple as, oh, I'll just file bankruptcy. Like, they think that's the answer.
Doesn't work that way.
Which is even funnier. And it's funny that they keep saying it publicly because we love that.
It doesn't work that way. And guess what? It's just, then you can just decide who to go after.
Right. You know why BJ acts like she's going to get in trouble talking about this case? Because they've told her to shut the fuck up because she put a pretty bow on our punitive damages. That's why Britney thinks she's going to get in trouble. Well, not with the courts, but with her so-called legal people, Nick, Hung, all of them.
Well, it's because she has loose lips. Loose lips sink ships. She's basically keeps on talking and then proceeds to kind of screw herself over. And
the way she stated, well, all Granny had to do was just shut up. Yeah, I'm going to play that for the judge, Your Honor. Exactly what you claimed it to be is exactly what she's stating it was. All I had to do was shut up. This was all an attempt to take my freedom of speech, hence the slap. Idiot. She's so stupid.
Well, look at who she hangs around. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, she's decides, she's killing her channel. She's killing herself in this whole, channel-wise with inviting every single one of these reject losers.
Yeah, all the real lifers.
Yeah, that are just slowly chipping away her channel. And she doesn't want to realize that she's digging. She's like, I'll start over with 20 people. Well, okay, hope, see how that works out for you. I can tell you, that's a pretty tough situation to start over with. And if you just have 20 people, guess what? You're not going to be able to buy Craig fucking food out with 20 people. 20 people are not going to support you.
Well, maybe she'll have to get, maybe he'll have to get employment or something. But yeah, just pay 500, magic number. You're right. You're right.
Well, it's the same number Betty said to Crude AF, which I found interesting. 500. I think that was basically them just like playing games with with the whole BHB fucking with Crude AF for no reason. And and it's biting her. But yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate that the court systems don't act faster and they don't just do this, because I feel like the court systems, criminal and civil wise, have just lost the point of like serving the common man, because it just becomes how much money you can throw at something, or how much you're willing to just be pro se litigant and waste people's time,
Right. Well, they're so worried about making sure everybody has a fair shot that they're even giving fair shots to people who have no good intent with the court filing to begin with.
Yeah.
It's abusing the courts.
It is an abuse of the courts, and it's just unfortunate that like you're sitting here and you're like, okay, so I got to wait for an appeal, and then while you're waiting for an appeal, they're not even properly filing for that, and then they file a separate document to recuse the judge.
They didn't file that. That's just what Britney and Craig said they were going to do, but they haven't actually filed it.
Okay, so they're being told this.
Right. This is obviously what they're being told, or Britney's just telling Craig, but that's one of the avenues they're going to try to take, because they know they're going to lose this appeal. They likely have no intent on filing the appellate court's rules. So it's going to be shot back down to the lower court. And that's where they're going to try to play their games again with the whole recusal, tie up the course with a, recusal form and all of that. But they have no legitimate basis for any of it. All they're doing is accumulating our punitive and our attorney fees. That's it.
Which is like a really shitty thing to do to someone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, if they would have just simply, even if they lost the anti-slap, if they would have just, probably they would not have been hit with punitive damages. The judge probably would have been like, okay, you just pay their attorney's fees.
Over with. Right.
Yeah. Here's your attorney's fees. okay, you can fuck off now, Nick, and all of you. Here's your money back from your court fees. You can figure out how you're going to get it from one of these idiots, and then just move on. Now, Brittany thinks that she's going to be able to, because you said that you're going to civilly sue her, like, in her
Countersue, yeah.
Now, can you you could do it in your own state, right? You're not going to have to do it in her state, right?
My state. She signed jurisdiction to my state.
Okay, good.
Yep.
All right. Oh my God, that's bad for her.
Yep. Bad for her. Sure is.
That was the one thing I was just like iffy about, because I was sitting there. I was like, okay, well, then you would have to about that. But yeah, that's going to be bad for her, because now and then she's like, I'm going to bring up things about 3 years ago. It's like, that's
not going to matter. First off, she doesn't understand with law.
Yeah.
There's a deadline on things. Like even her statement where I said she's a fat, wasteful piece of shit. When she tried presenting that as a defamatory statement,
that's an opinion.
Right. But the judge already said it's subjective opinion. But when she tried to present that already, the timeline for that defamation claim has surpassed.
Yeah, like they don't quite understand. I think depending on the state, it's like a year for what's said, and some states it's 2 years for like something written or something.
Yeah. What Britney thinks is going to happen is it's going to be like a tit for tat. She's almost looking at it like it's going to be a protective order that's filed. It's not. It's not at all. It's going to be based off this litigation, and it's going to go through because of the frivolousness of this litigation, the malicious intent behind it, and Joseph Lasniak and Bruce Castor will be named in it.
Yeah, and she doesn't quite understand that Mr. Joseph Lasniak's not going to represent her in a civil suit.
He can't represent shit. He listed himself as a fucking plaintiff. You tell me a competent attorney that lists himself as a plaintiff Lasniak.
And I always laugh when, because you had Betty making fun of Queen raising money, and then now you have like fucking BJ making fun of Queen, like say, oh, Queen needed all this money. It's like, well, you're going to find out pretty soon, BJ.
Yep. And that's what I told everybody. When the tides are reversed, when my official Uno reversed card is slapped down on the table, you all remember how fucking brilliant this bitch felt sitting there telling everybody it was free and sitting over in the comfort of knowing she doesn't have to stress about it. She doesn't have to financially pay for it. She gets to sit back and get a measly little update from Nick every now and then. That's it. That's all. It wasn't affecting her real life. It didn't have an impact on anything to do with her. It was a free fucking ride.
Yeah, now she's going to find out very soon that it was not free. It's a bad situation, and it's going to get a whole lot worse, in my opinion. She's going to
understand the actual definition of defamation per se, incitement of hate. She's going to learn the actual legal definition between all these words that she tries to throw around willy-nilly. She's going to find out exactly what they fucking mean.
But don't worry. You know what's going to save her channel?
What?
Brian Kohlberger. She's going to cover that case. It's going to save her channel. It's going to make a bunch of money.
You know what would really save her channel? If she logged off for a week or two and got herself the fuck together. That's the only thing that would save her channel.
Well, yeah, like you have people left and right who have been tossing her tons of money, leaving. I mean, I've seen like Muscles and Mascaras kind of skedaddle. It looks like she's skedaddling away. Yep.
She gone.
She's like, because it sounded like she felt like she was unappreciated by, number one, I think she was the one that advised against the injunction.
Yep.
And she also was like, gave money and just felt really she didn't give like she gave money to this person, and Britney J just didn't give a fuck.
She never has. She's never appreciated anything. It's always expected, never appreciated.
Yeah, and it's like
Sarah's suspicion's now gone, and Sarah's suspicion was somebody who was with her for a while and tried to get Britney to like move on and do things differently. All the good people have left her, and now she's left with a bunch of trolls who are only there because they hate the people that hate Britney, and that wasn't good for her channel.
Don't worry, Jones and the Deets and those people and Daniel will hang out with her. Those people will be
for a little bit, right? Until
they'll be fantastic over there. Maybe they'll help her pull FOIAs. They're so good at it. They've learned how to pull FOIAs like pros. But anyway.
But then Britney cries that people are FOIAing her house, which first off, people have a right to. You have a right to a FOIA, especially when Britney's blaming all of us for all the police action she's had at her house. People have a right to clear their names. I have a right to request a FOIA on who brought the police to her house because she blamed me. She blamed Jay. She blamed Queen. She blamed Chloe. She blamed all of us.
Yeah. And it's like all these people, and like even Yvette's like dodging out, and it's like, like the shit's hit the fan. And that person was gassing you up, like, oh, that injunction's going to be great. We're going to get
Right.
them all. Okay.
Yvette's going to the courthouse impersonating Britney to start the process for a protective order. But Britney never followed through because Britney don't have shit to get a protective order against me or anybody. The only thing that needs protection is Britney from herself.
Isn't it?
I've never seen such self-destruction in my life.
She'll never. Yeah, and the funny thing is, it's like now she's like bringing Craig on, and I'm like, bro, what are you doing?
Because she can't do a panel alone. She's gotten so desperate that she now brings on the man that she has to mute and talk over every 2 minutes because she can't run a stream alone.
Yeah, like you bring in that is actually the worst panel person I've ever seen. Like she would be probably better off. Like I don't know anyone on this platform would probably be superior, with the exception of Lemon.
You know what cracks me up about Craig, though, to be honest, is that he does kind of sell her out a lot. Like when she was like, I'm on 30 milligrams of methadone, he's like, you are. Or like when he says to her, like, why are you bothering with this? Like, move on. Like he at least keeps it.
I mean, she really should take his advice.
I couldn't agree more.
Like, move the fuck on. Like, but the thing is, she doesn't want to move on because she likes the drama.
She loves it. She likes the woe is me.
See, the difference between her and Craig is that she's tried to put on this like innocent Christian persona. He's never tried to be fake. Like he's just in the background, like he is who he is.
Right.
And she's desperately trying to keep this facade going with him in the background, and it's just failing miserably.
Just like when he told her the other day to go on Kick and say how she really feels. And she's like, well, you still have to have a little bit of, morals over there. Like, because he knows she's moralist. He knows that she's put on this facade of being this sweet, innocent person.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, just tell the truth, Brittany. We hate fucking Muslims. We hate Jewish people.
Right.
We believe in the perfect white people. Just fucking be who you are. Let it out.
He was unleashed last night.
He was unleashed.
Ooh, she was in the mic like this. Like she was deep breathing. She was stressed out. He would not shut the fuck up.
What was he saying?
Just nonstop talking. Just chiming in the background about his rants,
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a very stupid person. And it's interesting that they allow these idiots on her panel. It's like you're destroying your fucking platform.
Well, have you noticed that he does this thing like, oh, I want these glasses, like tell your people about them, or like he expects Britney's audience to pay for things. He has learned, and if he as an adult has learned that, what do you think the impressionable children have learned? Just being honest here.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I mean, you can tell she's so disinterested in what he has to say. He's like a fucking out of control teenager who doesn't know to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Like, be an adult, stay on topic.
Yeah. Yeah, that was interesting. That was very interesting that he called the subs hags at one point.
Yeah, all these hags. The men are watching the women in the hot tub on. Yeah, because that's what Craig's watching. Yeah, that's what Craig's over there watching.
I can assure you, I am not watching that. I am not watching. I don't even watch Twitch, to be honest with you.
Right? Who fucking does? You know what? To be honest, teenagers and young adults watch Twitch and watch those type of things. We all know what Craig's watching.
I watch, like, if I get time, I'll listen to Crime Talks because he does like the segments. I watch, obviously EJ, obviously.
Right, you watch educational things. He acts like a teenager, and I mean, look at his channel. He's posting all these like sexual memes and shit, like a teenager, and like a man who doesn't get much attention from his woman. I don't know.
Yeah, because I have an interest in the true crime sphere, so I like to keep abreast of all the stuff. I also keep in tabs of other litigation that's going on and separate cases, just to keep an eye on what's going on, especially with the Ethan Klein case, because that has to do with a lot of fair use and live reactions.
Oh yeah, I was watching all of that too.
Yeah, because it was the funniest thing was the pothead. Probably if we should have stayed with the pothead defense, she probably would have had the best defense actually. But the pothead defense, I was so blazed, I had no idea I was breaking fair use.
Right.
And she would have only paid $200. That would have been it. That's the pothead defense. I think like if you knowingly steal someone's content and you knowingly did it for malicious intent, I think you pay way more, like up to $150,000, way more.
Well, to be honest, so many people could even get Britney for that. The amount of time she just falls asleep playing somebody's stream or listening while she's playing somebody's stream, and all of that. And listen, if Britney's own partner that she claims to love and adore and has been so close to is even telling her to leave drama and she's not listening, why do her subs keep trying? That's why they're starting to walk away again. They're tired of this vertex of woe is me that she has going on. Either you want this or you don't. And there's nothing wrong with Britney admitting, like, you know what, guys, I like doing the drama because it's easy content. It fucking sells, and people support drama more than they do true crime. She just say it, people would understand it. Instead, she acts like she wants nothing to do with it. She acts like she wants to move along, but she does it because she fucking loves it. And that's why Lynn made brilliant videos. Hey, Lynn.
nice transition there. Nice segue.
Nice insert there. Insert.
You are right. That was an amusing update. Oh my God.
Isn't it?
I'm talking about, I'm sorry. So I had to go catch up because I woke up about, 45 minutes ago. So I had to go catch up and see the update. So I've missed the last 45 minutes of your stream. But these guys can't get anything fucking right, you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never, ever, ever seen more incompetent litigants in my fucking life. I hate to compare them to like a serial killer, but Lori Vallow was more competent. I'm serious.
That's the truth.
She was more competent she was absolutely psycho in her self-representation, but she was more competent. You know what I mean? Like, this is absolutely unbelievable. And you guys were just talking about Craig. I was listening last night because I've had this like really weird sleep set schedule. So like I fell asleep and then I woke up and I like turned on Jay and she was playing them. And they're at one point, Craig's like, yeah, I used to look for those weak women. I used to look for them.
He said that?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. That's right.
What?
He's like,
Yep, use them up. Don't call them ever again.
yep. That's what
Oh, again, this is a man who has kids, who's been with a woman for over 15 years, supposedly, yet he constantly says things like he's a bachelor, which is why I said to Britney, Brody Gal, he's talking about free living. Not only does Britney have a free house, but they have a free rental, and I'd like to know what's going on in that rental. So he looks for weak women. No wonder Britney says he loves me for my memory. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. Remember that time?
He said he used to be that guy, but he's really not that old. I mean, anyway,
right.
He used to.
When was he that guy? When he was 15?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Think about it. He's been with this woman.
Still back in that like mind frame. It's weird.
They're stuck at teenagers. I
can't even remember what those days were like anymore. You know what I mean?
I used to be that man that looked for weak women. And didn't Britney cry that she was a victim? Oh, let me just stop. Wow.
Yeah. And then she would start to play, the stream where Queen's stream with her old friends on it. And every time she would go to play it, he'd be like, this is boring, man.
Oh my God. This is boring. Fuck this shit.
Dude, when he does that, I die. I die.
That's what I mean. Like, he says what many people are thinking. Like, you're a snooze fest. Move on. Get over it. Pay attention to those who do support you and fucking gather yourself together.
Get up. He'll be in the background. Get up. Go for a walk.
Right. Go touch grass.
Quit sleeping all day.
He sells her out. Gym couples have better sex.
Oh my God. He's the ultimate troll.
I mean, honest to God, I run into men like Craig all the time at the gym. I do.
Oh, shit.
I'm sure.
That was another weird thing he said. I don't know what he meant by this, but he goes, you're just all immature little girls who never grow up along with their bodies.
What? Along with bodies?
Yeah, he said that. I don't know.
You're just immature little girls who never grow up along with your bodies?
Ew.
Maybe he meant like your bodies grow up, but not your mind, and he just said it wrong. And he said it directly to Britney.
They are pretty stupid, so
I think he says things. I think he says a lot of things like he just doesn't. He
has no filter.
Yeah, and I think he doesn't. understand how things sound sometimes. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Well, they're socially awkward if you think about it, right? Like they're outcasts, they're shut-ins, they're end of the world preppers. They spend their time on the internet arguing about, all these religious fucking weird beliefs they have, and he doesn't know. You're right. I don't know. Maybe it's just who he the fuck. Remember when he made the comment, Jay, about he can detach from his family or something?
Yep.
Yeah.
If you left me and moved on, he said, and had a new man, I'd have to accept the fact that my kids, that I'm not going to be a part of my kid's life anymore.
Well,
that's what he said.
The one thing he will want is at least the PlayStation account.
Exactly.
So he can keep his games. That will be part of the settlement agreement. Can I get the Hales and the PlayStation account and the game system? Okay.
And you can keep the fly trips. You know what though? That reminded me of when he said, what was I just? Just like he blurted out that they didn't profit off Summer Wells. She didn't bring them much.
Right.
They didn't cover it because she didn't bring them much. They never made much money off Summer Wells.
Yeah, because
it wasn't profitable.
Yeah, it wasn't profitable.
Mm-hmm.
But the facts are, it's like she jumps on the cases that are trending. She's like kind of like Betty, where they wait for the case to trend before, and that's like not a really smart way to do true crime. It works sometimes, but most of the times you need to be there early on.
Well, she does that on purpose, B10, because if others aren't on it first, then whose content is she going to play?
Yeah, like you have to be because you're on early on, you get the audience retention early on. You kind of have to be there first. That's why it works to a good idea to cover a lot of cases, and sometimes no one cares, and sometimes a lot of people care.
She shouldn't cover any case though. You know why? Because she never truly cares, and it radiates out of her. She's over there covering she's over there covering the Idaho 4, yet she's in the background listening to Queen.
Yeah, I mean, and that case is like pretty interesting to me, like the Idaho 4 case.
Oh, yeah, it's very interesting. I recommend everybody listens to Jay covering it. She's covered it for years and stayed on top of it and actually knows the case inside out, unlike Britney.
I'm going to be like one of the conspiracy people. Kohlberger's innocent. It's the cartel. It's the cartel, man.
Oh, she pissed me off, man, because she was live, right? She covered this before because we all saw Dark Horse on her panel, right?
Right, yep.
And she's like, she's playing this video of Vinnie Politan, and then she pops up and she's like, y'all, do y'all remember what rug he was on? Was it Coca-Cola?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
What rug he was on? It's like, no, it was not Coca-Cola.
Not only that, but like, are we fucking, if you're going to talk about such a heavy topic, give it the words it deserves. What kind of drugs was he on? Was he on coke?
You're covering true crime. You're not in preschool class.
I noticed, I was talking to another content creator. She says she doesn't really get dinged for saying murder or anything like that.
No, you don't.
You get dinged. You get dinged for curse words. That's when you get really dinged for, when you see a lot of F-bombs and stuff like that.
Right. So say like in the first 7 minutes of your video, like
to not have any
to
curse
not
words.
say because like at the 8-minute mark, that's when your videos start getting more ads.
Right.
Like any video 8 minutes or less is automatic. Just you have no control. You have control over 8 minutes or more. So they're not going to necessarily monetize you in that first 8 minutes if you're sitting there cussing like a sailor. But after that, you're good.
She's
you can say murder and all that. I mean, you're talking about a case. You're not saying you want to do that to someone.
And she's like, the defense is trying to claim that there are 2 separate stab wounds. You can get a medical examiner in a defendant case to say that anything is possible.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's their job.
That's basically their job. I could probably get a medical examiner to say anything if I paid them like a whole bunch of money. It's like,
God, they're so stupid.
That's the difference between people that actually follow like trials and actually understands the whole dynamics of it's the battle of the experts. Basically, both sides are being paid off big money, and whoever's more credible wins. That's pretty much it. Both sides, the prosecution and the defense. It's like, oh yeah, we're going to pay off this expert a lot of money to say what we think happened.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that's pretty much it. And that's both sides.
She doesn't understand the basics of law, let alone the details of. She's another one that will cover everything except for the court proceeding. You know what I mean? Because that's the boring stuff.
Yeah, well, that's the interesting stuff because you're sitting here and they have like a 3-month trial, which you're going to have to deal with a lot of secret information that's going to come out because the Koberger judge actually did the correct thing, which was a gag order, and also proceeded to, not just make it a media circus. And now we're going to find out a lot of things. So we'll see. But she
It's
doesn't
going to be an
care.
interesting one, though. That's for sure.
Yeah,
she doesn't care. She just thinks it's a trending topic that she can cover. That's it. She doesn't care.
No,
Yeah.
if she cared, she wouldn't have been sitting there watching Queen Bee while Steve Godsalves was talking. No way.
Yeah.
Right.
There's just no way.
And the weird thing, it's like she's watching this. Like I watched that live with Queen with those Nana and stuff. They were not talking about her. At least that's what I didn't catch.
Dude,
they weren't.
They weren't. They were literally just shooting the shit, and it was like she just played it in its entirety, waiting for something to be said about her.
Right,
Yeah,
so she can
It was the most
fucking
pathetic
victim.
thing. It was like listening to like a regular, just people shit talk, like just shooting
Right,
the
it's
shit.
like listening to Dr. Phil and being like, "Oh, that's about me." Like, no,
It was
nothing's
so
about
weird,
you.
dude. I
Because
couldn't
she's
believe
a-
she sat there and played the whole thing.
Well, and then
She's
people
a
would come
narcissist.
into chat and say, let it go. They're not even talking about you. And then she would go on this rant and she would say, she would like escalate everything to a point that they weren't. She would make all these accusations of things that haven't happened, right? They looked up my kids. They attacked my kids. Her kids.
She's really spiraling.
I'm
Yeah.
so fucking had it with her using her kids in that way.
Me too.
And kids in that way in general and not showing proof of it. So
Y'all, last night, Lynn, I don't know if you saw this part where she was repeating the things that she claims Clue said about her kids.
right.
And I said, because they're listening to me. This Lucy Lagnap is listening to me and BJ at the same time and in her chat. So
you, Barbara.
Lucy's like, what's that?
I was saying thank you to Barbara. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, it's okay. I forgot what I was saying.
I gotta
Lucy's
go.
All right, B-Tim, thank you.
I'll see you. Bye.
So Lucy's watching you, but she's also watching Britney, and she's reporting back to Britney. Britney's talking about all these things Clue supposedly said about her children that Britney will never play clips up because Britney's been accusing me of 3 years for looking into her children and going after them.
So Britney's having this fit going, Clue said my kids were the P word, but she's
she
saying
did
it.
it.
She's
saying
saying
it like it's a pedo, dude. Shut the fuck up.
No, but she's saying she called my kids pussies, said they'd never amount to shit, like saying all these horrible things. And I'm like, and I said out loud, I said, I certainly hope her kid is not behind her right now,
listening to all of
these. So Lucy or somebody in her chat goes, Brittany, please tell me that your kids are in bed. Like, please tell Jay your kids are in bed. Because I think they were worried that her kids were also hearing this. And she stopped and she's like, my kids are in bed. It's 3:00 in the morning. Where do you think they would be?
What? As if they're not awake at 3 a.m. every other fucking night. Where do you think they
unheard
would be?
of.
Right.
Ugh.
I mean, not that you're putting together a weed whacker at 3 a.m. or cooking chicken at 3 a.m. or he's waking you up from nodding the fuck out at 3 a.m. Oh, okay.
Yep.
She got irate about it. She's like, they're in bed.
Yeah, like how dare you even assume anything other than that?
You know what's crazy though? There will never be a time that I'm live at a late hour that my chat would even have to fucking wonder or question if my kids could hear me.
Right.
The fact that her own chat had to get her to say, please tell us they're not listening, shows that even her chat knows that her kids are awake at that time.
Yep.
And they probably were awake.
Being the things she was saying, like if I just pictured like little kids hearing that, that's messed up.
Well, they hear everything, right?
My
She
kids
lets
would
them
be
hear
highly
everything.
like my it would probably scare my kids to hear the things that her kids hear about, like end times and just the uncertainties, man. You don't put that stuff in your kids' daily life. Like that's adult things to bear, not kids.
And then
they don't need to know about that shit.
Then they have like no outdoor
release.
Release from it all. Like, well, we're gonna go to the park or they don't have any of that.
No.
And matter of fact, that Just Saying channel made a community post the other day, and they're so right about it. Brittany's doing this thing where she's like, oh, when CPS came, now my kids are traumatized when there's a knock at the door. First off, how many knocks at the door are you getting when you have a fucking gate that says no trespassing? Secondly, they were so traumatized that you went live that night, didn't say a word about it. Then you went live to talk about it right in front of them, and you continue to bring it up in front of them. If they were actually traumatized, a mom would have spent a few days offline consoling them, comforting them, explaining things to them. They're not fucking traumatized. You're a liar. Traumatized kids don't get on the internet and say, shut up, haters.
Agreed.
She always amplifies everything, and she uses them to do it. It's so fucking sad.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. It's so sad.
Yeah. And she doesn't, she just gives no acknowledgement to the role she's played,
Nope.
No, she
None.
doubles, triples, quadruples down. It's the most crazy thing I've ever seen.
It's everybody else's fault that somebody called CPS on her. It's everybody else's fault that her kids are hurt on her live streams. It's everybody else's fault that her kids are supposedly traumatized.
Mm-hmm.
And why don't you log the fuck off and get them fucking therapy, bitch?
Oh, and she kept saying last night, this is just too much, y'all. This is just too much. You know
Then
what? When
log
it's
off.
too much, you need to log off.
Right. Then log off.
God,
Or
I
here,
can't
better
stand
yet, if it's too much, stop seeking it out. Stop listening to Queen while you're doing a live stream. Stop typing my name into the search engine. Stop listening to Jay. Get rid of the chatters that are coming back and forth. Fucking be an adult.
Well, according to her, she said at least 4 or 5 times that I heard last night, this is it. No more drama.
Oh, she's been saying that for fucking years.
I know.
I'm not even gonna talk about who anymore. Going forward, no more drama. We're done. The next day, granny.
And it's always everybody else's fault that she didn't stick to her promise because they did such a terrible thing to her that they actually
I can't follow through.
It's everybody else's fault
y'all.
that she relapsed back into the drama because I think she's totally addicted to it.
Well,
these people, y'all.
It's addictive behavior. I mean, look, if people could just step back and take a look, it is absolutely addictive behavior. It's not it's like the first step in 12 steps is we admitted our lives were unmanageable, and I forget the exact wording.
We are powerless,
and
we gave
powerless.
it up.
Yes. We admitted we were powerless and our lives had become unmanageable. Boom. That's what it is. And when you sit back and you go, okay, I'm powerless. Yes, I am powerless. There is a higher power. And my life has become unmanageable. When you admit your life has become unmanageable, you've made a major step there. And that it's not your fault that entirely your fault that life has become unmanageable, but you have to see your role in it, and it's that you've become addicted to something.
That's step number 4, a moral inventory of yourself. You have to admit your moral inventory. She can never do that. Amma, thank you so much. And then step 5, after you take your own moral inventory, is to admit the wrongs you've done to others.
Yeah.
She'll never, she just, it's totally aggravating because, we've been here for years. It's been the same song and dance. Player in 21 all the way up to 25. It's the same thing. They're attacking my kids. Y'all, they're so horrible. Honest to God, you don't even know me. If God himself asked, you couldn't tell me what I've done to these people. She will never accept. She's on a public fucking stage and she's up for public discussion. We don't need to know you to know what we see from you. It tells us enough. Right, exactly. What have I done? Can one person tell me what I've done? I've done nothing but try to be nice to these people. Blah, 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 blah. And her pathetic little call out to Julie the other day. I like to find some common ground. We all bleed the same. We're all made in God's image. Stop using God in your fucking manipulation, bitch. Thank you, Cash. Thank you, Amma. Thank you, Cash.
Oh, and
is anybody else tired of the fucking religious manipulation?
Yes.
And I love that Sinner did nothing wrong the other night. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, right. Of course he did it because she likes those type of misogynistic bigots. Of course he did it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cash.
Sick.
Thank you. Oh,
Yeah.
please, Julie, can we just find some middle ground? I don't want to fight with you. But when Britney felt she was in the powerful seat where she could make a mockery out of Julie because Julie didn't want her or her kids exploited in a ridiculous Rico that was riding off the back of a missing child, that's when Britney felt all tough to call Julie out and be like, well, why do you care, Julie? Why do you even care? And now that Julie is in a position of one-upping Britney, now is, I don't even want to fight with you. Fuck you.
Mhm.
Fuck you.
She's trying to save her channel because Julie said straight up she's not going to report. She's going straight to YouTube legal when she's got all the stuff together. And Brittany's like, y'all, she's reporting me to some Jewish organization. Yeah, she's scared.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'd be scared too. With everything that's going on in this world and all the fucking ignorant comments she and her panel make against Jewish people, I'd be fucking scared too.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine how scared Jewish people are. Terry Lynn was a trip calling shrimp dick over and over this morning. Who the fuck's shrimp dick?
What?
Lisa, thank you. She claims she's going to homeschool. She sleeps all day and streams all night. See, and that's another thing. She sits there and acts like people are contacting her kids' school and blah, blah, blah. I personally don't believe they've been in school. I don't see how any child can be up that throughout the night hours and then have a productive day at school. I think she's been homeschooling for a while because she got enough tardiness written from the school and she was facing trouble from it.
We all know well enough.
And I knew that
if our kids
from 2
were
years
up
ago.
like that, they'd be falling asleep in class and it would be a huge problem. The school would be on top of that shit.
I think they were, and I think they've been homeschooled for a while. I mean, what mother doesn't know that her kids don't have school the next fucking day?
Ugh.
It's a holiday, and she's calling it a in-service day or something. She has no idea. I mean, homeschooling, that's the worst thing. And why even say that publicly where you know people already think you're a piss-ass mother? Why are you telling the internet that you're now considering homeschooling?
Why would
give too
you
much
tell
of your
the
personal
internet?
business.
And why would you tell the internet, too, that you took your kids to school and there was no school that day?
Right, it's embarrassing.
Ugh.
She has no shame. Like, she thinks her dissiness is cute. She thinks her lack of being a responsible adult is fucking amusing to people. And she don't understand how those of us who live in a real world, who actually care about children and want to see the best for them, she can't understand how we can't see from her perspective. Like, she doesn't, it fucking blows my mind.
Me too.
James on Grain's begging for storm money. Kelsey? Towards Jay's hurricane fund.
Oh, yeah.
Now
BJ can say, oh my God, Jay was on Granny's begging for storm money. Yeah.
Please.
I'm being called the storm grifter.
Oh, the storm grifter.
Yeah.
That's what she called
her
friend.
chatters, actually, in this Christian channel that she runs.
Yeah.
One of her chatters actually said they were praying to God that every named storm hits Florida this year.
Oh, that's cute. Did they realize their buddy Betty lives 25 minutes from you?
I guess not.
Or the thousands and millions of other people who live in Florida, they don't matter. But we're the hate channels, y'all. We're the hate channels.
Horrible.
She kept playing that stupid song about you, James.
Oh, I know. Horrible, man.
But y'all, she just wants it to stop. She's being suicide trolled. She just wants everybody to leave her alone as she plays those songs and allows comments like that.
You're going to push someone over the edge. I guess she's the only one that could be possibly pushed over an edge, right? No one else.
Somebody made a troll account on that the girl who I forget her name, Kelsey, that makes the songs. And of course, it's everybody over. It's your fault, right? It's your fault. It's Granny's fault that a troll account that it's like a threatening type of troll account. Of course, one of you made that, right?
Oh my God!
Everybody's, it was one of you or Clue or somebody. It can't just be that some other rando person doesn't like what's going on and did it themselves. It's right. It was not an okay troll account. I mean, I wouldn't. I
don't think the troll account about my daughter with a gun to her head was an okay troll account either. But Britney allowed it.
Right. So, anyway, but she kept playing that song over and over. And then people were coming into the chat going, I can't take this song anymore. It's a bad. I'll be back when you stop. You know, when you stop having Craig in the background and playing these songs.
Well, at
And
one
what is
point,
she claiming? They're all trolls that make those comments, and some of them were like, Brittany, I've been a member here for fucking months, and she's like, oh, troll, block them, mods, block them.
Yeah.
Look what Lee Michelle said. She said they met her at the car, told her they're falling asleep in class, and it was Teacher's Day. She only took the kids to school. The office asked her if she was okay. Her words.
oh,
Yeah.
And she
God.
wonders why people judge.
Right. That's not red flags.
Right. Right. How can another
F you,
occasion
BJ.
not be so confusing? I don't
Well,
I don't
I had a
understand.
conversation yesterday with a couple of her ex mods. PJ's Second Chance and Alma came up yesterday.
Sweet
And
ladies.
I didn't realize that these women, I can't remember what I was going to say. Damn it. I keep reading chat.
You didn't
Doing
realize
that.
and PJ Second Chance went through so much. Look, again with the 50, just because BJ doesn't care to whom I give my money. That's right, Amma. Thank
Alma,
you.
that's so nice.
And I will gladly accept and appreciate that. Thank you. My opinion, she asked for the cops to be called for a wellness call and is still asking with the way she talks. I don't think it's right. It happened. This is my biggest thing with it. You don't get to cry that you are victim and you just want it to stop, but actively seek it out. Yeah, I have never at any of my times where I felt the internet was getting too much, have I ever gone and sought it out. A matter of fact, I was on the phone with Barbecue and told her to stop doing it. It took me a while to learn it, but I told everybody around me, don't email me it. Don't tell me about it. If I can't see it, it can't hurt me. I'm going to go on with what I'm doing and not let these people hold me down. I don't seek it out. I'm not listening to it. I'm not playing it and reacting to it. I want nothing to do with it. That's the difference. You can't say you want it to stop and then play these ridiculous AI songs or go seek out who's saying what about you and use it as content that day. And the sooner her subs realize that she loves the misery she finds herself in, the better off they'll be. And that's likely why they leave.
Yep. It was amazing in the worst way how she started that stream the other night about Koberger and so easily got off track by one chat comment.
Mm-hmm.
But she never sees the comments that are talking about my kids, that are talking about clues. She never sees those comments, but she sees that one negative one. And not only that, but who the fuck goes and empties, excuse my language, I'm working on it. Who the hell goes and empties their block list weekly to allow those negative commenters to come back?
Yeah.
Well, and that's the
Somebody
thing. I
who
don't even know
wasn't.
why she has mods, because last night they deleted the bad comments and she would pin them anyways, even though they were deleted from the main chat.
Exactly. She does.
And then
that
you
all
got
the
Craig in
time.
the background going, yeah, people on your panel, you need to start over. Them people, they couldn't even hold a conversation while you
He
went to
said
the
that?
bathroom. Yeah.
Shut up.
In reality,
Oh my
was
God.
on panel, and reality goes, well, I tried to talk while she went to the bathroom.
Oh
It's like, no,
my
you didn't. You
God.
sat there quiet, and he's calling you out right in front of your face.
Yep.
And she'll sit there and take that. And instead of saying, listen, I'm not paid to be up on this panel for her to make fucking money and cry, woe is me. I don't have to hold shit down when she goes to the bathroom. Why don't you come and do so since you're reaping the benefits of it? Instead, she goes, I tried. Why don't these people realize you're not appreciated by her? And
Yeah,
the only
then he
reason
goes-
Craig knows to say that is because Britney fucking does.
Uh-huh. And he goes, and oh, come on. He goes, moderators, what do you think you are? It's nothing. It's
Oh.
nothing. It means nothing. You think it's something great. It's not. You mean nothing. And Brittany goes, yep.
Oh, wow. Yup. Did she?
Yeah,
I'll
she
tell
was
you
like
right
all
now,
like
my
half
mods-
asleep. She was like, yep.
Yeah.
Remember that, mods, next time Brittany goes into some mod chat and seeks out gas money, remember that. You're all nothing. My mods are my fucking friends. They're like the most trusted people I have on the internet. But her mods are nothing to her. That's why she loses over 150 plus of them and acts like it's no big deal. They are nothing to her. Old hags.
Yeah. They couldn't even carry on a conversation while you went to the bathroom.
How do you
Come
take
on,
that?
you're useless.
How do you take that from him, Reality?
Just do
How do
things
you
on
accept
your
that?
own. Yeah.
The
I mean,
amount of
literally.
times Reality sat up there and consoled Britney or covered for the fact that she was snoozing away or defended Britney, and he says that she's nothing and can't even hold a conversation. I mean, he ain't lying, but you're going to accept that and you'll be back up there the next time? You guys, whether I like you or not, you deserve better. I don't know how these people don't see they're so undervalued and not appreciated. All you are is a quick ego boost to an insecure bitch, to a covert
Yep.
narcissist.
Yep. And then she
will
comes back
never
to the
respect
mic and
you.
she goes, y'all, he's not talking about you guys. It just
Yeah.
doesn't come out right. He's talking about the haters, y'all,
Oh,
not
I'm
you.
sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. Because it's the haters mods that can't mod rights, the haters panel guests that can't talk. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, this was actually another amazingly horrible thing. She didn't even know about, she went live and she's so hyper fixated on this, her mods being on queens and on Jays and stuff.
Yeah, she's worried of the truth getting out there.
Right. And then, but I don't know if she went live right after this major thing happened in Idaho. I don't know if you saw it, but it had just happened. It was all over the internet where these firefighters got lured into and ambushed and killed. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And
two
so
firemen died.
Yeah. So Craig brings that up and she had no idea. He's like, yeah, 2 firefighters got ambushed. And then there was another thing that happened. And he's like, you don't know. Bigger things are happening in the world, man. This shit is so small right here.
But that's what I've been saying, though. That's the God's honest truth, and she needs to hear it. I've been saying the same thing. She amplifies all these things and compares them to the real world happenings when there are bigger, more serious things going on, and she waters down these terms.
Yeah, that's why she says they're waging war. And,
right, they're waging war, they're coercing, they're conspiring, they're inciting
it's
hate.
A collusion.
A collusion, as defamation, as I mean, it's like, dude, you have no fucking idea what any of that truly means. And it's insulting that you use your self-perpetrated drama, woe is me, and amplify it to that extent, to the point where you have an actual victim on the thumbnail and the title, and you still think your self-made drama is more prevalent than what they are experiencing?
Yeah.
Because she's a narcissist, in my opinion, and has zero empathy or worldly ideas. She doesn't.
Yeah.
It's fucking pathetic.
And
I got a special guest.
Even another.
No, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And even though, he most of the time, Craig, his worldview is pretty skewed. He does give her good advice about her channel. He's like, get off of this.
Move on.
Dude, he really does. I was saying last night, I was screaming. I'm like, listen to him, Brittany. Like, he's actually giving you valid advice here.
But that's what I'm saying. If Brittany won't listen to him, and she didn't listen to any of the mods who support her and held her down and financially and emotionally supported her, what makes them think that she's going to listen to these random chatters? Or better yet, at what point do they accept that Brittany knows what she's doing and she wants what she's doing?
Yeah.
He was
Good morning. I just jump a little bit, just for a few minutes. I wanted to give a direct response to Craig about what he said yesterday, that whoever left Britney, we left because we were jealous of her. First of all, Craig, I have absolutely nothing to be jealous of your wife or girlfriend or whatever she is to you. Second, I think I have more people that accept me because I can be a grown-up adult woman that can go, and when make mistakes, I can go and try to be better and accept that I made mistakes and go and ask for apologies, not like your supposed girlfriend.
Right.
And second, I have more people that kind of like me than the people that hate me from Britney's channel. So that's what I wanted to say. I don't have anything to envy or be jealous of any of you. I actually pity you because the only reason that you kept me there, it was because the amount of money that I was throwing into your pocket. I was feeding you.
Exactly, I was gonna say that because the same way he said when they got demonetized that people are taking food out of, he said, his autistic child's mouth, is the same way you kept food in his fucking mouth so that he didn't have to get up and get a job. But you're jealous. I would love for Craig to name one thing any of us have to be jealous of Britney. Name one thing.
It's when they do that and they say things like obsessed and oh they love me or they're big fans and they, you know, it's literal gaslighting because
Exactly.
the only thing they can do to justify whatever's happening is to try to make everybody else look crazy. And you know, so they have to make you look like you're jealous, so jealous that you would, you know, that you would not like them. That's the only reason. It can't be for legitimate reasons that they are being deplorable and unlikable. You know what I mean?
It can't be for a personal reason because that would take personal accountability. And it's easier to throw out there, oh, they're jealous. Oh, they're just haters. Oh, they want to be us. Yeah, we all want to be up till 3, 4, 5, 6 a.m. Sleep all fucking day. I mean, Angela put out the proof that Brittany and Craig fight all the time. Craig keeps saying since I've come back from where, Craig? Where were you, Craig? You all let too much of your business out, but I can promise you, this sweet lady up here, Amma, and the 1,200 plus in the chat right now, there's not one singular person in here that is jealous of your unhealthy, immature, emotionally stunted, pitiful, no backbone, zero spine, manipulative, conning, emotionally draining con artist of a fucking girlfriend.
Yeah, and another thing is that, Craig, I can be a hag if you want. No worries, no problem. But at least I earn my money and I don't leave extending my hand waiting for somebody to feed me. So thank you so much for having me.
Wait,
That's what I wanted to say.
Amma, do you need $1.20 for gas right now?
If you can please, if I can send you my Venmo and I can have maybe like $555,000, I will really appreciate that.
Sign me up, girlfriend.
Thank you for having me.
It's the magic number. Don't forget that.
I have to go and make a living. Not like others. Take care.
We all adore you.
Bye,
Have a great
Alma.
day.
Bye.
Mountain Mom, welcome. That's what I'm saying. What does anybody have to be jealous of? I would love one legitimate reason that people have to be jealous. It's not her flourishing channel like they used to try to say, because even that wasn't something to be jealous of. It's not her, so healthy physique and mental awareness that she has. It's not that wonderful fucking memory of hers where she can't even realize she lied 20 minutes prior. So what is it that people are jealous of? It's not the outstanding parenting skills that she has. It's not the happily ever after life that she has with the white picket fence. Matter of fact, it's a broke down fucking half of an arm fucking gate. I don't even know why people call that a gate.
I don't know. It makes me super jealous when he says, will you get me the mustard next time that I like, the spicy mustard?
Oh, God.
And also the sugar. Can you give me sugar-free gum? Is there sugar-free gum in there? Yeah, next time you go out, get that sugar-free gum.
Are you jealous that the child took the last drink, or Craig has to call to ask which one's in the kitchen and bring him up a beer? What are we jealous of? I mean, honest to God.
I mean, I would love. I'm so jealous that I don't get called a little woman all the time. You know.
You know what, Lynn? I think I would be happier if I had a little voice behind me constantly berating me and embarrassing me to the internet. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's to be jealous of. I mean, he didn't even put a fucking ring on her finger. Honest to God. I mean, if she's that great, Craig, fucking marry the bitch. What are you waiting for?
Maybe she's one of those weak ones, that he looked for and then just dumped.
I would say anybody who comes on the internet every day crying what a victim they are of the fucking internet is pretty weak. This is his list of what she has. She's a cute girl. She has a successful channel. She has a good looking man, beautiful children. They're happy. Wow. She's a cute girl. You're not hot. You're not beautiful. You're not in shape. Successful channel that's slowly tanking. She has a good looking man. Well, narcissist. Beautiful children. 3 of which she abandoned, and they're happy, but her kids are traumatized. Okay. Wouldn't you be embarrassed to keep coming on the internet saying how traumatized your kids are by all of this, yet you keep engaging? I'd be mortified.
Yeah.
Somebody said, I'm jealous she doesn't have to buy grease to cook. She just has to squeeze the oil from her hair. Y'all, it's not oily, it's shiny. No, it doesn't.
I'd be super jealous if, my man, if I was sitting there, crying about, all the stuff that said about me. And he's like, you take shit too seriously, Britney.
And it's the truth, though. It is. It's
I
the
know.
truth.
It is true. But it's, he's not there to support her. He's like, I don't know. It's the lens through which she looks at everything is, how is this going to make me look? Right?
How is this going to make me look like a victim?
Right.
Because she doesn't have real self-awareness of how she'll look. It's just, how can I play this and dramatize it so much so that I look like this little pitiful woman that needs the internet to save them? And that can only be done through Cash App, Venmo, Super Chat, or becoming a member today.
Well, she looks at stuff and says,
what a fucking liar.
How is this going to make me look? And then she says, how can I make it myself look like a victim to it?
Right. That's the truth.
How do I spin it so that it makes me look like I'm being attacked, like I'm an innocent in all of it? Right.
Well, that's like even the other day when she claims that we photoshopped that window. And it's like, she lied about which window it was, because she said only one has a film. Then after she saw my video, she realized it's the window behind her, which means she lied. More than one have a film. I'm the only one who said it could be many different things. I'm not too sure they realize it's that, but there's a reason people see that. It's because of the behaviors you've displayed. But the minute she saw my video is the minute she wanted to move on. Prior to that, she was confident that it was Photoshopped, that her teeth never looked like that. Matter of fact, she said she looked like a Mexican boy.
Oh my God.
Why
really?
a Mexican boy? She sure did, didn't she, Jay?
Craig said that. Craig said, you look like a Hispanic man. And they both cracked up.
Oh, Jesus. She wishes.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Honestly, I mean, if I'm being honest, she kind of looked like T-Rev's sister.
Many people said that.
Oh, T-Rev's back. I saw he did a quick live yesterday. I was cracking up. He's now got another business. It's called Revy's. Wait, what was it? Revy's. Oh, come on, chat. Help me. Revy's something.
Revelations?
It has to be some gig work, right? Some gig work.
Yes. And then he put his shades on. He's like, I'm self-employed. Someone said, where are you working now? He put them shades on and he goes, I'm self-employed.
At least he's trying.
He's a trip,
at least he's
man.
Trying.
At least he's employed, even if it's by himself. You know?
Right.
At least he's not laying at home, right? He's at least out and about somewhere.
Yeah.
Revy's hybrid wheels or some shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's a Mexican boy, and then said Chomo before she muted.
I didn't catch that.
You're right. You got me. I'm jealous of the daily field trips to the drive-thru or the gas station 40-ounce sodas. Jealous of the 4 a.m. meets. I am a little jealous of the steaks. I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
yeah, I'm jealous of the steaks too, because steaks are expensive.
I know. I actually try to go to the supermarket. If you go on Wednesdays, you'll usually get like the discounted stuff. Like the meats will be like, 20-30% off because they got to sell quicker. But, that's adulthood. Not going to lie. I'm kind of jealous. My car window never imploded from the heat. What a sight that would be. Hey, you might end up on the news for that miraculous explosion. Or maybe that was God himself telling you you're a sinner. I don't know. A chomo with a mustache. Why does Craig's mind always go to chomos?
Mm-hmm.
That's getting a little uncomfortable. I've never heard a man say chomo so much in my life. It's probably burnt. It's probably, I agree, PJ second. I agree. I mean, we know she's not getting him the good mustard, so.
And then you got reality up there always like, I'm not angry.
The one time she started making animal noises. What the fuck? Reality, I'll tell you what, you're more entertaining than Britney. I'll give you that much. You should consider your own channel, Reality.
Oof.
Listen. You can't tell me that she doesn't bring some type of humor sometimes. At least she's awake.
Yeah, at least she's awake.
Yeah, no, that's I gotta give. Okay, I can agree with that.
I mean, the bar's really low over there. She's awake.
That's true.
She might sound like she's screaming into a pillow half the time, but she's awake.
Oh, that's so funny though, and Linda. I'm not angry.
Stop saying angry.
Stop saying I'm angry and I'm not unhinged.
It's so true. Oh shit.
Reality whining. I'm not unhinged.
We're not mean. We're not racist.
I like when she changes her little avatar to like quotes to represent whatever Britney's going through.
She did that last night. It was like a love letter for Brit. She's like, Brittany, read my thumb or my avatar, and it was
Brittany's
long.
like
and she's
squinting
like,
her eyes, like, ow.
yeah, she could barely get through it. What a fool!
Oh my gosh. So is she now going to ditch Reality for Craig? Because Craig and Brittany think nobody should be on panel? But yeah, Brittany can't go live alone?
No.
Yeah, her. Can you imagine Reality when she's not on panel, act like an unhinged maniac? She's on Google, saving all these quotes to her phone.
Good Lord.
like a fucking 12-year-old, like we used to when we were 14. Like, oh, I don't like him anyway. Let me looking up quotes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Once they start whining, I can't stand it. Yeah. I remember Reality coming on someone's panel not long ago, and we decided she's a troll or mentally challenged and carried on. So mean. She's just not unhinged, guys. Stop that. Reality doesn't even have a wrench. Well, that's all right. They don't appreciate their mods anyway.
It's probably better. I mean, maybe she doesn't want one. Maybe it's, maybe that's her choice.
Yeah. It's her choice.
It's my choice.
As long as she's in chair number 2, she's fine.
Wait, what? Sorry.
He said as long as she's in chair number 2, she's fine.
Well, she may not be anymore. She may be chair number 3. I'll tell you what, though. I rather, at least they admit their mods mean nothing. I can't stand channels that moderate a bunch of people just in hopes that they'll stay at their channel and it's so transparent what they're doing. I mean, we've all seen that.
Am I being summoned by Georgia Dog 11?
Where? Why isn't BJ asked for funds for a lawyer? Because her man's rich. Where's Georgia Dog 11?
He said JJ. He's trying to get my attention.
Oh, what?
Nothing. I got to check my text. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Oh, duh, just dawned on me. BJ muted Craig so many times last night. Good. She should mute herself next time, log off, and get it together, girl. Honestly, I prefer not to have a wrench, so you want me to wrench you? But seriously, I mean, have you guys seen that where like a channel just intentionally starts wrenching everybody and it's a way to like hopes that you'll come back?
It's pathetic.
Large
I think it's kind of
creator,
pathetic though that my husband just had to come find me in your chat.
She's with
I
us
don't know
today.
what's more pathetic.
Leave us alone.
Is that the same? Is that the same guy that Lana played his messages back when?
Yeah,
Probably. Probably.
Can you just hit the thumbs up on your way back out?
Because he went to Colorado with me.
Oh, he did. Okay.
He didn't go with me, but he flew out like the next day or 2 days later for the weekend. Yeah.
Like a real husband does. Now, if only we could have him in the background screaming and insulting you every now and then. We could really feel at
I could
home.
probably work that in. Oh shit.
So it was last night I woke up having I woke up to a video playing and they were screaming. I was actually having a nightmare based off what I was hearing. And honest to God, my first thought was like, I have to be honest, how these kids feel when this is what they're hearing all throughout the night. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, it does affect your sleep patterns. It affects what you're dreaming of. Like, it just
Sad.
it impacts you. Yeah.
I mean, he's got that music blaring too. Not
Yep.
that, I mean, I just can't imagine even blaring music when my kids are sleeping. It's just
Oh,
fucking
thank you,
weird.
PJ.
Well, the thing that just keeps getting to me is that that's supposed to be a true crime channel. I mean, it'd be one thing if, she was also, not trying to, you like the channel that you're operating all this under, right, Jay, is Everyday with Jay. When you're
Right.
on your other channel, you're doing straight up true crime.
Exactly.
Granny's channel is not straight up true crime. You mix it up. You're not trying to be
I'm a tabloid.
Yeah, exactly. But she's saying she's true crime, and then she hosts this absolute garbage. And
Mhm.
and then she has this new, true crime host who who doesn't know shit about true crime and actually distracts from the true crime, or then he says he's trying to get her back on the true crime but doesn't know shit about true crime, but she won't do the true crime. It's just crazy. And that's the whole filter I'm going through. And then of course I also think about the kids, but I always try to stay off of the kids because then it gives her the opportunity to say, you're talking about my kids.
Right. You're right. You're right.
Because Lana would do that to me too. I one time accidentally wrote, like I slipped and I wrote the name of her kid in the chat, and she went after me for that for a year,
Yeah.
even though I apologized for it. So like
This
I know that they use that shit, overuse it, they overplay it, and then everybody forgets what really, really happened because they will
they
take
dramatize it.
Yeah.
Well, and that's how I
what was
felt,
funny
right?
last night? Oh, sorry, Granny. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say really quick, that's how I felt reading her declarations. Like, my throat was in my stomach at the amount of time she named her kids in that. Not because, one, because I knew it was all bullshit. Two, because I couldn't believe that I was reading a mother shielding herself from with her own children and legal documents. And I was just like, I can't believe that she's putting all this on me. When in all actuality, I've probably shown more concern and genuine concern for those kids than she ever has. And I'm going back 4 years when she's on a panel yelling at me about girl code and once having a panic attack in the background. And I was the adult that said, I'm not going to sit here and do this right now with what you have going on in the background. The drama's not worth it. And I got off the fucking panel to dead the fucking conversation so she could go be a mother. So the audacity all these years later to be slapped with something like that, I was fucking baffled. And people are right. I could have absolutely drugged them through depositories, and I could have requested their medical papers, and I could have put them under a fucking microscope. But again, I'll step up and I'll be the mother she never will, and I'll protect them from that.
Exactly.
Pisses me off, man. I'm not attacking your kids. And I've been accused of that for fucking years.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jay. That was my whole tangent.
No, it's
now,
okay.
lighten the mood with whatever happened last night because
Okay, so this will make you laugh. Yeah. So she got real quiet and he's in the background with his music. You can just barely hear the music. And it's like just silent with just his beats kind of coming through. And all of a sudden you hear him go, hey, and bounce her awake. I was like, oh my God. Yes. He yelled to wake her up and she was like, hold on, y'all.
Hold on.
Yep.
Wow.
That's cool. I heard that.
So
Literally,
it was
like
all
he was like,
silence. Hey. You could just hear his music, and then he comes in, hey, and she,
Yep.
Hold on, y'all.
Yep.
Wow.
She's like, hold on, hold on.
What kind of music's blasting in the middle of the night? Is it like lullabies? Is it classical? Are we listening to like country or what does a professional white person listen to at 4 a.m.?
I couldn't really make it out. It was like, yeah.
Metal. I figured it'd be metal.
You could hear like drums,
Yeah. Yeah, I figured that would be it.
And you just picture like trying to sleep in this little house, with this
scream
drums
metal
Yeah.
Right. Mommy's talking about death and murder and how bad people are after us and we're inciting hate against us. And
Yeah,
daddy's
how they're
listening
pussies, how the kids are pussies and won't
Right.
amount to nothing. Yeah, that's something they
Right.
should really hear about. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yep.
Fucking loser.
even at points, the chat's like, hey, can you turn down the music? I just can't. Like, it's so chaotic because whenever he's in there talking, he also has his music on. And then sometimes it's, you know, because he can't hear reality talking on the panel because he's not on the panel. He's just sitting back and talking. So they're all talking at the fucking same time with his music on.
Oh, you know what he said to her too the other night that just popped in my head? Because she's like, I can't with you talking and the music and turn it down. And he's like in the background, well, you got Dollar Tree headphones on.
Oh, what happened to those $200 headphones?
Right. You got Dollar Tree headphones on. That ain't my fault.
Wow. Yep. That's how much respect he has for this, you know, great channel, the money maker. That's how much respect he has for it.
Yeah, and then he cracks a beer, cold one.
And you know what else too? That's like when he's sitting there and like you just said, the children hearing this or that, when she shares that story about, you know how I'd come to you to see if you're in a good mood for a fucking year?
Wait, what'd you say?
When she shared that pathetic story about when she confronted the child over having a channel, and she said that he said to her, well, you know what, when I come to you to see if you're in a good mood, because I wanted to tell you,
I've been waiting for a year.
Yeah,
for you to be in a good mood, Mom. I know it's all Granny's fault that you're never in a good mood. She could never approach you.
I can only do it in the middle of the night, tell you to get my charger, fatty.
God, the day when my 9 or 10-year-old was afraid to approach me would be a cold day in hell.
Yep.
Sick.
That would crush my soul if any of my kids, because that was like the first thing I would instill in my kids.
Yes, is that open communication. You can always come to me no matter what.
Yep. It's always going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Please talk, you know, always.
Well, here's the good thing.
In a world of uncertainty that their parents have created for them.
But here's the good thing. We can rest assured that entire story was bullshit. Every last bit of it was bullshit.
No, it was just to make her, it was to paint this picture of, we know that you've been hurting, Mom, because of all these terrible people. That was always the picture she was painting, right?
And I've been so guilt-ridden, but I didn't want you to take away my computer. And how did they know, Mommy? I didn't go viral. It was all so fucking fabricated.
Yep.
The conversation probably went like this. So-and-so, do you have a channel? What did I tell you about the haters? We're in danger and you're putting your face on a channel and blah, 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 blah.
And you know what's really scary is that if her kid can't come to her for things like that,
right?
I mean, there's a lot more serious things in life to be had.
But isn't there a bigger problem with the fact that your child supposedly knows how to not only set up, but also upload videos to a channel, and Mommy has never been aware in over 2 years that channel existed?
Mm-hmm. And they have their devices all night long, right?
Right. That's how little
PC.
you pay attention to what they're doing on the internet, but you had the fucking sheer audacity to judge Katie and Chris Proudfoot?
Yep.
Miss Liverbird, me too, but I wouldn't have it any other way. You know what I mean? Like, I'll tell them, okay, you don't have to, that's okay, too much, you know, but like, I would rather them I would rather them come to me for things that I needed my kids to understand the meaning of boundaries,
Right.
Boundaries. And the only way they're going to learn that is through their parents. Okay, no, that's too much. Too much. No, that's, you know what I mean? Like, that we're, as parents, it's our job to help them launch into the world as productive members of society and
confidently.
Yeah, and make it on their own. And the very best thing to instill in them is confidence. In fact, I heard a detective one time say, the most important thing to instill in your child to make sure that they don't get abused later in life or get preyed upon is confidence. If you instill confidence in your child, it is much less likely that they will get preyed upon because they aren't going to be swayed by anybody who's going to come along and try to groom them, right?
Right.
And it's so true. So anyway, enough with my TED talk.
No, you're right. Oh, I got it, Ohana. I just seen your email. I'm so sorry. Oh, very interested, Ohana. I'm so sorry. No, it is heartbreaking. And again, it's devastating that Britney cares more about her public image than her children's entire identities. She will snatch that away. I can't say it enough. Nobody's going after her children. She's constantly propping them in front of her to shield herself from criticism. And it is heartbreaking. It is devastating. I could never fathom the day comes that I would ever throw my children into the lion's pit to say, look at those lions. I would never.
Yeah, her honor and her own, reputation is more important than their dignity. And that is what really and she puts so much out about them on the internet to people who, we aren't the people she needs to worry about. It's those silent listeners who are, nuts.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
For sure. It's always the ones that aren't chatting that you have to worry about.
Exactly.
Well, and that's the thing. And that's what I keep saying. And actually, I heard another bigger creator say this the other day. When you enter onto YouTube, when you agree to their terms and everything, you're entering the World Wide Web. You are on a stage in front of an audience that you don't know who's who. We had over 1,200 people in here earlier. You think I can account for every single one of them? And even if you think you know somebody, I mean, honest to God, I adore Looney Tunes. I don't know if Looney Tunes even a male or female. I don't know their first name. I don't know where they're from. I don't know who they are. And we all know if somebody slides into Britney's with either a donation offer or, oh my God, I see your victimhood, she opens wide up for them. Mm-hmm. She opens wide up for the internet. Why do we know Britney's considering homeschooling? Why should we know that?
Yeah.
We should.
Why do we know her son couldn't come to her for an entire year? He waited till she was in a good mood and never found the opportunity. Why should we know these personal matters and then cry that people know them? Do you know at one point she even told us how her fucking son pees on the toilet?
Ooh.
Yes. It's weird. She's weird. And then she cries, my children.
See, that's weird to me. And I know, not to change the subject at all, but a lot of people have given Julie Skolnick hell for talking about, Spencer's daily routine, which I don't think she's doing it to exploit Spencer. I think she's doing it to communicate with other parents that go through the same thing. But here we have Britney who's talking about this for what reason?
Right. That's the thing. Julie owns that, especially on TikTok. Julie is an autism awareness mother. Julie also does things in the real world to get legislation passed for children of autism to make their lives and their caretakers' lives easier. That is Julie's purpose, and she owns that with everything that she is. She even writes books on it. Britney claims to be a true crime channel. So why do we know how your little guy pees on the toilet? Why do I need to know that?
Right.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree, Choo Choo.
So true.
I mean, and that was what Choo Choo's mommy says. Lynn, the honor and dignity reminds me of Seth. To be honest, the same. And exactly, that's what even got me interested in this was the way Seth would do that, and then of course how Seth and Britney got involved in the Rico and all that stuff. But yeah, it's myopic. It's not looking beyond and not realizing that there's so much more on the World Wide Web than what you're just seeing in front of your fucking face. It's not just the people in your chat. It's not just the people that you're watching on. It's all the other untold masses that could be watching that do have nefarious purposes.
Right. Well, that's what I
said to see a weakness.
Well, and I've said this 1,000 times. Britney wants the parasocial that comes with the internet, but not the negative downside to that, right?
Exactly.
She wants to, and I love you. Oh, hey, Joe Madre, love you, girl. Oh, you're so beautiful. Look at your photo. But the minute Joe Madre says something Britney doesn't like, she'll say, well, you don't even know me. You
Right.
people think you know me because of what I let you see on the internet? Yeah, if I can tell the way your kid fucking pees, I think I know a little too much about you on the internet.
Right. Well, I mean, did she know Kylie Rodney? Did she know Sebastian Rogers and Katie and Chris? Did she know any of those people? So like, it's, it's just really, really, really hard to just it's such a
hypocritical. Right.
It's such a mind fuck to hear her apply completely different standards to her, from her to the true crime families. And I think in her mind, her justification is, well, my kid isn't missing. Well, no, it's that the standard is that you're both, matters of public interest, because you're on the internet every day. And that's a true crime case.
It's exactly what the judge wrote. You're all, if not limited, public whichever, you are public figures.
Exactly.
And that's what she doesn't understand. You're on the world stage. You don't get just the good with it. None of us do. How many of us have had our trauma exploited, have had our children's names
good
used?
and bad with everything. Like any job you have, like you're gonna have shit you don't like, or things that people do at work that you don't care for.
Well, that's you're comparing to something she'll never relate to.
I know.
So switch that around. Like sometimes you'll go through the drive-thru and they won't have your favorite fucking dessert. Compare it that way.
Okay, that's a better analogy. Thank you.
She can relate better. What's up, Barbecue? Hey, Iffy.
Hey, girl. I just wanted to come up and say good job on the filing with you and your attorney. So I got to step outside because I don't have any service. Yeah, I'm not trying to. I don't know how far you are in your thing. I just kind of got up and moving. But no, I don't know what you all reviewed. I listened to some of it, but I think that was very appropriate for what has transpired or not transpired, to say the least.
They missed the deadline 26 days ago, and it's about the court needs to be aware of that.
Yeah. Hi, Jay. Hi, Lynn. Nice to see you guys.
Hi.
What's shaking?
I bet it. I was just thinking, you know what? I think it's gonna be your Use's fault. That
Uses.
It's gonna be
Uses.
It's gonna be Use's fault that the lawyers are incompetent.
Oh.
It's gonna be, you guys made them not file their paperwork in time. There's gonna be.
Well, Lynn, that would be unfair, since the whole reason I basically got thrown into this is because I pointed out how incompetent those people were. So, like it's our fault that Britney's not aware that she wasn't supposed to lead over 200 fucking videos. No, that's your attorney's fault. That's your fault. Hire better representation. I don't know what to tell you.
Listen, I don't want to sound like really like out here with this. I still cannot believe that she really only thinks that she's in a lawsuit with you.
She doesn't. She's just saying that to sound stupid.
Wow, she aced that test as sounding stupid.
You know what, Barbecue? I think she really sways from having to talk about you. That's how I see it. I feel like she already is in enough hot water that she doesn't want to like alert you and your, you know what I mean? Like you and your people.
What I think it is?
That's how I see it. What?
You know what? I think Brittany knows that I'm gunning after her, and she's hoping Barbecue doesn't. Because Brittany, you know what I mean? Because we can decide if we want to go after all of them for the money's owed, or if we want to go after one or the other. And she thinks 100,000 is laughable. Oh, you wait and see, bitch. So I think she's just trying to keep a low profile in hopes that Barbecue doesn't target her for the monies too.
Barbecue will forget about Brittany's involvement. Yeah.
Well, you know what I didn't forget about? I didn't forget about the little video that's still up on my YouTube. I only have 2 videos on my channel because I don't really use YouTube like that. But she has said numerous times that I bullied someone to death. And then she doubled back and said, I never said that. I never said that, you fucking liar.
She's a pathological liar. Whoopsie. Maybe we'll have to file, what did Tyra call it the other day? A class action defamation suit? Maybe we should all get together and go after Britney the way she tried to get together with others to go after us.
Right.
Wouldn't that sound fantastic?
I have a question, Barbecue. Have you heard from anything from Christina? Because Christina's kind of like your Britney.
Chasing crime? Oh
Yeah.
no.
Nothing.
Mm-mm. No, honestly,
Is she
whenever
quiet? Like, what's she doing? She's still doing her thing?
she's talking about the MILF house on her content on TikTok, which I don't know what that is, like probably like reality TV, something,
So
whatever.
she's just moved on and is just
Yeah,
continuing to do her
completely.
thing?
They all
Okay.
have.
Completely.
They've all
Well,
moved
like-
on from
Britney hasn't.
Sebastian.
Britney hasn't. She's like the only one that hasn't moved past talking about the suit, talking about Granny. You know what I mean? Like, I
Right.
Well, what
wondered
else
if
does she have to
Christina
talk
was.
about? She can't
Exactly.
keep Granny's name out of her mouth, so she has to
Exactly.
talk about something because she has nothing else to talk about.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I
my
wondered if
opinion, in my
Christina was
opinion.
doing the same shit, you know?
Mm-mm. You know, Jay, it's when you step back, because obviously a lot of us have seen what transpired in the last year or so. But when you really step back and you look where, you know, like you like watch a movie and you're like, where are they now?
Right.
Yeah.
This is a prime example of like, where are they now? Where is Tony? Where is Seth? Where's
Yes.
Christina? Where's Bullhorn Betty? Like, I don't really watch these people to begin with, but it truly, like, where's Hong? Where's Nick? Well, whenever I filed that restraining order on behalf of my daughter, my minor child, let me add that, it really stopped. They stopped going after me on Twitter because I think they knew that they were going to keep fucking around and they're going to find out.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
Barbecue.
Well,
Did
they're
you?
also under federal investigation, so
Did you?
I just heard a little something I will not say publicly, but let me just tell you, I've heard a little something today from my attorney that made my eyebrows rise. So, you know, you got to be careful what you do, especially if you're trying to be plaintiffs in a fake Rico that's trying to strip someone from their freedom of speech. Just saying, you got to be careful if you're a plaintiff or a lawyer or involved because it's real. It's real life. Go ahead. Sorry who I interrupted.
It was me, Barbecue, because I'm about to accuse you of hacking into my notes. Because
Shit. No, I'm not tech savvy. I don't even know how to work Photoshop, girl.
Funny.
then how did you know that I'm working on a Where Are They Now video?
Oh shit.
That's great. I love
Gummy
it.
Bear Goblin, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you.
But Barbecue also, I don't know if you saw this, but in the last video I did, that's what's her name? Salty.
Salty lunatic, yeah.
She came in and she was one of 2 people that made like a salty comment, about, defending Britney, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And and it's something like, something really disgusting, of course. And I was like, wait, aren't you the person who literally exploited a person's essay and then platformed that person's abuser? And she's like, yep, and I would do it again, and I'm a tit for tat, I would do it again and I don't regret it. That's what she said.
Isn't that so cute?
She's a miserable, soulless individual, in my opinion. Who
That's a hag. That is a hag right there. Anyway, go ahead.
I love that word hag.
There's just, unfortunately, the reality of what I've witnessed on social media, because I never had this perception of social media before, like the Sebastian Rogers case, and what led into the federal or not federal, the threat of federal injunction. Let me say that, but I never had this perspective of the internet. I didn't know that this stuff actually happened on the internet to this extent, to this level, and it's quite alarming that these people have, in my opinion, such, I'm going to say mental anguish, because I feel like they've suffered something in their life that has made them the evil people that they are, that they don't have a heart and they don't care about the next person, and that they will just go on and on and on relentlessly. Internet, like, I think it's abuse to me. That's my opinion, but it's fucking mental abuse.
Oh, hell yeah. Like that they are so hyper focused on tearing down a singular person that they will they have no clue how they're affecting an entire body of people who have been infected in the exact same way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
Well, and that's the type of shit, right? Like, so Brittany must have heard my stream the other day because I called her a fat heifer, because that's my subjective opinion. I can call her a fat, wasteful piece of shit if I want to. I also followed it up with, I don't quite care if you're overweight or not, but when Brittany sits over there, she talks about, look at Clue, look how fat, and says all that type of shit, well, then we're going to point out that you're a hunchback motherfucker too. So she goes on this whole spiel about, when you say shit like that about me, you're insulting many people. Oh, thanks for making us aware of that.
So it's okay for her to do it, but nobody else is exempt from the consequences of the same thing she just did.
Right. And then she went on to talk about somebody, or said that I was ageism, and then went on to call Jay an old hag.
And that just means she knows better. So she knows better. And that's my beef with her, is that not, one of many beefs with her behavior here is that she constantly says that, pontificates about not doing a thing, and then she does it, and then she chastises another person for doing it, and then she does it, and then she says she doesn't do it, and then she does it, like that's the issue. It's not that she does it all the time. Yeah, if you do it all the time and you're, but you do it and then you say you don't do it and then you lie about doing it, that's the fucking issue with me.
Well, and the real thing was, she heard me say exactly what she went on to say. She heard me say, like, I realized when saying these things that people take it like I'm insulting them as well, which is why I did the whole spiel by, like, I really don't care what you look like. But don't sit out here and pick at other people's looks when you got plenty of faults yourself. So she actually parroted me, which is what Brittany always does. She parrots somebody.
Yeah, I don't care what people look like either.
That works. BJ saying she wants you to countersue because she's going to countersue you back. It's not that you're so fucking stupid, you dumbass.
Just like she gets a victim impact statement.
Right. Like, this girl is so fucking stupid. And what, you couldn't sue your way out of a fucking paper bag. We saw the way your litigation goes. I'm coming to you as a human and as a mother, not as a person in litigation. You think I'm afraid of whatever fucking weak ass countersuit you could try to muster up? You couldn't even muster up enough to fucking debate me in anything, let alone a motherfucking courtroom, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Go follow your fucking restraining order and suck a dick. Preferably Craig's, because I'm so tired of his immature sexual fucking jokes all the time. Help that man out or something. It's like a 15-year-old hormonal boy posted.
Yeah, no shit. He's on Twitch watching girls in hot tubs, for fuck's sake.
And then he's posting memes about, like, cream pie on
weird.
people's faces and shit. It's so bizarre.
He's mentioned it more than once, Barbecue. He's like, you ain't got no guys watching your ass. He's like, they're all on Twitch watching the girls in the hot tubs.
Brittany couldn't afford a free call to an attorney, let alone a fucking attorney to do a countersuit. Come on. Serious. Think I'm worried about, I want her to countersue me because I'm going to countersue her back. Okay, now I'm going to countersuit your countersuit, you moron.
It's going to be a class action countersuit.
Yeah. I mean, honest to God, I do think that we should all get together and sue her. She said a lot of defamatory things about a lot of fucking people. She's the one that wants to wage war in litigation and hold people tied up in litigation and threaten people with jail time. Maybe she should get a taste of what it feels like to have 10 fucking people come after you with bullshit, except for it wouldn't be bullshit this time. It'd be true.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would love for Jay to explain to a judge how she's not an old lady at 50. That's defamatory. So I'm just kidding. And you're inciting hate against old people.
You're too damn old, Jay.
You're too damn old. Meanwhile, lady up there named Nana. I mean, come on. I'm sorry, but seriously, stop it. It's so stupid. I can't with the stupidity of her. Like, she really, Craig is being at it. He's being at it. Craig is definitely being at it. You know why? Because he's now an active part. That's the way it works. You think you got every answer to get out of what you fucking started, bitch? Think again. Or better yet, think about how to search an attorney in your area and contact them and let them tell you how much legal trouble you're sitting in. So tired of her stupidity. Like you
Well,
said,
he
barbecue.
seems to think that this is what he said the other night as well, is speaking to you, Granny. He was saying,
Don't speak to me, Craig. Shut the fuck up.
Don't you realize that even if Britney said, I want out of this, that Seth is still coming after your ass?
Is he that stupid?
He goes, he's the main one.
He's not the main one. His name's like 5th on the list. First off, you freaking idiot. Secondly, Britney don't have a choice to say she wants out of this. Dumbass has gone too far.
She already lost.
She lost. It's over. That's like when Britney was like, all right, let's say, what if I did lose? No, you did. You did.
Right. Yeah, there is no what if. The what if time is gone.
It's out. It's done. It's over.
Meanwhile, I saw Seth in a chat 3 or 4 days ago saying that Betty the DA in Sumner County violated the Constitution when it came to Betty.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
Did I?
Mr. Rogers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's where his brain is at.
Notorious, she's so stupid. She probably can't even spell it.
Lynn, these people are just crazy.
And what's crazy is the confidence they have when saying this shit, right? Like Craig's over there confidently saying that we know nothing about a courtroom.
Laughing.
Like he really thinks like he knows what he's talking about. And the rest of us, the thousands of us, are just so stupid. We have no fucking idea what we're saying.
Yep. He's like, go talk to a fucking attorney. You
I
guys
did
are
this
so
morning.
stupid.
Matter of fact, you want to hear what my attorney had to say? I just showed you, motherfucker.
And Brittany's all, she can't go after Craig. We're not legally married.
What the fuck?
Craig Black is now a named participant. That's how that works, dummy.
And that's the funny thing.
Barbecue's like, thank God Christina's moved on.
For the longest time, he was her husband, and she would get offended. She would get offended.
And Granny was such a liar. Granny, you're such a liar. Craig is my
how about
husband.
when she had SW up on panel the other night, and she said, she can't do, we're not legally married. And SW goes, you're not?
Lied to her audience for fucking months now, saying I was a liar that they are. And I'm sitting over here like, where's the fucking ring then, dummy? I went as far as to pull up an old clip of her last summer on my panel where she derailed the topic from Sebastian making it about herself. First thing she did was call me an ugly big-nosed bitch when she came up and bring up my motherfucking daughter. But I said to her, that man didn't even marry you. She said, see, you're stalking. You're looking into my life. So what? So you're the type to sleep with somebody's boyfriend.
Oh my God.
They're not fucking married, but I love the convenience of now they're not married. So what? Now he's a named fucking defendant, dummy.
Oh, I was shocked. This is what I was going to tell you earlier. When Alma and PJ came up on my panel yesterday, I was shocked to learn that they did not even know that she had the 3 older kids until after they left her channel.
Wow.
That was shocking to me. I was like, wow.
That's how little people know Britney's history. So they're probably not even aware when she said her daughter, which names her, has, CHINK eyes. And then when confronted on it, she said, what? I never even said what kind of eyes she has. Oh, well, that's just how we do it in the South. Yeah. No, Britney slipped up talking about her own
and
children.
that whole South thing has backfired on her, too, because she's got a lot of Southern people pissed off.
Oh,
she's about to find out what we do up in the Commonwealth.
Ain't that the truth? What did they say before barbecue? 10 miles from where the Declaration of Independence was signed? That's what they said, I believe. Yeah. The fuck around, find out state? Is that what you said, Julie? Julie's a little tied up right now, right? Those gosh damn military investigations. Oh, they suck. You know, it turns out the military does not take kindly to people saying they turned down Purple Hearts, to people using fake, their own scripted movie scenes to act like they presented somebody's honorary flag to a loved one after they died in war. They don't take lightly to all those type of claims. Did you guys know that?
Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not.
They don't take lightly to people showing up in their fatigues to court, and they don't take lightly to people threatening others with military police. They don't take lightly to claiming you're able to get a warrant because you're military police. Yeah, they don't take lightly to that type of stuff. Huh. Who would have thought?
Has anyone seen that woman around lately?
She's busy being interrogated, I would assume. Investigated at minimum.
Where is she now, Lo?
Yeah, you'll have to tell us, Lynn. We'll look forward to you finding
Where
out.
is she now, Lynn?
I know there's some of them that I have no good idea where.
Hey, you might want to go look in that JB Gunner's chat. She might still be in there. You know, the chat, they're still ostracizing Clue for being in.
Ostracizing.
She might still, she might still be over there, but I don't know. I think she's a little tied up at the moment.
Well, and that's one of the whole points of the where are they now is where the fuck are you now after all that noise? You know what I mean? It's like there was a little bit of activity after the Rico ruling, right? You know, they still tried to make a little bit of noise, but pretty much after Skolnick found that paperwork on Tony, it was gone. They were gone. Like they
yeah, then he sent me that pathetic attempt at a cease and desist.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
everything is pathetic with them.
It really is. G of Twins, I'm so sorry.
And
when they handed me the flag at my dad's funeral was the saddest moment ever. How dare her? I agree.
Wow. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think Dog's over at a car show right now. That's where Dog is.
And moving to Georgia, right? And
you know what?
And announcing that he's not going to speak on Sebastian's case at this time.
Notice that he announced that via Nick, which tells me that he likely figured out what was going on and said to Nick, you better disassociate my name from this right now. Because guess what? Like I said earlier, Barbecue, that's the headline that's going to sell. Two single mothers from PA win victoriously over a frivolous lawsuit filed by Dog the Bounty Hunter on the back of a missing child.
I said this and I've thought this for a hot minute, but you know, if you think about just using this as some example, like think about just like a famous person. Let's use, ironically, let's just use Bill Cosby for an example. So Bill Cosby,
run for your life.
Bill Cosby had to pay millions of dollars to someone allegedly. I'm just gonna say allegedly because I don't know all the details exactly, but to someone as a way out of being prosecuted. Like, here's your little hush money, I guess. Like, shut up. Like, we're gonna move on.
So I know a little bit backstory of that. So it turned out that Bruce Castor made an agreement that allowed the victim of Bill Cosby, the alleged victim, to pursue in a countersuit. In a lawsuit as opposed to the criminal charges. So everything that Bill Cosby admitted to was not allowed to be used against him in a criminal proceeding. It just so turns out that woman did get granted a lot of money, and that attorney that represented her that also gets a lot of money from her win may or may not have been recommended by Bruce Castor himself. Wonder why they didn't choose Lesniak for that, but I
don't know. I probably just know. No, but I was just kind of putting into perspective, like, this, like, our slap, our punitive damages, they're not just like on our neighbor. It's not just a little like neighbor tit for tat, like, oh, I sued my neighbor and blah, blah. This is a celebrity. This is not just this low scale neighborhood quarrel. You know, I think that, you know, people that get sued by celebrities, and it turns out that the celebrities were allegedly wrong. I'm just gonna say that for now. I don't think a low number punitive damage is warranted. I think it needs to be set an example, and I think that people using their celebrity status should have celebrity payouts. So
Right. You're using they used his name, they used his reach to intimidate, just like they said they were going to host a press conference on my court steps that's 10-minute drive from my home, where all of my extended family, not like kids I gave up because they want to be extended family, but never gave up my kids, just an example of what extended family is, aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, all that stuff, where they all live. And the thing was, if any news reporters were going to come there, they could get a one-on-one with Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Yep. I totally agree with that. I agree that they took several trending high profile things like Sebastian's case, a high powered attorney, and the celebrity of the lowest hanging fruit celebrity they could muster for this to sign up for this. I guess they could pay him. They were able to get him somehow to agree to this, right?
Well, hold on one second. He got to pitch his leather clothing line in his book. Go ahead.
Exactly. So they sign him up for this. Obviously, he doesn't have a clue what's going on. So I agree with you, Granny, that is the most sellable pitch about to the press. But that is the most sellable pitch to the press. I don't think they'll be interested until there's a number on it.
I agree with that. Like Dog and Bounty Hunter.
Personal
I agree. I absolutely agree.
Yeah. But also, I don't think the press is as interested in Dog the Bounty Hunter as people make him out to be. Like there are certain elements of the press that are. There's local,
right? Like the TMZ, like the judge said, it sounded like a salacious tabloid peppered with allegations, right? Only like those type of low down people are interested in that. But imagine the headlines of Dog the Bounty Hunter. Once esteemed, or whatever the word is, Bruce Castor, local attorney Joseph Lasniak, well known to our local news, Nick the Hat, and Hong Si, along with 5 others, go down for Rico. Imagine that headline. Yeah, now, that would be fantastic.
Right. And me personally, I think it's fucking outrageous that you have an actual Rico case like the Diddy thing, where they're in jury deliberations right now, where there's real potential for Rico right there. I mean, and with actual abuse, major shit going on, and then you got
your favorite topic, the Me Too.
Exactly. Yes. The abuse of Me Too, that in their minds, the abuse of Me Too. And then they have the absolute gall, like the gonads to claim that you guys did Rico on them. It's just so sickening.
By having similar fucking topics online.
Yeah.
So because we were all intelligent enough to see through the fact that using truth serum is freaking illegal, we all now run a Rico. Woo!
Wait,
would have thought?
But wait, though, they didn't do that. They retracted that.
It was a misspeak, sillies. It was a Scriveners
they
error.
were just kidding. It was just a joke.
They were just, they knew.
You can't take a joke.
Well, the best was that they denied it. And then Lasniak retweeted it, so I have that. But then
we got it too.
Right. And then Tony got up on panel and said when he was on the phone call with Nick, and out of nowhere, Dog chimed in and read him his Miranda rights. And Tony said, yeah, we'll go along with your silly little game. And he said, are you and your client willing to take truth serum? Are you willing to have your client take truth serum? And I said, oh, yeah, we participate in their little game. So even right there, we have Tony Mathis himself saying it.
We have him sharing it also.
Right.
We have him sharing it also with his name and all that. They're so dumb.
That's right. They are so dumb. It was on one of their for immediate release. Fucking
just to let you know, crimes have consequences. Yes, I know it's in the Diddy case. The only reason I said potential is because he hasn't been convicted yet. Okay.
Right.
But I am thoroughly convinced that he's guilty of Rico. The issue is that he hasn't been convicted yet. They're in deliberation, but also they actually have to find. They have to find.
It has to be two.
They have to prove 2 Rico predicates.
It has to be 2 predicate acts to be considered Rico.
Exactly.
Granny, if you could just muster up maybe even just like one thing, what predicate act of Rico have we done? I didn't even know you, but like, please let me know. Is there even just one thing?
No, well, it turns out there's about 35 predicate acts, and the 2 that they chose don't even exist. The
Yeah.
2 that they chose were defamation and harassment, which are not recognized as predicate acts.
Right.
So amazing. That's Britney's attorney, y'all. When he answers, which is never. Oh, what an embarrassment.
Well, that's why it was so confusing to people, is that they sue for Rico, but they make defamation claims. It was so ridiculous.
Right. Not my attorney even put that in his latest filing. Like, amazingly enough, they claim that defamation is a Rico act. That they cited a bunch of criminal codes and a civil filing. 35, and that's what my attorney said last night in the office. There's 35 predicate acts. How many of them do you know? How many of them do you think you have? 0.
Yeah.
That's what I don't get about the whole thing, Granny. Is like, how when they put the wrong statutes, how can they even
I know
accept it? You know what I mean?
Well, that they accepted it, but Superior Court's a lot stricter. They're not going to accept things like that. The lower court accepted it and just highlighted it. Like, for example, one thing they tried using, one of the codes they tried using actually referred to SA in a business, like a corporate setting.
What?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. But
Weird.
It's federal, right? They still say it's federal. I don't know if it's
So
true, but I
who's
heard
looking
on
up
White
these
Paper.
statutes?
That's
for
not
them?
true, Shelby Lynn. I don't know, ChatGPT, but people keep saying about Hong being deported, and honestly, I've seen several people say it now, and it's a bit embarrassing.
Do you want to know why?
Because Hong's not in California, so why anybody would think that was
Yeah.
Hong?
That's a very common name for Chinese.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's
It's like
like
John
very
Smith,
common.
dude. It's like John Smith.
yeah.
When my local police department was looking up Hong's driver's license, I had to scroll through kind of like a lineup to identify which his last name's actually Sue. It's pronounced Sue. That's what he said in court.
Yeah.
But Hong, there was
Hong's
pages
too
and
happy.
pages. Yeah, there was pages of Hong Sue's on the
That's
driver's
crazy.
license portal or whatever they looked up.
That's actually like, I mean, I know our last names are our last names. Like, I don't like my last name, but Hong Soo. See,
I
sounded
know,
better.
kind of ironic.
Hong Soo. Hong Soo and little Nicky Poo.
What's his middle name? I will.
Hong, I will Sue. Hong the hat, Sue.
Mm-mm.
They'll be so much cuter when they just come out together, pink fluffy handcuffs and all.
Can it be, if you're asking, did you see the lawsuit against Dog in Texas of accusing him of racial and homophobic slurs? I did a video on him a few months ago, and I'm pretty sure I included all of that. If you're talking about the one where all of this was done while he was searching, quote unquote, searching the way he searched for Sebastian, searching for Brian Laundrie, and they were once again doing a documentary, pretending to do a documentary as he's searching for Brian Laundrie, and he illegally used a taser and did some homophobic and racial slurs. So I'm pretty sure I included that in that video.
There's
He
that leaked
also-
phone call too.
I followed that case, and let me just tell you, did you guys know that Dog picked up poop off the ground and wanted it tested to see if it was Brian Laundrie's?
Yes.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yes, I remember that. I remember.
Yes. He put it in his pocket.
And that's when Dog was like, "Oh, we're right on his trail. I can
Yeah,
smell
it was
you,
poop
Brian."
and a Monster energy can.
Yeah, meanwhile, he was on a whole different island. And you know what, Lynn? Here's a flashback
Whole
for you.
different island.
Do you guys remember? And he's like, "I can smell you." No, that's the shit in your pocket, sir. You fucking
Let me
weird
love
shit.
you, Brian.
And that's when Betty owed Nick money, because Betty sold a photo of Dog to Nick, and Nick sold it to TMZ. And he never paid Betty for that. He owed her like $400. Yeah.
What's another
here's
little
one-
wild? Go ahead.
Oh, go
sorry.
ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, you know how like everyone says that Bullhorn Betty's house is protected in Florida. I'm not really sure like Florida laws and all
yeah.
that stuff,
They
but
put it as a
her house
homestead.
is protected. Why do you think Dog would move from Florida, where he would allegedly have house protection, to
Right.
Georgia? Does Georgia have the same thing?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I was wondering that myself.
Wonder
I
if,
hope
you
I
know,
hope he sold a lot of those leather jackets, though. I'll tell you that.
I hope he got like market value for his house. He'll have to document that as far as you know, equity and money in his account too. Add
So,
it to the
Lynn,
6
here's one
million
you'll
he's worth.
remember. Lynn, do you remember during the Watts case, this company came out and said that they had never seen before exclusive interviews with the Watts family?
Oh, I know. That was Nick. Yeah.
That was Nick, right? Remember
Yeah,
that?
but they were
When
yeah.
it was Nick and JLR got his video calls with his family.
Yeah,
very
through the
first ones.
jail.
Yeah.
So Nick put this whole big thing about it, and you know,
The
was saying
Watts
like
family tapes.
right, and it was like a setup event for it, and all this shit. And a lot of creators, like I remember Natasha and stuff, like had like they were going to do like errands of it together or whatever. And it dawned on me. I remember at that time there was somebody that was going really hard at exposing Nick. NYC. Do you
Who was
remember
that?
this, Lynn?
No, I don't remember anybody. I don't remember Nick back in that time at all.
Oh,
Who
I
was
don't
well,
know
what if
going
I
for
told
Nick
you
then?
it was no other than Crafton that was doing
Ah.
whole huge exposes on Nick YC News
Wow.
back then? Yeah. Huh.
Just looked it up. Georgia doesn't have the same property homestead act protection thingamajigger. They don't have that in Georgia.
Ah.
Maybe dog's just written.
I'm sure dog has insurance.
Oh,
Can
here's my sad trombone for that.
Kenna, I think we are talking about the same suit. It's just that I use different details from it. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure, but anyway. You know, leave it to fucking Crafton. so I did this kind of fun stream where I was doing I took Chroma clips with Kim and Crafton in them and did a, you know, is it defamation or not stream, okay? And 4 weeks later, it's been 4 weeks since I did that stream, and I get a privacy complaint.
Oh my God. So obvious who it's from.
and it's you know, all of the clips that I used were from public streams, every single one, all of them, right? So so why, you know, and why 4 weeks later, right? And I know it's because that stream has started to be used by one of their enemies in another drama that they're doing right now, in other drama. So, because I noticed people from that other drama circle that they're beefing with started commenting and going, "Oh, you exposed them." No, I wasn't really exposing them. I was just using their clips, their words to say, is this defamation or not? So then I get this privacy complaint, and it just fucking shows how fucking weak and ill-intended they are and malicious they are, because they knew that stream existed 4 weeks ago. I know this because Crafton made a lying video about me the next day and posted it, or like 2 or 3 days later, and posted it on a throwaway channel that I never responded to, because it's never useful to engage in any sort of conversation with them, because they will never approach the conversation honestly. They will never, ever, ever have an honest conversation about what really happened and what, you know, and their role in it and my role in it. So it's never useful to go back and forth. But then, you know, 4 weeks later, I wake up to a privacy complaint that probably, I don't know if I'll win or not. I actually don't give a shit whether the video will get taken down or not. It's just shows how fucking petty they are, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, they all have that in common, honestly, in my opinion.
Yep.
Wow. Well, I'm gonna hop down. I'm on a little adventure, and I'm on a different time zone than some of you, so I just need to get my life in order today. And I appreciate you letting me up. I think Granny stepped away for a minute, but it was nice chatting with you, Lynn and Jay, and I hope you guys have a great 4th of July.
You too. Stay safe.
Let Granny know I hopped down, but I can talk to her whenever. So
All right.
All
you.
thanks
right.
for having me up, guys. Have a great night, day.
See you, barbecue.
I said night.
Sorry, barbecue. I had walked away. I'll
Night.
talk
No,
to you later. Have a good
You're
one.
good, girl. Good job today on that filing.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Fuck
All
'em.
right, girl. Yep, fuck them all.
They're all
Yep,
petty AF,
fuck 'em
hiding
all.
from petty AF. Are they? They're hiding from petty? Barbecue always does that. She leaves, but she doesn't actually leave. So I ended up having to kick your ass. Bye. She gone. Why are they hiding from petty? Who's hiding? What's happening?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know why petty bothers with them sometimes. Like, fuck it. Don't even give BJ the content of trying to have a conversation with her. She's incapable.
I don't think she will anymore.
Yeah. And BJ she doesn't want to. Like, BJ pretends she wants people to have conversations with her, but she's incapable. Yeah, I know. I always have to kick you.
That's a good question. Speaking of Crafton, can the panel give a brief comment on BJ's claim that she has no knowledge of the Clue website he admitted to owning?
Her own moderator called her out. Sarah Suspicion called her out and said, Brittany, you shared that plenty of times. You were aware of it.
She went on I don't know if it was last night or the day or early, I don't know when it was, but recently she went on a 5-minute diatribe about how she knew nothing. She had nothing to do with it. Not at all. Nothing. But I thought that she shared it in her channel and that she also had them on panel talking about all the shit.
They did. He admitted it on his panel on her panel it was him.
I guess she thinks that since she's hidden all that content that she can just come out and just doggedly gaslight everybody into believing that they're the crazy ones and not her.
She's done that for years. She'll hide a stream. For example, she hid the stream where she accused me and my moderators of contacting her kid's school. And then when my kid's school was contacted and I had a very emotional reaction off of it, she then used that in litigation to say, hey, look what she's doing to me, but hid her part of it.
Yeah, I know he did. I thought I even saw a post where he said that he made it on his channel, right? Like he made a post that he owned it. I had just never physically myself witnessed her. Yeah, I didn't see the stream where they talked about it on her channel. That's what I didn't see.
Look, Nacho, yes, Lynn, BJ's mods dropped the website in her chat while Kim was talking about it. She can't possibly be lying about that. Somebody has to have that clip. I bet you Just Saying has that clip. And if not, I know my mods do because we still track every single stream she does. Because, well, litigation. Yes, Crafton was the one who got Craig's channel taken down. Crafton was one of the first ones to call out Nick the Hat in the YC news organization. Crafton and Kim are very well known for going real life and going after people's channels. They actually got Natasha Cooper's channel taken down before too. And then he had his own channel taken down. If there is a website or not, if there is one, she has no idea what it's called or who it's about. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, she did. So all this to say, everybody, Kim and Crafton are for sale. You want their, website skills. You want their lying skills. You want their turning on people skills. They're for sale. I mean, they've made that plainly clear. Okay.
I can't wait until they turn on BJ. I know Kim was already talking shit about Britney and has been over in Natasha's, but I can't wait till they officially make that turn and they expose every private conversation they had with Britney about this website. That's when the good shit comes out.
Yeah, when that's where I thought that there might be some tension there. It's like, wait a minute, are you now going to say that you didn't host Kim on your channel saying all this stuff, and now you're going to blame all of that on Kim and Crafton? I mean, you're victimizing Kim and Crafton, aren't you, Britney? By just laying all of that on them? I mean, come on.
Now, and damn well that they did that to benefit Britney? Here it is. Let's be clear here too, folks. I have no intention of ever contacting or interacting with a person that says a coroner will be needed if she meets my wife. What? My legal representation will be the only correspondence from that individual would ever see from me. Your legal representation that represents you in your DV cases? Cluminati.com exists and is ground zero for anything I have to say other than these posts. See, this is what he's always done. He
where is this?
Sorry, it's back screen. He would do this shit. Like he would go to Patreon where he would dox me and Angela and, I'll go after all types of women. He did in the Gypsy Rose community, doxed all those women. And then here you have his post. This wasn't 7 minutes ago, it was before. Cluminati.com exists and is ground zero. And then to say, I do not endorse anyone communicating directly with them and most assuredly refuse to contribute to any harassment, as you literally have a whole website dedicated to doxing and threatening and yeah. But you can also email them at staff@cluminati.com. But Britney was unaware of any of this.
Signed, Mr. Duplicity. Crafton, you are the most duplicitous fucking
God, isn't he
son of a
obvious?
bitch I've ever seen in my entire life.
I love the part up here where he talked, why isn't his wife representing him? That legal beagle she is. My legal representation would be the only correspondence. I wonder if Clue has had correspondence with his legal, or are they busy getting ready for the upcoming trial?
Because she's a legal failure. Like every legal case that she's tried to advise on YouTube has failed, has gone the wrong way, including Britney's, right? Including the Rico. Remember how she was in the East chat? Oh yeah, the emergency hearing has been scheduled. The filing has been accepted. It's been accepted. Oh, Kim said the legal filing has been accepted. Kim said. How many more times can you humiliate yourselves? How much money is it worth it to you to keep humiliating yourselves over and over again?
And Crafton now has one on this other woman named Nikki as well, which I don't care because Nikki spent almost a year begging for my attention, trying to write off my name. But just so you know, my attorney actually wrote this morning. It was accepted by court this morning. That doesn't mean granted, Mr. E. And he calls Kim just saying because she always says just saying. So making sure they're aware, just saying. That doesn't mean it was accepted. That doesn't mean granted. So yeah, our filing was accepted by Superior Court today. Yes. Severe thunderstorm staying tomorrow. Oh, no way. Didn't even know. Thank you, Aries. Aries gives me my local sports news, my local weather news. He does. I love it. Thank you, Aries. And to think I used to not like you, Aries. You're such a good person when you get away from evil things. She is an idiot. They're all idiots. But to claim that, why not just own it and be like, yeah, I was aware of that website. It was stupid of me to advertise it. I got caught up in the moment. Instead, she denies it. Like you're going to gaslight thousands of us out of our fucking reality, out of what we know? Are people tired of being gaslit by this bitch?
Yeah, all the droves of people who are leaving her channel and then going back in and saying, I used to listen to you, but I couldn't keep up with the lies. Yeah, those are the people who saw all of that happen and don't appreciate being lied to. Absolutely.
They're the ones that Britney used to say, oh, I love you so much. We're fans. We're family.
Last night when Craig was on his rant, which was probably one of the worst I've heard yet, there were people in her chat that were paid members that were like, this is too much.
Yep.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, like another one was like, I'm going to bed.
Yep.
Wow.
He was rambling to hell, man. It was
ML
terrible.
Marty, thank you. Is that when he was making all the thank you so much, ML Marty? I appreciate that. Thank you. Is that when he was making all the comments about like reality and the mods being stupid and
God, I can't even remember he goes on about so many different things. He just kept talking in the background and he kept cussing more and more.
I have it recorded. I don't remember everything either. I have it recorded, but it's not in MP4 yet, so I can't I can't play it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll make a fantastic video eventually. I look forward to your videos.
It was wild.
Oh yeah, I know. She won't acknowledge that. Did you hear that, Lynn? I mean, and again, it's nobody's real business, right? But when you have somebody who admits they're in recovery, you have the obvious signs, and then you drive right up to the fucking clinic. I don't care how many doctors are in that building. You drove up to that particular door, and then your own boyfriend is confirming, because she's like, you know, and they keep saying I'm on 30 milligrams of methadone, and Craig goes, you are. And then Brittany shoots him a look and goes, and they're saying I'm sharing it with Craig, and that's when he's like, oh, no, no, no. So she had to amplify what was being said because Craig just sold out that you are. So now it's like, well, wait, let me finish. They're saying I'm sharing it with you. Like, shut up, Craig. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, in those instances, like I'm a softie sometimes, and I'll give the benefit of the doubt. And there's a question in my mind as to whether he was being sarcastic.
Well,
Like,
here's how I feel about it. I don't think he was being sarcastic. I don't care if she's on a maintenance drug. I don't
Right.
know why she tries to make it so shameful. The moment all of that came out, she could have owned it and owned it with pride. If you're doing it the right way, there is nothing to be ashamed of. And she could have made it into a powerful movement instead of some shameful, how dare you bullshit, and then gaslight all of us out of what we saw again and what we hear and what we know.
Right.
And that's where people get tired of Britney, because she will lie about the stupidest things, like lying about falling asleep. It was my son. My mic disconnects. It connects over here, blah, blah, blah. And then, all right, so, and then I finally say, why not just say, fuck it, I fell asleep. So what? Then it's, I fell asleep. So what?
Well,
why
that's
don't we always take a lie first.
Well, that's the thing she doesn't recognize, is that she's lost all semblance of credibility here. We're going to doubt every damn thing she says, everything, because she put major accusations into a lawsuit filing that doxed all kinds of people, including herself. And she claims that she's the one being doxed, right? Even though she's the one that doxed herself in it. And then, and you know, in it, because everybody's addresses and names and everything's in it, right? So she makes all these major claims, proves nothing, loses the suit, claims that she's still being a victim, gets caught in lies over and over and over and over and over and over, backtracks, says one thing one day, another thing next. She has no fucking credibility, and then says that other people don't ever have credibility because they're the ones lying. It's, again, another duplicitous motherfucker. So that's why we're going to question, you know, whether she's on a maintenance drug when she says she's not on a maintenance drug. That's why we're going to question whether she's going to sleep when she's not going, when she says she's not.
That's why people are going to question if that is a fucking whatchamacallit symbol in the window or not. That's what I was trying to say the other day. I can't say with certainty if they purposely chose that window film because it looks like what it looks like, but I can understand why people feel that they're seeing what they're seeing based off the behaviors you yourself have displayed.
Right. And when those and when the things that have come out of his mouth have come out of his mouth. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah. Absolutely. And
exactly.
And it's absolutely outrageous and beyond all human imagination to her to think that we would think these things about her, and that she's the victim of us thinking these things.
Right. That's the biggest part.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't, Nacho, but that's funny you say that, because that's just like in her fundraiser for $1,000 for summer snacks. She said she had 3 kids. That's just like in her message to Team YouTube when she was demonetized because of reused content and Craig's filthy mouth. She told Team YouTube she has 3 kids. But you better believe come this December, she'll suddenly have 5. Came in her chat to threaten, and I wouldn't doubt it. But that's what drives me nuts about Britney, is there's zero self-accountability. I am in the predicament I'm in because of the choices I made that led me here. No, it's because everybody else did it. I say I'm going to stop with drama and do true crime, but wait a minute. I need you all to see what they're doing to me. Meanwhile, it plays a whole stream where nobody's even speaking about her. I don't either. I don't know where that 30 came from. And I don't care if she's on a maintenance drug or not. I just don't gaslight us out of what we saw. That's all. I think if anybody has to go on a maintenance drug to get off a drug of choice, and you're working a program to better yourself, and you're doing it the proper ways with the proper therapy and the proper whatever works for you, I congratulate that. I'll never shame you for that. including Britney. I'm not going to shame her for that. But stop lying to everybody as if we don't know what we know already. I mean, that's what drives me nuts. Like, she forgets what she told us.
Yeah. That memory, that wonderful memory that, you know, attracted Craig so much. And she forgets her lies every damn day. And yes, Caroline, Crafton still lies for Lana. I mean, I keep wondering what is it that has him so worried?
The laptop.
I know. What is it in there? What is it?
Oh, yeah. You can only let your imagination run.
So humiliated. So, like, it has him willing to be such an ass on here. So connected to the worst fucking people. Even he knows they're the worst fucking people. Is it because he knows he's one of the worst fucking people?
What's he? I mean, he's the shitbag himself.
Exactly.
Birds of a feather, like Granny always says. What is your sound effect? There you go.
Yeah, and you know, so I say something like that on my channel, and then his response is to lie about me again. I mean, that's
always the way it is.
Yeah.
That's always the way it is. Idiot. And it's just, but there are the type of people that do attract together, right? So it's like, is it shocking that that's where Britney landed? No. What drives me nuts is that Britney tries to act like she's not like these people, despite that's who she's surrounded by, including Craig. You don't stay in a relationship with somebody like him if you don't have those same core values. I'm sorry, you don't.
Well, and we know that she shared those values because of the old Discord recordings. She was all on board with that stuff.
And I still do have her original tweets where she said white privilege is made up. She said people need to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. She made a big deal about them indoctrinating our children through having transgender people at libraries. I got all of them still. I just got to upload, charge my old phone and get them out.
Yeah, that one recording was really telling. Where you hear the kids in the background and all that.
And she still denies it being her, just like I uploaded those 2 little clips of her live stream the other day where she said we photoshopped the window and we made her look like, and Craig's wearing a Mexican boy chomo, and her teeth never look like that. But yet, then she sees that I upload a video. Suddenly it's like, okay, so what do you guys want to talk about? No. Play the fucking video for your audience.
Right.
You just sat there and lied that this was all photoshopped, that we made it all up, that you never looked that way. Which is kind of ironic that your own boyfriend said you look like a Mexican boy chomo when it was honestly you, which is even more pathetic. I'd be more mortified that my boyfriend said that about me, knowing that's what I actually look like when the filters are off. What does that say about you two? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's what he sees you as, a Mexican boy chomo, which I don't even know what that fucking means.
Right. Means something to Craig.
I couldn't believe it. I can't. This is the standstill that she denied. Hold on, because it is kind of.
Granny, those tweets were the rabbit hole's fault. It wasn't her fault that she did those tweets. It was the rabbit hole she went down. It was the rabbit hole made her do those tweets. They created those tweets and they made her type those words and they made her press the button.
Yeah, you're right. And Kim and Crafton made her get exposed by it.
Yeah.
Pedo, goody. It's a pedo. So this is the standstill that she was denying. She said we photoshopped all this, and it wasn't even her.
Chomo stands for child. Chomo is short for child molester.
I can't with her freaking window. Like, that still is so ironic to me.
And what's even more ironic is that she swore only one window had a film on it, and she uploaded the photo of the window, dead flies and all. I mean, I don't know about you all, but I look at people's backgrounds. Like, I'm a snooper.
And you know what she had to say? You know what she had to say after that, Granny?
What?
He's like, why don't y'all do something? Get offline. Go clean your window seals.
No, like, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
Oh, bless it be. You can't be fucking serious.
This is why she gets reviewed, because she's so fucking stupid.
She's so unaware.
Mm-hmm.
But so she's saying, here's the only window in my house that has this film on it, despite us seeing right here next to the fly traps that these windows clearly have films on them. Uploads that photo, flies, dead flies and all. And then she's watched my video and she goes, oh, so it's the window behind me So what window did you upload, you fucking pathological liar? Why even lie that only one window has the film? Why do that?
Between
so
this
stupid.
bitch's house windows and her car windows. I mean, we know way too much about this bitch. God damn.
Don't forget, y'all, this is the back porch that turned now it's the office. I mean,
The office. Oh shit.
Crimes and Consequences, I think she said she put it on, if I recall correctly, she said she put it on her wish list and a sub bottom for her.
which is possibly the fucking truth. But why lie that only one window has a film and then realize you uploaded a photo of the wrong film of the wrong window?
Hey, Granny, why do you think that she's quote unquote dreading going and getting her windows fixed on her car?
Because they're not broke.
She said it a few times. Y'all, I'm really dreading getting these windows done. Like, what? Why do you think?
Well, my honest answer would be she's dreading having to actually spend money on things that matter.
Having to fork out the money.
Matter of fact, I was quoted too high for my windows that they stopped rolling down. And I thought it was just a fuse, but it's not. So I haven't gotten my windows fixed either. But I don't come on here telling you all that my windows are broke. They don't roll down. It's so hot, my car might explode. Right. Unlike her. So the only reason I can imagine she keeps saying she's dreading it is because she's dreading having to spend money out of pocket for something that matters. Instead, she has to get Craig his bench and his weights, so he stops going to the gym because Lord knows what he's doing there, using pickup lines. I don't know.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's the money because it's always about money for her. So
it's always money for her.
Someone said she's got to leave the house and she's got to spend money.
Exactly.
Sluice. I don't think it did, because then I don't know when it was, just in the last few streams, Craig's like, what's that? And he's like talking about her microphone. He's like, what's that spring? And she's like, I don't know. He goes, who broke your mic stand like that? And she's like, he goes, do kids break that? She's like, I don't know, probably.
Ew. No, she broke it when she kept face planting it.
Right? He's like, why is that spring sticking up like that?
Why do they always blame the kids on breaking everything? Like, are you not watching them to the point where they're able to break all these things?
No, they're not.
Right. And DJW, like, everything with her is dramatic.
She said, I got on my computer and they had my computer a whole mess. He's like, they download a bunch of stuff. She's like, yes.
And meanwhile, Craig said, when I get a new computer, you're not touching it because you're so messy.
You won't even know the password, he said.
I don't know if it was on her Discord. This was on her Twitter. Who's the guilty? I don't know what she does on Discord. This was
no. This was a recording from their Discord.
Oh, okay. So there's two separate things that show
it was
her.
Craig's Discord, I believe, and they were doing like a video, like a call in the Discord, and it was recorded.
Right, Nacho. She had to drive to get a mellow yellow with no air conditioning.
Oh my God.
Mellow yellow is equivalent to Mountain Dew.
And my kid drank my last mellow yellow.
I'm gonna have to start hiding them. It's like 4 a.m. and they're grabbing fucking Mountain Dews out of the fridge.
Right? Do they have mellow yellow zero? Because she might want to try that.
She might want to try some fucking water.
Soda is, I mean, just cutting soda. Shit. I've seen people just shed pounds cutting out that sugar soda. Then she sits there and eats gummy bears on top of it. Fuck.
And chicken and steaks at 4 a.m.
Ugh. It's gross.
Oh, yeah. Remember that when she claimed that the bed broke and she banged her nose and got the bruise, but couldn't even point out which side the bruise was on?
Speaking of drinks, I have to promote something that I tried that's really good. Have you guys ever tried the liquid IV packets for your water? Well, they sell them like at Walmart or whatever. They have a new flavor and it's the Bomb Pops, like the popsicle.
Oh yeah, the red, white, blue ones.
Yes, and it's so good. I highly suggest picking them up.
I'll give them a try.
My daughter had them and I tried one. I'm like, oh my God, these are really good.
I saw something the one day say that it was like drinking a soda a day is equivalent to like a bathtub full of sugar by the end of the week.
Oof.
Yeah, it was something drastic like that. BJ said their son won't let them touch his computer. So I'd be damned. I would be absolutely damned if my kid, especially at their young ages, told me I couldn't touch something that I fucking pay for and I need to supervise. I'd be damned. They wouldn't have a computer no more. Yeah, people are saying they love it.
Yeah, it is. It's really good. And you know, it does help too, especially in the summer when if you're dehydrated. It has vitamins, minerals, and like electrolytes. It's kind of like a Gatorade, but without all the sugar.
I do.
Yeah,
love
they are a
soda
little
though.
pricey. I think Liquid IV is probably the most expensive on the market in the stores, but it's good.
So I just muted to listen to some of Craig's ramblings from last night, and one of them was how everybody else, their reputation is down the toilet, and everybody else has ruined their reputation, and they're on top, and they're gonna get back to being the professional true crime channel that they always have been.
When the fuck were they that? When they were telling Kylie Rodney's mom, fuck you? When they were over analyzing nail polish on these teenagers? When she was deep diving to Facebook of Kylie Rodney's underage friends? What point was she ever a prophet? Oh, when Malicious Intent was up there. When Big Al was up there. When Skulls was up there. Craig's going back a few years when Britney wasn't 400 pounds. I got it. Okay.
Well, he actually does mention Mallory in that. He's like, that when all those bitches and those hoes, Mallory, they're all of them, they're gone now, and we're gonna get back to our shit when things are good.
Our shit.
Lynn saying bitches and hoes in Craig's accent is wonderful.
Bitches and hoes. I'm gonna stop watching all the young girls on the Twitter and the hot tubs, and I'm gonna help
the way
Britney.
he says girls, like he doesn't say women,
right? Well, they're mentally stunted, Jay.
That's why he says you ain't got no boys in your chat,
right? And that's why he talks about chomos all the time and shit. They're just mentally stunted. But you know what? You know what cracks me up about that is everybody's credibility is lost. Yet many of us who have less subscribers get better analytics than Britney. But yes, we all lost our credibility, Craig. Yeah. Okay.
We're the ones that had to delete all our content from public eye, right?
Right. Right.
And we are the light. They are the light.
They are the light.
Yep. They're the
beam
light.
in thy neighbor's eye.
Yep.
That old Craig. Did you ever figure out how to work that weed whacker? I about that died when Britney was like, we're out doing stuff all day long. We're painting and Craig's cutting the grass. She wanted credit for that man cutting the fucking grass, something that most men do.
Granny, she said she injured her freaking muscles painting cabinets.
And then denied that she ever said that.
Oh my God. I just
can't. Listen, you need to clean before you paint.
Right. You can't just paint over all that debris and whatever you want to call it. I can't even say it out loud. Yeah, that.
That's what go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean
No, you're fine.
Something that Brittany's been harping on a lot lately is she says that, because Craig keeps asking her, why do you have all these haters? He's been doing that too.
No, that was great, Lynn. He's like, why is it just you? Why are all these people like clicked together? And it seems like you're the only one. Like,
and then her answer is, it's all revenge for Granny for the Rico.
Oh, fuck you. Yeah. You dumbass bitch. It's not the fact that you talked about Clue's fucking child's trauma. It's not the fact that you're toting around the website doxing her. It's not the fact that you sit with the man that FOIA requested Queen's fucking daughter and said that she strangles her kids. It's not the fact that you sat there and spoke about Jay and highlighted all the negative comments. Oh, yes, because revenge for Granny. I wish I was that fucking popular.
You know what he went on to say after that, though? He said, yeah, but most of the time, scammers don't want to stick with scammers because they know each other are scammers.
That's
so
true. He said
it doesn't make sense why they're all together and it's just you.
Yeah,
he's trying to process it, right? That was when the light bulb was like, bzz, bzz.
He's like, bad people he's like, I used to hang out with bad guys, and the bad
Yeah.
guys, they don't like to hang out with the other bad guys.
Yeah.
Because, they know the other bad guys are bad guys.
That was so funny.
It was
Which is
so
why
funny.
they all abandoned Britney, because all the scammers got to get away from the other scammers so they don't get exposed
Yeah.
as the scammers. You
They don't
dumbass,
wanna
we're not the issue.
That
They
was
don't
the
wanna be-
moment the light almost turned on for Craig, and then it
Yep.
just went out.
Yep. And the thing is like, I can understand why Britney would, Britney's just taking that token of the Rico, because people like me and a lot of other people have said the Rico was your your Streisand effect moment, where she cannot grasp the fact that she literally took a missing child's name and filed a lawsuit for an old internet grudge.
Well, and it wasn't even, she also seems to not grasp the fact that they also were coming after all of you. It wasn't just me. I was the only one they had jurisdiction over. Queen was threatened. Jay was threatened.
Exactly.
Queen was even named in the fucking filing. Many of our subscribers were also named. So now it's not just revenge for me. It's revenge for this entire community and what you tried to do to it.
Well, it's not revenge. It's just revenge is like revenge is like we mean harm on you. It's like, no, we're reacting to what you did. Right. We're outraged. We're expressing our extreme dissatisfaction about at least that this is what I'm saying. I'm expressing my extreme dissatisfaction with your exploitation of a missing child's case to get revenge on all these people.
Right. And not only that, and look what it did to Sebastian's name. Nobody talks about him anymore, and they haven't in a long time.
Yep.
But she'll never see that. She'll always just think it's just Granny. Every time a moderator or a chatter used to leave, oh, you drank Granny's Kool-Aid. You had Captain Kurt up there telling her directly to her face what his issue was with her, and she still walked away saying it's because of Granny. Like, get the fuck over me, Britney. Isn't like envy a sin in your religion? Gluttony? Greed.
And when you think about it, when you think about the where are they now, right? At the time she filed this, with all these people, she felt surrounded by support and love.
Oh yeah, on top of the world.
And justification. But now, since she's the only one who in that filing, who goes live every day, she's taking the brunt of the reaction.
Which is why they told her to stop speaking about it, but she can't fucking comprehend that.
Yeah.
Because in order to stop speaking about it, she'd have to stop speaking about me, but she can't fucking do that.
Right, because she had to use a missing kid's name to get back at you.
Right.
Yep.
Because she was afraid that Nick was going to come on my panel.
Right, to make her seem to confirm, to get the court, mommy at the court, to say yes, you're Granny's victim. No,
right. And they didn't. And she still believes she's a victim, despite the court literally saying, no, this was the most ridiculous filing I've ever seen.
I have to reiterate, I have never seen a judge more pissed off in a ruling. You know what
I know. I agree.
In a civil ruling, maybe in a criminal ruling, maybe in a, I'm sure there's some ruling I haven't seen somewhere, but I personally have never seen a judge so obviously pissed off with a filing, with a case.
And I want proof, because her moderator says she made $13K 1 month off Sebastian. I want proof of that, because this declaration says I impacted her financially, that she was proud of the work she did and was able to support her family. Now people who once trust me no longer want to work with me, which would mean I put out some goddamn good receipts on you.
Right.
That's all.
Well,
I destroyed her professional relationships that she's worked years to build. She can't name one person who's been with her for years. Not one.
Yep. Well, if she, if she's going to follow suit with what Bullhorn Betty's been doing in Queen's case, she's going to show any proof of any of the things she claims. But Betty hasn't proven shit in that case.
Nada.
Nothing.
Matter of fact, Betty did the same thing where she was quoting case law that had nothing to do with what she was trying to compare it to.
Yep.
Just making shit up.
And, you know, it's not as if that case wasn't far along enough for Britney to be able to see that it was shambles, and then she chooses to join Bullhorn Betty in this bullshit.
Right. Somebody who she was actively calling out, and Tony too. She was calling Tony a snake oil salesman, and she was berating Betty for a while when she was buddied up with Ange over there, and you know, and then just like that, all of a sudden these are her friends, and she's a co-plaintiff, and they're on top of the world, and we're looking at jail time. Fuck you. She still denies ever saying we're looking at jail time. There's literally a clip of her saying, and if anybody says one bad word about me, they could go to jail. There's a clip. And then when she had Justin up there and said they're looking at 20 years, and Brittany was like, oh yeah, this is more serious than I realized.
They said you guys would be in chain or link or cufflinks. Yep.
She says she doesn't have to show finances. Okay.
Yep.
Exactly, Autumn. And she's denying that, dude. She's saying that was never said. Yeah, it was. You're demented. You lie so much. Felt on top of the world and now crashed down. And the judge literally used the best terms to describe that filing.
That's another reason to question, like, what is it that makes you lie so much or not remember what you said? Is it literal memory loss? Is it substances? Is it the lack of sleep? What is it? Like,
it could be all the above. It could also be the fact that I think she could literally be diagnosed as either a covert narcissist or covert narcissist or a pathological liar. I do.
Yeah,
for sure. She lies in the same sentence. Like,
right. The perfect example is when she said, you know, and I've never spoke to Nick. And then not even 20 minutes later, y'all, so I spoke to Nick and Tony today. I mean, honest to God, it was that, or the one time when she described.
I'm going to call Nick. And then like 20 minutes later, y'all, I talked to Nick today.
Yeah.
Like, fuck
off. Or when she described her daughter's eyes, and not even 5 minutes later, a subscriber came in and you know, confronted her about it. She said, what? I never described her eyes.
Oh my God.
Right. That's why I think she's a narcissist, some type of narcissist. I really do. I don't know how somebody like her, like even when it came out that there was allegedly 5 CPS reports against Sebastian, a normal person, whether you think I supported the Prophets or not, my stomach dropped. I was like, this poor child. It made me heartbroken for him. What did Britney do? She turned that information into a community post where she felt vindicated and said, we've been ostracized for supporting Seth. And it turns out these 5 CPS reports, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you made that about you.
Right.
You put your own, again, bullshit that you were going through on the internet. You felt that this vindicated you from that this child's real life alleged abuse. It blew my mind. I was so disgusted. Yeah, what is
just
that?
Out of touch with reality, honestly.
People keep saying she said her kids don't have a life. When was that?
You know, she said it was like yesterday. I think it was yesterday morning. I'm trying to remember. She said something like, you know, my kids, like making it sound like they can't do anything. Like my kids don't have a life because of everything we're going through. And then she like flipped it. I can't remember exactly what it was. Lynn, did you hear that part?
I think so. I think the notion was because of they're afraid to answer the door. They don't have a life because they can't do anything. They're so afraid. So it's always about.
Yes. I remember they're afraid when someone knocks on the door, or they're afraid for someone to come to the door.
Yeah. And she 100% has done that to them.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, like with her fucking antics, it's
Well, just like she said here, I've had to cancel family outings, miss important moments, and withdraw from the people I love because I'm so consumed by the fear and stress of what might happen next. Which should really read, I've canceled family outings, miss important moments, and withdraw from the people I love because I'm so consumed by YouTube drama. That's what
Yes.
it should read.
You know, Elma had a really interesting story yesterday that she told me,
Because
was
then she
that
denied that.
it got so overwhelming with the daytime phone calls. Like, she said that she's
Yep.
on the phone all day long
And I've said that
with those
too.
mods talking about drama.
Have you guys heard me say that too? That
Of
when
course,
Brittany's not
of course,
online, she's
yeah.
on the phone talking about YouTube?
She
Yeah.
said all day long they're just, and if something's going on, they're trying to get a hold of Britney. And I mean, these women are scrambling around behind the scenes. It's
Trying to
weird,
sweep
man.
for her, trying to clean
Uh-huh.
up the messes for her. Yes.
It truly
Wild.
does. It does remind me of when I was in high school or junior high, and I thought that was the entire world.
Mhm.
Right. Exactly, Lynn.
Right.
Exactly.
You know, and then I got past high school and I got into the work world and I went to college and I was like, oh my God, the world is so much bigger and there's so much more to it.
Well,
you
that's
know?
what Craig tried saying to her the other night. Like, there's so many bigger things happening in the world than this shit right here. This is nothing.
Yeah.
Look at this next sentence here. I'm a mother just trying to raise my children and do my best for them. I've had to tell my kids why people are saying horrible things about their mom online.
Ugh.
Why would you have to tell your kids that? That's not a
No.
mother trying to do what's best for them by sitting them down and telling them what people online are saying about you.
Nope.
And then to say when this campaign of hate is so public and vicious, public, you're acting like people are staying outside your house like Betty has done to
Right.
families. Vicious. I mean, I don't think this woman's had a real life experience ever. She wouldn't water down such serious terms
Zero
all the
life
time.
experiences.
Right. Must be nice to be so fucking sheltered that this is like everything she makes it out to be. I fucking
Yep.
can't with these
And then
people.
even when a judge comes along and says, this is ridiculous, she
Right.
won't accept it.
No, because then the judge is wrong. The judge just didn't get to hear from her.
The judge has to recuse herself.
Right. Because the judge is so biased. The judge didn't look at everything. Remember she said that too, that the judge didn't even read everything and look at everything?
Even though the judge said I read through every single line, I considered every angle. This
Yep.
is a highly educated person, you know. They don't even understand what kind of education and experience it takes to even become a judge, you know.
Right.
It's insanity. They don't appreciate the knowledge, the vast amount of experience you have to be fair to these people, you know. And that you know, a judge has to be able to look at all sides without bias. They don't understand it. They have no perception of that.
And yeah, no, instead they try to insult the judge. I mean, because again, the problem can't be them. It has to be everybody else. All of us are wrong. Like Craig said to Brittany the other night. Why is it you? Oh, I don't know, Craig, because they're jealous. I don't know. Not because you're a piece of shit who's done a lot of shitty things and people are finally seeing all the shitty things. Unbelievable.
Oh yeah, they did. They said that the judge doesn't understand YouTube. It's the
Right.
that judge, you know, she's just she's old school like Craig, you know. She's old school, so she doesn't understand YouTube. So we're just going to need to find a judge that can be can understand YouTube.
Meanwhile, the judge is actually a younger judge. Like, she's not like an older judge. She's a younger judge. She has traveled the world teaching. I think she's very much aware. And regardless, add YouTube in the mix or not, it doesn't change the fact that they had zero evidence to their claims. They presented 700 pages of tweets, and
Yeah.
I'm not even on Twitter.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't hold me accountable for what all these other people say and do.
Especially when she's got a boyfriend that's talking like this. You want to hear a little bit of what made her chatters leave last night?
Oh, yeah, let's hear it. I haven't heard
Okay.
it.
All right, listen.
People, I don't know how it's not good. It's one thing if you're in a phase of your life and you're slumming. I've been there. But you move out of that. You're fucking teens or 20s, and you stop hanging out with trash.
Yeah.
Now you're being associated with some of the worst people in true crime right now.
Craig.
With a name, anyway.
Yeah. Don't even know what you're talking about.
When you want to be Nancy Grace,
Yeah.
instead you're associated with the bottom feeders.
Yeah.
Who are feeding off of you.
Yeah. And I want to show y'all something that was because
we need to go back to professionalism.
Yes, 100%. And what happened to Kelsey today in my chat? I need to bring awareness to that. Thank you. Hey, Amethyst Pisces.
He's going to go off
She was
right now.
asking what happened to Mandy and Cher. I'm still really good friends with Mandy. I still like Cher. I haven't been over in Cher's in a while. It's not because I have anything against her. It's just, you know what I mean? I haven't talked to her. But I
said earlier, like, there's real friends that's got real life.
Yeah. Yeah.
They just don't have enough time to be there every day. But the motherfuckers that
Yeah.
real ass every damn day, that's a motherfucker that ain't got shit going on, and it's probably the one that's going to make a problem. Because if they were a productive fucking member of society.
Oh my God. Thank you, Alma, for the $5.
Wait, this non
What?
I was going to say this non-productive man who stays up throughout the AM hours, whose girlfriend does nothing but live stream twice a day and is out of breath from doing so, has the nerve to talk about what productive members of society are.
Yes.
I mean, anybody else here? Like, woo.
Yeah.
Is there no mirrors in that house? No self-reflection going on? You're cooking chicken at 4 fucking a.m.
Yeah. Chewing on steak at fucking 2 a.m. Weird.
And then Craig wants to talk about like the bottom of the barrel. Britney's associated with a woman who has 4 ROs against her, who legislation was changed in Florida because of her. She hangs out with a man who's on parole in PA for committing fraud, trying to frame the local fucking government of being racist. Also friends with a man who is a suspect in his own child's disappearance. As associated with a D-list celebrity who has been exposed as being a racist and a homophobe. A man who unfiltered a missing child's blurred, dead deceased body, and then exposed all the personal business of an SA victim. And Craig wants to talk about association with what? Excuse me?
She also shares mods with probably the only woman on in true crime who has a permanent protective order and has been convicted of cyber stalking and just got off of probation and is a known revenge porner.
Oh yeah, I forgot about her. Shit, yeah.
Yeah, she shares mods and friends with her and has surrounded herself with it.
Oh yeah, and don't forget she's also friends with a man who's facing a current trial for his 4th DV against his 3rd victim.
Right.
Tell us again about the birds of a feather theory you're going with here, Craigie boy. Fixing a weed whacker in the middle of the night. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, the nerve. Like, I don't think, maybe he doesn't know Britney. I don't know. We're going to go back to perfection.
It doesn't sound like he does. I mean, they're learning things about each other that you would learn in like the first few months of dating. So
right. And again, weird. She's also associated with a woman who lies about turning down a Purple Heart. All the professional, quote unquote, professional people left Britney a long time ago. All of them. And you know what I always have to say about people like this? They crack me up because I used to love like the HOA, for example. They sit here and they pass all their judgment on us and all that. But listen, we're all in the same fucking community. So what does that make you? If you were so much better, then would you be in this sector with all of us? No, you'd be over in the classier sector. You'd be in a better person sector. No, Britney's being taunted as the bottom of the barrel because all her liquid has leaked all over this community to the point where you can't even scroll it without smelling it, and people's noses are wide fucking open.
Leakage.
Yep, leakage. That's what she is. Sewer leakage. With dead flies.
You want to hear her get a little more flabbergasted?
Oh, sure, if I can handle it.
Oh, we've got Randa Smith.
Hold on.
Yeah. So I want to.
Real hard before I let you in my life.
So
we're not going to get in my life.
Yeah.
I know this motherfucker's work.
Need to hold on one second. I want to show y'all what happened earlier today because this is not okay and it's absolutely gross. So hold on.
I think she muted. Okay, so yeah, she goes on. So yeah, that was pretty much his rant. He wouldn't shut the fuck up for about 5 minutes in the background.
Shoo, unbelievable.
And there
She
was
was
a
huffing
time,
and puffing.
yeah, she was like, Craig, can you just stop? Can you just stop? I need to get.
Mm-hmm. I love it for her though.
I do too. I love this window into her life to see just how disassociated they are as a couple, how disconnected he is from what Britney's really been up to. And I love the idea of every day that bulb getting a little bit brighter for him to realize she is the problem, Craig. She is the problem. And Craig seems to me like the type person you could actually almost have a somewhat conversation with, unlike Britney, who has zero self-awareness or
Right.
idea of worldly
If she
things.
wasn't so fucking fake and she embraced just who they are, she'd be a
Right.
lot better off. You know what I mean? The problem is she's working right against him. He's just being who he is. She's trying to keep this facade up and she's stressed out. She's the reason she's stressed out.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. Because
Quit being ashamed of who the fuck you are. You know what I mean?
Which is what he said. Go over on Kick where we can be ourselves. And Brittany's like, well, you still got to have somewhat of morals there. Because Craig's saying we're moralists. Show them.
She knows like, she won't make money like she does on YouTube doing that.
I got to keep the image up. No, she knows her image will come all the way down. And she lets out even a smidge of who they really are. But Craig's doing a fine job himself. Keep him speaking.
Yep.
Exactly, D2S. She absolutely hates that he's given the same advice all previous mods and subscribers have told her. Because to Britney, that's a betrayal. How dare you not see why it's important for me to highlight what these people are doing to me night after night?
And you can just tell how like it almost like takes her breath away when he spews those things. She doesn't really even know what to say.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
I know.
To me.
It is hilarious.
Because then it's not then it can't be everybody else's fault. She can't blame it on everybody else.
Right. She'll have to acknowledge that, it's partly her fault.
Which is kind of perplexing. Like, why did she bring him back into the scenario? Knowing
she was desperate. She had nobody else to be up there every night, Jay. They're slowly
You think it was out of desperation? Or do you think she was bringing him in to kind of prep him to fill his head with falsehoods about this case?
You know what? I think she realized that those around her were starting to waken up. So she needed to replace, and there's not many people left that are going to take a panel link. So she offered it to Craig. And I also think because she wanted to be Clue and Cletus. She wanted to mimic what they have because they do bounce off each other so well. You can tell they're intertwined. They know each other. They love each other.
Yeah, they're in sync with one another.
They're in sync with one another. And she wanted that. But instead, all we see is how not in sync these two are.
So true. She thought it would be a lot easier to just duplicate that.
Right. Not realizing that it has to come natural.
You either have it or you don't.
Right. It's just like with a panel guest. There's either some people you can panel with and flow off of, and there's some people that you just can't vibe with. And that's what we're seeing. Two people that don't vibe, baby. That's why there's no ring on it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. But hey, I got to jump down. I got to run to the store.
I got to wrap it up too. Did you guys hear that thunder?
I did.
That was loud as shit. It literally scared me.
Yikes.
I know.
Stay safe.
Here it comes again. The skies are clear. This is weird. But yeah, I need to get some things done.
Thanks for having me up. It was nice chatting with you. And
Lynn. Always a pleasure.
You too, Jay. Have a good
Monday.
And Granny,
Monday.
Granny, that thunder, it's all your fault.
I'm the reason for the season, baby.
You farted out that thunder.
I made it happen. Yo, that wasn't thunder. My tree just fell.
Thank you for sharing that Rico update with us. It's very helpful for us who are following.
I thought you would enjoy it.
Yes, thank you. All right.
Thank you. All right, Lynn. We'll see you next time.
Okay.
I know, right? I do tell you you're a slow talker, but your voice is so relaxed and I'm just too fast paced. I'm like, rah, 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 rah. I'm like a chihuahua, right? And Wee's more like a sweet little hound dog. That happened to me earlier, Granny. It was sunny with thunder. Yeah, this is kind of weird. And I needed to go do a few things before I head back down to Shizor. I was looking to get myself a Starlink, But I'll be honest, one, they're very expensive, and two, I don't want to support Musk. So I'm kind of stuck. I don't know what to do to get better service. I know like Metro and them now sell like kind of home internet or whatever. So I'm looking into things to try to do better so I'm able to go live regularly. And I'll get there, and hopefully you all stay by my side as I transition through this. I'm trying to get back on a regular schedule. I do have updates about Jack and Lily I'd like to touch on. There are some things pertaining to Sebastian I'd like to speak on. I hope you are willing to come with me as we kind of get back into things that matter, because quite frankly, I'm tired of smelling Britney everywhere. She fucking reeks. We know she reeks. Why even keep sniffing it at this point is how I feel. But I wanted to get... There's that thunder again. I wanted to give an update to what is going on in litigation. Britney said the judge had to recuse herself, and I happened to call my attorney to let him know. And, well, I kind of woke up the sleeping bulldog, if you will. Matter of fact, he's still saved in my phone as Philly Bulldog, because that is what he is. And what you don't do is play games, okay? Because guess what? Lawfare is the monster that faces us all. And if you want to play a game, you better know how to play it better, because I'm calling Uno, bitch. Bye-bye.